Chapter 17. At a high platform, somewhere near the Chunin Stadium, the mysterious forms of Nakoshi and Kitsune gathered intently at the fight between Naruto and Neji. Nakoshi, himself, had to cross his arms in order to keep from shouting obnoxious cheers, trembling all the while. Kitsune sat on the edge of the platform next to Nakoshi in a feminine-like manner as she too had to contain her abundant excitement. Ho 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 ho, Nakoshi shuddered. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent power. You were right, Kitsune, Sensei's judgment on the matter was bang on. This boy's potential is positively marvelous, he said. Kitsune involuntarily shuddered as well. Yes. I've been aching to behold this for so long. Indeed, the time act shall soon be upon us all. And then, she trailed off. His final test will at last be at hand, Nakoshi finished, before they both enjoyed the pounding of the century. Minutes have passed. And the crowd was going nuts. The fight between Naruto and Neji has picked up tremendously with all the gloves thrown to the ground, no holds barred. The roars of the crowd picked up just as gradually as the action in the arena did. Every mind-bending maneuver that these two genin demonstrated was beyond that which any of the people could have anticipated, and it was driving them wild. The now battle-scarred Neji crashed to the ground on his feet after taking a mighty blow from the equally battered Naruto, who instantly appeared behind him with his leg cranked back. Delivering a staggering kick, Neji timingly ducked down and countered with a rising high kick that connected with the clear side of Naruto's face, sending him flying into the air. The blonde genin easily regained his balance to quickly counter whatever his hue-eyed opponent had to throw at him. Without giving Naruto the time to think, Neji launched himself into the air after him and engaged him in a brutal, vicious taijutsu struggle. Quick-paced, hard-hitting, crazy in every sense of the word, this brief struggle sent ripples of power throughout the stadium as the two fighters slowly descended to the ground. After what felt like an eternity of adversity, Naruto and Neji made contact with the ground only to burst off away from each other. Without stopping for a second, Naruto re-established the initial charge, which Neji prepared for. Throwing several lightning-quick punches and kicks, the black-clad boy made doubly sure not to leave any open spots in his attacks, which he was doing perfectly, leaving Neji to do nothing but defend. Eventually, Naruto quickly launched his hand forward and viciously snatched Neji's face, throwing the Hyuga off balance completely. The blonde Kitsune ran across the ground with Neji's face in hand, before he reeled his arm back and threw his opponent down. However, before Neji hit the ground, he locked his arms around Naruto's, spun horizontally and reversed the attack with a slam of his own, crashing Naruto's back into the ground, thus creating a circular burst of dust. Recovering immediately, the blonde genin latched his hand to Neji's shirt, flipped him over and ferociously plunged his upper body into the earth, shattering it and bursting a much bigger cloud of debris throughout the arena. Naruto then ripped his opponent's body out of the ground with his hand still latched upon his shirt and began repeatedly slamming him upon different sections of the earth before kicking him away, gaining an intense roar from the crowd. Rolling and tumbling quite a distance before stopping himself, Neji was suddenly surrounded by 5 shadow clones prepped to destroy. In a moment of desperation, the young Hyuga once again destroyed the clones with his rotation Tekkenuk. Taking the golden opportunity, Naruto dashed at Neji while he was open for an attack. What he didn't expect was Neji breaking his body's limitations to recover instantaneously, delivering a staggering counter by savagely shoving an open palm tenketsu shot directly upon his diaphragm area, sending the blonde skidding back. Despite the intense pain that coursed through his body, Naruto took only a few precious seconds to recompose his senses before dashing at his opponent again. Once Naruto got close enough, Neji threw another tenketsu shot only to see the form vanish right through him before reappearing on the same collision course and ramming his shoulder into the Hyuga's face, sending him flying. Meanwhile, at an old abandoned building of Konoha, the surrounding area was as dark as night with very little light shimmering through the cracks and fault lines of the shoddy shack. The building was completely deserted, devoid of any and all accessories. Just an empty shelter with bat resting on the ceiling. But they weren't the only living creatures hanging upon the ceiling. Resting with them was the deeply pondering form of the blood-devouring man whom was responsible for the desolation of Post Town's population, completely shrouded by the darkness that swallowed the area. HMMMRRRRGH. My carelessness in that forest was intolerable. I can't believe that I allowed Ashima to slip from my grasp so easily, and by shinobi from Konoha to top it off. Really. If things don't start heating up soon, my plans will all be for naught and these improbabilities would be more than I can bear, he thought. As his thoughts progressed, the large frightening man effortlessly snatched a flying bat from mid-air before chomping down upon its head, thus ripping it off, spit the separate limb to the ground, engulfed the entire body in his mouth and gulped it down. I just hoped that Nakoshi and Kitsune were able to dispose of Ashima before she could divulge any information about the organization. After all, the fact that I was spotted by ninja from Konoha only makes things more complicated. The village will start looking for anything suspicious, and if Sarutobi gains wind of my existence too soon, everything that I have hoped for could be out of my reach for a long time, he pondered before letting himself silently drop to the ground. I guess this means that I'll have to spend less time playing with my food. Thanks to my meal in Oto, however, I can be a bit more inconspicuous. The large shadow of dominance then marched from out of the darkness of the building and into the unsuspecting population of Konoha. Along the less crowded rows of the village, one of Naruto's close friends, Yushuna the store owner, hope you guys can remember what she looks like. If not, then read chapter 7, was happily enjoying her day off by walking all of her frustration away. The blue-haired female always enjoyed the simplest of life's gifts, be it a glass of water or a walk in the park. This was just one of the moments where she could just let loose and adore the simplicity of it all. To Yushuna, it was all that was needed to maintain a happy life instead of having relying on 2-year vacations or something like that. Just as she turned a corner, Yushuna bumped straight into a large and well-built chest. She stumbled back and waved her hands apologetically. "Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't see you," she said. The man she bumped into was tall and lean with short and spiky black hair, gentle black eyes and a shapely round face. His clothes were simple and plain, consisting of a white t-shirt, blue jeans and average shinobi sandals. He raised a dismissive to assure Yushuna that she'd done no wrong. No, don't worry. I wasn't looking where I was going," he said with a smoothing and surprisingly calming voice. "By the way, could you tell me where I might find the Chunin Stadium? I want to get there to see the action." Yushuna couldn't help but chuckle at her new acquaintance. "Silly. The Chunin exams already started," she informed, causing the man's eye to twitch. "Fuck," he said in a calm yet disappointed voice, lowering his head. Yushuna chuckled again before locking her eyes with the stranger. "Heh. You're not from around here, are you?" she asked with a knowing smirk. The large man looked down at the blue-haired store owner. "Actually, no. I'm visiting here with my 2 children. They told me to meet them at the Chunin Stadium, but I lost my way. Old age can really get the better of me sometimes," he said while scratching the back of his head. Yushuna raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so your father, huh?" she asked. "Why, yes. But, like most children of their years, they can be quite the handful," the man said with his eyes dimming, "but they're still my family." Yushuna was actually charmed by this guy's nobility. She thought it would be pretty cool to hang out with the guy, but something was weird. "Say, have we met?" she asked as she unconsciously sized him up from head to toe. "I don't know how, but it feels like I've seen you before." Well, this wouldn't be the first time I've been in Konoha. I'm a bit of a traveler, so to speak," the man mentioned. "Really? When was the last time you swung by?" she asked, placing her hand on her hips. "Oh, about, 20 years ago?" Yushuna's eyes widened. 20 years ago? But, wait, then you dash. "Yes, young lady. I was there during those dreadful times. The big monster of Konoha, yeah, that's what they called it. Those were dark days," the man slightly grimaced. Yushuna snaked her arms around herself and shivered. "Yeah. I can still remember what that thing did. He actually fed on our people, he terrorized us. Heh, it's funny but I can vividly remember those days. Living in fear. Hiding and running. Shudders, I was only 5, and I can still remember the horror of those days," she said while on the verge of tears. The black-haired man saw Yushuna's change in attitude and placed a comforting hand upon her shoulder. There, young lady. There's nothing more to worry about. The monster is gone and Konoha is lavishing in a moment of peace," he said with his comforting tone. The brown-eyed woman smiled at the kind man. "Heh. I take it that you've seen your fair share of the carnage, huh?" The man shrugged. More or less," he said, completely switching to a nonchalant mood. Yushuna's smile brightened as she inwardly decided that this guy was all right. "I'm Yushuna." "What's your name?" Gasp. She was suddenly struck with startlement at the sight of the large man's canine teeth as he smiled at her. They were huge. "I am Kuro," he silently hissed, causing Yushuna to start trembling. The blue-haired female was at a standstill with terror. In that instant, the memories of those horrible days 20 years ago flashed throughout the corridors of her mind. The very same beast that terrorized Konoha for a time, years previously, was standing right in front of her with ravenous intent. Although he concealed his true form behind a flawless henge technique, the teeth and the voice gave it away. Before Yushuna even had the chance to scream for her miserable life, Kuro instantly gripped his hand upon the poor girl's neck and forced her head to the side, exposing her neck. I am that monster, and you shall become my nourishment, the beast growled before viciously plunging his long canines into poor Yushuna neck, gushing pints of blood all over the place. In vain, Yushuna tried to let out a screech for help as she felt her energy leave her at an alarming rate. She tried again only to feel Kuro twist and strengthen his death grip upon her neck, paralyzing her greatly. As the world around her became blurred and her hearing plunged into a deafening silence, Yushuna could hear the monotonous and heart-stopping sounds of gulping. Within seconds, the unfortunate woman's features began to lose life and complexity. Her skin became dry and discolored and her bones began to show through her body. In time, all strength in her was gone as her eyes rolled to the back of her head. She then dropped to the ground but not before Kuro caught her lifeless form and vanished within the darkness, taking the shriveled Yushuna with him. Back at the Chunin Stadium. The crowd was roaring with excited cheers even more than before as the ferocious brawl between Naruto and Neji began to pick up in brutality. The two worn and torn genin had exhausted a great deal of their chakra, trying to best one another in every aspect. As far as anyone else could tell, they were pretty much even, but it was hard to tell during certain parts of the massive struggle. Naruto and Neji began to mostly rely on brute physical strength, willpower and battle smarts to come out on top, and so far the most they've managed to do with that was pound each other senseless with high-speed taijutsu and slick maneuvers to gain the advantage, despite the fact that Neji still had a bit more chakra over Naruto. But as the logic stood, they were dead even. After being knocked away by an attack from Neji, Naruto hit the ground face first, giving the Hyuga the opportunity to freely dash at him. But the quick-witted Uzumaki pushed himself off the ground and into the air before landing on his feet with his back turned to Neji, who came at Naruto with an open palm to the back. Reacting just in time, the black-clad Nin strafed to the side, allowing Neji's palm to completely pass his body. With the arm still extended, Naruto quickly latched his own arm around it and launched his head back, crashing it into Neji's face. Stumbling back for only a second, the Hyuga shook off the pain and came at Naruto with a kick to the kidneys, which the blonde barely managed to block with his forearm. After a brief stare-down of adversity, Naruto whirled around to completely face his fellow battle freak, simultaneously throwing a massive punch aimed for Neji's face. The attack was thwarted with a punch from the pale-skinned boy, clashing with his rival's fist. A struggle of bone-rattling clashes ensued, fists, shins, knees, elbows and even heads bashed into each other in a monument squall for supremacy. After a facial double hit from both genin, they slid back a bit before shoot after each other again, locking their hand together in a contest of strength. With both Nin growling and grunting at each other while glaring the fires of hell into the soul of one another, Naruto and Neji pushed forward with everything they could possibly muster despite how futile it was to push each other back, further enforcing that same one golden logic. They were dead even. As the battle for dominance continued, their growls and grunts steadily morphed into roars of anguish and burning effort, the force of the ordeal locking the arena in a chamber of scorching heat, figuratively speaking, of course. The ground beneath was soon to weaken underneath the erratic prowess and strength that these two genin put out. It was obvious to everyone that these two had reached their limit, but that only intensified the action and further excited the crowd. In a matter of seconds, the ground beneath them cracked and faltered. Shortly afterwards, both fighters simultaneously switched maneuvers by releasing their grips and power-kicking each other's faces, sending them spinning away from one another. But, the second their feet touched ground they right back at each other and engaged in the most vicious and quick-paced taijutsu yet, lashing out and uses their faces to block. Yowza. Ino and Sakura, come on. Tear his face off, Naruto. Kiba, YH. Don't stop. Destroy him. Ten, my god. This is fantastic. Nobody fight like this anymore. Come on Neji. Show him who's large and in charge. Left. Right. Duck AAWW, you're terrible. Who taught you how to fight, anyway? Ooh. That's right, keep him up. Kick and jab, kick and jab, kick and jab. Tear him to shreds. Hinata, cough cough. Chapter 18. Silence. Silence is what had engulfed the crowds of the Chunin Stadium. The encroaching tension that suffocated the air was almost enough to make someone faint, but that would be retarded. Down at the battle arena were the severely battle-torn Naruto and Neji, staring each other down as they both rushed themselves to catch their elusive breaths after beating each other to the point of exasperation. Despite the cease in heart-stopping action, the tension of this final decisive moment was over the top. Neji, who was barely able to see straight, let alone stand, spoke first. Naruto. Uzumaki, huh? You've proven me wrong. Naruto. You're much stronger than I ever gave you credit for. I never imagined that you'd be this determined to stand against fate, the exhaust Hyuga admitted. The equally tired Naruto smiled intensely, desoyed himself. Fate? No. What you see is what you get, just someone who will never go back on his word. Remember Niji? I made a promise, to someone important to me. I vowed to win, he said diligently. Niji's irritation suddenly increased despite his own fatigue. I'll never understand. Why is it that so many people think that they can just clash against the flow of destiny and succeed? How can you just stand there and tell me dash? Tell you what, the shaggy-haired blonde interjected, that a failure like me is going to win? TCH. You haven't learned anything today, have you, Niji? I shouldn't be surprised though, it's not like the monumental effort I put into things are recognized the way I wish them to be. I don't know, Niji, perhaps your talks of destiny have a half-truth to them. Not everything in my life can be changed as far as effort goes. The pale-skinned Hyuga frowned. What makes you think that anything in yours or anybody else's life can be changed through effort? Fate is what determines what happens, not you. You can't change it, you fool. Going on like this is a self-destructive trial, he persisted. Don't be an idiot, Naruto unexpectedly snapped, gaining a slight flinch from the battered Hyuga. It's so confusing. How can someone so strong be so weak? What did you say? Naruto's body finally relaxed as the seemingly permanent tension wore off. I said that you're not as strong as I would have hoped. Your power and skills are substantial, I'm not denying that. But your constant ass-kissing of fate has quickly helped me discover that you have some serious limitations. Niji bared his teeth. You don't know what you're talking about. It's you who have the serious limitations here, he retorted. Naruto plastered a clever smile. Heh? There. Right there. My point stands, he said proudly. What are you yammering about? Why do you believe so strongly that people can't change, Niji, that everyone is merely a puppet of some higher power, to do with us as it pleases? Naruto questioned. Niji surprisingly shot a downcasted look and fell silent. Naruto didn't rush, he was really curious as to how his opponent developed such an absurd mindset. You could never understand, the hue-eyed boy claimed. Try me, you may just learn something, Naruto challenged. After another brief moment of silence, Niji faced his rival. And if you think I'm gonna type all of that crap, then think again. Just imagine him telling the story of his pathetic past with a lot less arrogance and a bit more sadness. At another sector of the village, all was quiet, even more so than it had been not too long before. There wasn't a single living soul around the area. Dust surfed through the air as wind assisted its flight. It was rather eerie. The silence was soon to be intruded by the rushed appearance of Anko and Ibiki, who immediately began scouting the area in a very frantic manner. After only a handful of seconds, the two jounin ceased their search to converse. Here? That enormous killer intent, I sensed it here, Anko said with a notable hint of fear. I know, I did too. We must have just missed him, Ibiki responded with equal tension. Both trench-coated jounin were peacefully, not relaxingly, walking throughout the village to pass the time but also to scout for anything suspicious. They had found just what they were looking when a massive wave of bloodlust rattled their souls. The sensation was sharp and quick. A lesser shinobi would have either fainted and lost the trail immediately, but Anko and Ibiki were far from that. They were fairly close to the source of that madness and they were determined to clarify their suspicions. Which brings them to where they are now. Anko's body tensed greatly at the thought of even looking at Konoha's worst night terror again, never mind the thought of fighting him. Kuro, she growled. Standing atop a very high building was the said monster of Konoha with his arms crossed over his chest, glaring down at the completely unsuspecting jounin below with an wide smirk embedded on his face. Anko and Ibiki are here. Those pathetic idiots. I could destroy them now, but I think I'll wait. I find the thick trace of fear in their scent to be very intoxicating. He cooed with sinister resolve. Anko, search the buildings. If we find anything then we'll rendezvous back here, Ibiki said. Receiving a responsive grunt from his female comrade, the two specialists began their quick scaling of the area. This action did not go on for very long. Within only 4 building searches, Anko and Ibiki had found more than what they had originally intended on finding. They met up at the rendezvous point, each with their faces barely screwed with disgust in some way. Okay, so what did you find? Ibiki asked in an obvious way. Anko grimaced. What did you find? She reiterated, knowing exactly what the answer would be. The scar-faced man's face cringed. Damn it, so he is here, he fretted. That freak, why can't he just go away and leave Konoha in peace? What does he want? And more importantly, how in the hell are we supposed to alert the village without causing a massive uproar? Anko questioned. We don't, Ibiki responded. People are dying here, Ibiki. Are we supposed to just sit here and let it happen, to let that thing have his way? And what do you purpose we do about it, Anko? If we confront him at this point, then that means that there will just be 2 less Jounin to protect this village, the trench-coated sadist pointed out. Anko stared at the ground, silent. If we don't play it smart, then we could doom all of Konoha before we even get the chance to do anything about it. We have to wait until the Chunin exams are finished. If we act beforehand, then it could very well trigger a massive uproar, as you said, Ibiki said. The hue-eyed Jounin sighed to herself. You're right, Ibiki, but we should warn the other Jounin, she suggested. Ibiki shook his head. It wouldn't be worth the risk. Most of them are, or will be at the Chunin Stadium. If we converse with any of them, it could get out into the public. As it all stands, we have to wait. He started to hesitate as the lives of the innocent rushed into his thoughts. Anko's expression saddened. I know, but so many people have already died. It's so hard to just sit here and do nothing about it. Then there's our other little problem, she said. Her fellow Jounin didn't respond. He was also aware of how hard it was to let this travesty slide, not to mention the little snake problem, but acting otherwise could very well plunge everything to hell. Once the exams were complete, they would warn the other Jounin and the Sandaime of Kuros return if they didn't know already. They could only hope that Orochimaru didn't act too soon, for it was safe to say that Konoha was in some pretty deep shit right about now. Back at the Chunin Stadium, Naruto had received his fill of the sad tale told by Niji, forehead protector removed to reveal his cursed seal, a tale of the Hyuga family past that had gave a rise to much inward conflict within him. The blonde found himself growing sadder and sadder as Niji continued his tale, but also gained a huge sense of warmth and understanding in his heart. The young Hyuga himself developed a heavy-hearted scowl when he finished. Do you understand, now? Nobody is given a choice at birth, it's all hand-picked by fate. In the end, we are all powerless to do anything about it because of the one entity that every living soul is destined to suffer. Death, Niji silently declared, feeling himself grow angry as he remembered Naruto's so-called ignorance of the matter. How can someone like you possibly understand the truth behind that fact? You could never grasp the pain of being cursed to a life of idle existence, to live day after day, cursing an ill-fated fortune. You know nothing. Drinking in every last syllable of Niji's words shot a hole through Naruto's heart. Despite the harshness and anger that emitted from his opponent, he could feel that he had a kindred spirit right in front of him, and he hadn't noticed until now. No. I understand perfectly, Niji. The pain that you've endured and the unfairness of it all. I know what it's like, and now that I've heard this story, I can freely say, get over it, the blue-eyed genin calmly snarked. The long-haired prodigy's face screwed up tremendously at this audacity. He said. Naruto looked at Niji square in the eyes before lifting his hands. Do you see these? Do you see these hands? What is destiny? What is fate? What does it really mean when you have these? Most of my life, I've been a victim of fate, a plaything for its cruelty. At birth, I was chosen as the catalyst of something that I had no control over. As I grew up, I saw the world around me as hell itself. At a young age I was cursed. Cursed to endure a suffering that I thought I would be locked in forever. In a sense, you and I are the same, despite what you believe, he said. What are you saying? Naruto smiled warmly despite himself, that we're not kids anymore. Whatever so-called fate we were dealt at birth, has nothing to do with where we are now, Niji. That's why we have these. What's the point of living for tomorrow if you don't take the chance of changing your own destiny with your own hands, he said. Niji's head was beginning to burn. I just don't understand you, Naruto. How can you act like everything can go your way just by trying hard enough? How can you genuinely believe that life is everything you want it to be if you put forth the ridiculous amount of effort? How can you talk about changing the inevitable like you've been doing it for years, he shouted. Because I already have. Nani. Naruto's warm smile vanished, replacing it with that of great sadness. I was a failure. A dropout. A loser. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't live up to what it took to be a ninja. No matter how hard I cried, it didn't help me find the answers as to why I was cursed to such a fate. So yes, I once believed that destiny was a force that couldn't be changed regardless. But just as I lost all hope of ever becoming the person I am today, I made a friend, the first real friend that I ever had in the pathetic deformity that could loosely be called my life. It was because of him that I was able to see a true purpose in living, and with that purpose I achieved a level of spirit that I thought was gone for good. And because of that spirit and drive, I was able to atone and push through that cursed fate, making more friends as I grew, he stated whilst on the verge of tears. Niji was silent. Looking back, I can't believe how much of an idiot I was for not seeing it sooner, while at the same time, realizing that some things about our lives may never change. Looks up to the crowd at a certain pink-haired kunoichi with an aching heart, but all of us can persevere from the fate we've been given, even you Niji, Naruto humbled. In truth, Niji was speechless, unbe-fucking-lievable. Naruto's words had a ring of truth to them. A truth that reawakened a long-forgotten memory within the Hyuga's mind. His deceased father once told him that his potential was indeed great, but how he used it and how far he pushed it was entirely up to him, in complete contrast to the destiny crap that he fed him later in his life. Replaying those words over and over in his head, the pale-skinned boy was actually on the verge of tears himself, on one hand, because of the memories both good and bad, on the other hand. Naruto's side of anguish that was so very similar to his in its own way. It was almost enough to make him sick, not of disgust, but of shame. You're different from anyone else I've met in a long time, Niji admitted with a very nostalgic smile. Naruto didn't say a word as he tore his attention away from the crowd, namely Sakura, and looked at his opponent. I didn't even think that people like you existed anymore. Naruto Uzumaki, he finished. These words were actually enough to put a smile on Naruto's face. Like I said, what you see is what you get, he said. With his own smile never fading, Niji cast his eye to the ground and wondered why he even looked down at Naruto in the first place. If anything, he's endured more hardships than he's been letting on, given the strength that he demonstrated today. At that moment, a sense of pride coursed through the Hyuga's spirit as Naruto had officially earned his respect. The young prodigy tied his forehead protector back on. Yeah, I guess you're right. All things aside though, we have a match to finish, Niji said before assuming a new fighting stance, 8 trigrams bullshit. You know what I'm talking about. You're right, we do, Naruto agreed as he took a new stance as well. Just picture the fighting stance that Perfect Form Cell has in DBZ Budokai 3. And no, not Super Perfect Cell, that would be weird. And thus, the match continued. After the long pause in action, the crowd seemed to calm down a little bit. It was only until the two fighters re-established their fighting stances that they grew excited and released their cheers of approval. Ino smiled happily at the sight before her. Not long before Naruto and Niji assumed their stances did the blonde female feel some sort of click, if you will. She really couldn't explain it, but she felt as though a flame sparked between her fellow blonde and his opponent. And she was happy that Naruto was able to hold his own until the very end, which she was confident would be very soon. The turquoise-eyed Kunoichi shifted a glance to Sakura and saw, to her surprise, that she was actually blushing. Ino was slightly blown away by that, but the satisfied and mildly dreamy look on her face caused her to smile as well. Maybe there's hope for them yet, Ino cheerfully thought before her smile deepened. Sakura was happy. In contrast to the ridiculous amount of worry she was plagued with, this grand feeling crept into her system as she watched Naruto fight. Yet, it wasn't the fight that moved her to this state, it was the time that she used to think about things. In truth, she didn't know why she was so worried in the first place. Naruto and herself have had a very strained relationship ever since they had become a team. Through her constant rags, drags, lectures and physical assaults, the blonde kitsune was easily able to forgive her. And despite the awful things she said to him days previously, she heard with her own 2 ears that he still loved her to death despite the level of pain she had caused him that day. Sakura was starting to believe that she just let herself worry about it. But given the time to really think about things, she had to admit that she was genuinely happy. Happy that the best thing that ever happened to her is loyal to the end, and loyal to her. That, and he was totally hot. Naruto? I was so stupid, she inwardly admitted, but there's still time. There's still a chance for me to make things right and I will, Naruto. And, okay. I told you guys that the fight would end in an interesting way, but the truth is, I haven't updated in so long that I kinda forgot what it was. Don't kill me. A brutally beaten Niji was standing over an unconscious Naruto after struggling heavily to pick himself up after a massive power struggle, rotation versus slight QB power. Despite the fact that victory was indeed within his grasp, the Hyuga couldn't help but smile gratefully. Barely able to stand, he gave his last condolences. Naruto? Out of all the opponents I've faced, you, by far, are the strongest. To be honest, you had me scared for the longest time, something that no one has ever been able to do. Though I am winner, you've proven to me that we can all change what happens in our lives, and for that I'm grateful. Thank Y-. Before Niji could finish his sentence, the real Naruto burst from the ground right in front of the prodigy with a devastating punch aimed directly to his face. With absolutely no time to react, Niji's chin was nearly crushed by the mighty blow, sending him flying through the air until he crashed to the ground, twitching like a ferret on crack. The Naruto on the ground unconscious was none other than a Kagebushin. With its purpose served, it vanished from existence. Still twitching like crazy, Niji could no longer muster the strength to even sit up. Ugh. Gra. Naya. Well done. HGH. I would have never anticipated that you'd use the shadow clones to such an extent, he struggled to say through his pain-filled grunts of discomfort. Naruto, who suffered severely bloodied fingers because of the massive amount of digging he had to do, looked down at his fallen opponent and found himself smiling. Heh. To be honest, neither did I. If I didn't act before you got up, we still would have been fighting. But to be polite, you're welcome, he said in response to Niji's unfinished thank you. Hearing this, the fallen Hyuga could help but laugh to himself despite the body-burning pain that came along with it. Grow. Damn it, don't make me laugh, it hurts like hell, he actually managed to joke. Naruto chuckled a little bit before walking beside his fallen opponent. With smiling Gunma watching with pride, he turned to the crowd. The winner of this match is Naruto Uzumaki, he announced, gaining a massive roar from a crowd that had never expected to see half the shit that they saw just now. With that announcement, Naruto felt more at ease with himself but felt his strength rapidly decreasing as he did so. Damn. Well, Gunma. I hope you don't think I'm rude, but I think I'm just gonna take a little nap. Thud. The worn and torn blonde collapsed on his side, completely unconscious from fatigue. Smiling, Gunma signaled for 2 stretchers. The meds came into the fray and hauled Naruto and Niji to the clinic. Heh. What a guy. Huh? Where are you going, Sakura? Ino said as she noticed her pink-haired friend walking up the stairs. She looked back down at her friend with that same blush and a warm smile. To see Naruto, Sakura cooed. Meanwhile, atop the very same platform where spying was taking place, Nakoshi and Kitsune smiled with sinister intent. Kitsune. It's time to start our game, Nakoshi said. Yes. Wait until Sensei gets wind of this. Soon his plans will be realized, she silently declared before both figures vanished in a cloud-black smoke. Chapter 19. Chunin Stadium Clinic. Yes, hello. I'm here to see Naruto Uzumaki, the young Sakura said to a nurse of the clinic. The nurse smiled at the pink-haired Kunoichi and told her that she was just in time for visiting hours and that she could see him right now, although the chances of him sleeping his life away were rather high. Sakura informed the nurse that she was okay with it and all she wanted to do was see her teammate. The female med nodded and led her to the room where the blonde ninja rested. Once the door to his room was open, Sakura smiled at the sight before her. The room was a soothing shade of light, complemented by the flowing silky curtain, giving it a slightly angelic glow. She shifted her vision to the resting form of Naruto, deepening her smile with her cheeks changing to a bright red. The nurse held the door for Sakura and caught the expression on her face, causing her to smile as well. You have 30 minutes, dear, she informed. Sakura gave a simple nod, never taking her eyes off of the blonde boy in front of her. With that, the nurse left and closed the door behind her, leaving the jade-eyed genin alone with Naruto. Hey handsome, she cooed with a slight chuckle as she walked next to the boy before pulling up a chair to sit close to him. She stared down at Naruto's slumbering form and felt her heart beat heavily. Despite the sensation, Sakura kept her content smile before reaching her hand forward. With an intent to touch his skin, the petite female hesitated at first, but quickly shook it off and gently ran her fingers upon his face, mildly entertained by the whiskers he possessed. It was funny, but until now, Sakura had merely thought of them as marks or scars, but now that she was here feeling upon his soft skin, she could clearly tell otherwise. As she played with the whiskers, gaining several ticklish chuckles from the sleeping boy, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself before she began scratching them. Deciding that she was having way too much fun, the pink-haired female ceased her actions and ran her delicate fingers through his shaggy blonde hair, feeling a great sense of tenderness as she saw a pleased smile creep across his face. He looked so peaceful, she thought to herself as she continued her fondling, it's almost hard to believe that he can be such a savage when fighting. Gaining several encouraging moans from the blonde, Sakura let out a series of entertained giggles. That is of course until Naruto began to talk in his sleep. I'm sorry Sakura-chan. I didn't mean to make you so upset, he mumbled in his sleep. The girl in question ceased her actions and stared at the blonde incredulously. I just wanted to be there for you? I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Naruto continued to mumble before snoring lightly. Before she knew it, fresh tears freely fell off of her face as she stared at her teammate. Her face had the expression resembling that of a sad and happy smile. Now that's a face. Jai, you idiot. Don't apologize to a bitch like me. You didn't do anything to me and I shoved you into the ground. I'm the one who's sorry, for everything. I never cared. I never cared about your feelings, your dreams or anything. Sob. I'm so sorry Naruto, she let out before falling upon the boy's chest and crying her heart out. I'm so sorry. You've always been there. I forgive you. I forgive you. Please, stay with me. Of course, her cries fell on deaf ears because the boy was out like a light. Sakura-chan, he sleepily mumbled again. Sob, Naruto, Sakura cried. Chunin Stadium. After a brief intermission, which wasn't wasted by the crowds as they excitedly chattered about how unexpectedly cool Naruto was today, Gunma made the announcements for the next match, which was supposed to be Sasuke's, but was postponed because the dumbass wasn't there. Minutes have passed and the Uchiha was nowhere to be found. Needless to say, the crowd was starting to get a little restless. Many of them had wished nothing more than to see a battle with Sasuke. Eventually, people started shouting as their impatience grew. Gunma looked at the ground. Well, damn. You'd think that after the action they had just been fortunate enough to witness, they'd be a little more grateful, yet here they are, he thought dryly to himself. Where on earth is Sasuke-kun? He'd better get his ass over here or he'll be disqualified. Ino fretted before she remembered that she was alone and felt stupid for talking to herself. The blonde sighed heavily, thinking about what Sakura and Naruto might have been doing or talking about if the boy was awake. She even entertained the thought of them being able to share a kiss after a long talk. As several other thoughts roamed around in her dirty little mind, Ino started grow excited as she fidgeted. Damn it. I know I shouldn't go. For all I know, Sasuke-kun could show up the moment I enter the clinic but… Damn it. Why is my curious always out to get me? Ino thought to herself before sinking within her seat. Come on. Where's the Uchiha? How long are you gonna make us wait? I came here to see a fight. Bring out the Uchiha. Back at the Chunin clinic. After letting most of her aguish out, Sakura fell into deep satisfaction by simply watching Naruto sleep. A genuine smile was on her facial features, wondering where she would be without the boy in front of her. Who knows, Naruto? Maybe your efforts weren't in vain after all. Just maybe, she thought to herself with a warm blush. Gandering up at the clock, Sakura was surprised by how much time she had already spent in that room. Damn. 20 minutes already. I'd better go or I might miss Sasuke-kun's match, she said, sighing to herself. Before she actually rose to her feet, Sakura's eyes unconsciously peered at Naruto's soft lips, triggering blissful memories of the 2 kisses they had shared. The pink-haired genin raised a hand to her own lips as she remembered the second. How beautiful it was. How sensational it felt. At that moment, she finally made a hardened decision. A decision to do the right thing when Naruto woke up. With a new resolve, Sakura rose from her seat and headed for the door. Once she reached it, she took one last look at Naruto with her smile never fading. Just maybe, she thought before walking out of the room. Inner Sakura, no. What the hell do you think you're doing? Hurry and get back there right now and fuck him, you little bitch. Think of the perfect babies you could spawn with a man like that. Of course, it was around that time when the black-clad genin shot up into a sitting position and yawned heavily, rubbing his eyes with sleepy disposition. Geez. How long was I out, sniff, and why does it smell like strawberries in her dash? Sakura, he recollected as his fantastic sense of smell picked up the familiar scent, was she here? Not wanting to stay in bed any longer, Naruto jumped out of the covers, facing the window as he let out a huge stretch. With his muscles, joints and tendons relaxed again, the shaggy-haired blonde decided that it was time to get back to the stadium balcony with his fellow combatants. However, what the dash, he stammered as he suddenly felt something completely different from anything else he'd ever did in his life. What the hell? What is this feeling? Kit, you have also detected this presence? Why yes. What is it? I don't know. Whatever it is, I doubt it's friendly. Naruto's face cringed greatly at the sudden forebode. In truth it terrified him while at the same time, it filled him with a desire to check things out. However, 2 little things called reason and logic have been somewhat of a new habit that Naruto had acquired over last few days. Considering what he had just felt, facing whatever owned this horrific life force would be a suicide mission and he knew it. As not to do anything too incredibly stupid, the blue-eyed kitsune decided against it and simply headed out the door, where he nearly collided with the nurse but stopped just in time. Naruto? You should still be in bed, hun, she gently informed. Naruto shook his head dismissively. Thank you very much, ma'am, but I'm fine, much better than I was in fact. I think all I needed was a small nap, he said with sincerity. At first the nurse was a bit doubtful and a part of her wanted to insist that he go back to bed and rest, but seeing the lively glow in his eyes clearly contradicted all of that. Okay, sweetie. Go on then, she cooed. Flashing his classic foxy grin, Naruto happily obliged as he walked out of the clinic, waving goodbye. The nurse couldn't help but smile. Come on. That's the demon boy we were all so afraid of, she thought before her face fell a little bit, though I probably should have let him know that his pink-haired friend visited him. Oh well. Meanwhile, around the same time that Sakura even entered the damn clinic, and I guess it's as good a time as any to describe Sakura and Ino's mother, Yuhari Yamanaka and Futaba Haruno were happily blowing some of their cash at a convenience store. Seeing as how most of everyone in Konoha was at the Chunin Stadium, the two mothers were free to shop without fending the other leeches away with sticks if they saw a decent item that was on sale. After the previous events, Yuhari and Futaba decided that it was due for a little girl time, and what better way to spend girl time than to shop like crazy, honestly. Yuhari was garbed in a black long-sleeve short jacket with a shirt that bared her midriff underneath. The blue jeans she wore were tight at the fit and cut off at the knees. Of course, she wore the usual blue sandals. I don't understand why everyone wear those sandals. Basically, she looked about 23 years from then. Futaba wore a small red tank top with black shorts and the usual sandals as well. Her glossy pink hair was long and folded back into a braided ponytail with a few loose strands looming over her face. They had both spent nearly the entire day together talking about, well, whatever it is mothers talk about, I wouldn't have a clue. After their rate at the convenience store, Yuhari and Futaba decided to grab a bite. With the amount of shopping they do, no, it's ridiculous. Coming across their favored fooding stop, the dango shop, the two mothers sat down after ordering their food. The waiter, yes, a waiter in a dango shop, approached them and was ready to take their orders. Good afternoon, ladies. What can I get you today? He asked. Just the usual please, Yuhari said. Not even needing to write down the simple order, the waiter walked off in the direction of the kitchen. Unbeknownst to the two mothers, however, a large hand viciously snatched the poor waiter's face before jerking him up into the ceiling's rafters. Futaba whirled around to see what the source of the noise behind her was. Did you hear that? She said. Hear what? Yuhari asked with a questioning stare. Nothing, I guess. Moving right along though. I guess I owe you an apology for being such a bitch to you about what you thought of Naruto. It turns out that you were right about him. Despite all of the history behind him, he really is a sweet boy, the pink-haired woman admitted with an embarrassed smile. See? I told you. But I have to know, what brought on the change of heart, Futaba? The blonde mother asked with piqued interest. Well, let's just say that I learned the hard way about it because of how much my little Sakura cares for him, she said. From the way that she lamented over the boy, it was a miracle that she is even speaking to me after I tried to separate them. Yes, my Ino told me all about that. I'm just happy that you don't see him as a demon anymore. But, while we're on the subject, how does little Sakura feel about Naruto? Yuhari asked as she folded her arms down upon the table with a smile on her face. Futaba returned the smile and was about to oblige, when all of a sudden, a torn and bloodied foot landed upon the center of their table. The two women were frozen completely as they gathered at the twitching limb before shooting their glances up at the ceiling rafter above them. A dark luminous figure with glowing red eyes was savagely biting and tearing the meat off of a severed leg before looking down at the terrified mothers. Oh huh! It's been a while, hasn't it, bitches? Have you come here to die? He gurgled with his inhumanly gruff-toned voice. Kuro, Yuhari and Futaba shouted at the top of their lungs before lunging out of there when the said beast came falling down, crushing the Strudi table with his mass. HRHRHRHRHRRRR. I bet you thought you'd never see me again. Well, no matter, it's time to devour you as well, Kuro viciously growled as he stared at his next intended victims with ravenous intent. Back at the Chunin Stadium. Sakura had made her way back to her seat next to Ino, who was blushing madly with anticipation. So, she said. What? Sakura responded. Ino scoffed, don't play stupid with me. How was your little quality time with Naruto? She questioned. Sakura blushed and averted her eyes a bit. What do you mean? I just spent some time with Dash. You so fondled his balls. I fondled his Dash. Why the hell do you always think like that? Because I'm just that sort of bitch. Now tell me how good it was, Ino demanded with her eyes glistening with intent. This wouldn't be the first time Sakura has seen Ino like this, and usually it was because she had time to think about things. This time she was gonna milk it. So, you wanna know how good it was, she cooed. Gulp, yeah, Ino frantically responded. How delicious it looked. Yes, I do. How good it felt. Yes. Tell me. I need to know. The way he felt under my touch was so sensational, she said as she began to smile deviously. I could touch him over and over again. Ino's legs began to rub together as she clawed her fingers into the armrests of her seat. Keep going, she demanded. Sakura put a finger to the side of her chin. No, I don't think I will, she said mischievously. Ino's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Tell me. I'm so close to Dash. So close to what, Ino? Sakura teased. You. I have to go to the bathroom. Excuse me, the heated blonde said before running as fast as she could to the little kunoichi's room. To do what? That pretty much explains itself. Chapter 20. Back at the Chunin Stadium. Sakura had made her way back to her seat next to Ino, who was blushing madly with anticipation. "So?" she said. "What?" Sakura responded. Ino scoffed, "Don't play stupid with me." "How was your little quality time with Naruto?" she questioned. Sakura blushed and averted her eyes a bit. "What do you mean?" "We. I just spent some time with Dash." "You so fondled his balls?" "I fondled his Dash." "Why the hell do you always think like that?" "Because I'm just that sort of bitch. Now tell me how good it was," Ino demanded with her eyes glistening with intent. This wouldn't be the first time Sakura has seen Ino like this, and usually it was because she had time to think about things. This time she was gonna milk it. "So, you wanna know how good it was?" she cooed. "Gulp, yeah," Ino frantically responded. "How delicious it looked." "Yes, I do." "How good it felt." "Yes. Tell me. I need to know." "The way he felt under my touch was so sensational," she said as she began to smile deviously. "I could touch him over and over again." Ino's legs began to rub together as she clawed her fingers into the armrests of her seat. "Keep going," she demanded. Sakura put a finger to the side of her chin. No, I don't think I will," she said mischievously. Ino's eyes nearly popped out of her head. "Tell me. I'm so close to Dash." "So close to what, Ino?" Sakura teased. "You. I have to go to the bathroom." "Excuse me," the heated blonde said before running as fast as she could to the little kunoichi's room. "To do what?" "That pretty much explains itself." Upon the stadium balcony, the other would-be Chunin waited patiently for the next match to get underway, in other words, waiting for Sasuke's crack-happy ass. Their attention was averted from this, however, by a familiar presence. Most of them turned around to see Naruto walking towards them with a very troubled look on his face. Of course, that was ignored, and the only amount of recognition thrown out was that of great impression. Even Temari had to admit, the boy can really kick some ass. And in any other aspect he actually kinda cute, the blonde Sand sibling thought to herself with a faint blush and a smirk. Once Naruto approached the rail, he leaned upon it and stared down at the arena with the same troubled look on his face. Shikamaru had caught the look but couldn't help but smile nervously. "Heh? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I am thankful to the cloud gods that I didn't have to fight this guy," the ponytailed genin thought before finally asking him what the deal was. "What's with you, Naruto? You look distracted." At first, there was no response. Hi. Is anybody home?" Despite the rarity, Shikamaru snarked. "Huh?" Naruto finally responded, turning his attention to his longtime friend. "What's with the troubled sage complex? Don't tell me you're that worried Sasuke not showing up," he suggested. The blonde kitsune seemed to be put off by that comment. "Well no, I dash. Back up? Sasuke still isn't here?" he asked. Shikamaru sighed. "Not that I really care, but no, he isn't," he said. "That dumbass. He'd better up or he'll be disqualified," Naruto said with a comical scowl, completely changing his demeanor. Suddenly, the blonde boy felt a draft and shivered a bit. He checked his person and realized he was missing something. Then he looked back down at the stadium and saw what he was lacking at that moment. "Oh. I forgot about my jacket," Naruto said before absent-mindedly jumping off of the balcony and landing upon the ground, whistling a happy tune as he walked over to the said jacket, flipped it over his shoulder and walked back to the balcony. No, seriously, he walked up the damn wall while whistling until he made back to the balcony before putting on his red jacket. "Ah? Much better," Naruto eased himself. Back down at the arena, the Hokage's bodyguard informed Gunma of what was to be done about Sasuke's delay. I understand," the examiner said with a nod before the bodyguard, can't remember his name, vanished from sight. Gunma turned to face the ranting crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen. Due to Sasuke Uchiha's delay, his match will be postponed. Therefore, we shall move straight on to the next first match," he informed. "Kankuro, oh fuck. Kankuro and Shino Aburame, you're up next," Gunma called out to the balcony. Shino was more than ready to begin his match and move on, putting a hand upon the rail. Kankuro, on the other hand, was sweating bullets. "Kyuso. This is just my rotten luck. We aren't ready to execute the operation yet. I can't display Karasu's, Crow's, true powers here. It looks like I have no choice," the puppet user thought himself before shifting a worried glance to Temari, who nodded with approval. Kankuro relaxed a bit before turning down to Gunma. "Examiner. I forfeit," he announced, gaining strange looks from everyone, except his other siblings. "Gunma, are you freaking serious? Did you hear me? I'm giving up. Move on to the next match," Kankuro said. Shino looked at the guy with his perpetual scowl. "Inner Shino, Pasai. I'll fight you yet." Gunma, "Good grief. Kankuro withdraws? The winner by default is Shino Aburame." Yeah, it was easy to tell that the crowd didn't appreciate that in the slightest, as they all gave their own disapproving roars. Shikamaru grimaced. Shit. Doesn't mean that my match is next since Sasuke isn't here, he thought. Temari was a bit disgusted at how the crowd was overreacting about the lack of action. After a loud scoff, the blonde female relinquished her ginormic fan, pullin' some o' that crazy shit, before flipping it open, dispersing a huge gust of wind that caught almost everyone by surprise. Next thing they knew, Temari was gliding down to the battle arena on the damn fan. Once she landed swiftly upon the ground, Gunma shot her a look before smiling. And you are? He said. My match is up next, right? Temari reitered. Part of me just wants to shut this crowd the hell up. Alright then. Shikamaru Nara. Get down here. It's time to start your match, Gunma called out, much to Shikamaru's great dismay. Jesus. Why are all of you getting so damn excited for? I don't want to do this. Maybe I should do the smart thing, and give up like Kankuro did, the nervous genius thought frantically to himself. While the raven-haired lazy Nin was off in his own world, Naruto, who was still standing next to him, sized him up in confusion before plastering a tired scowl. Well? What the hell do you think you're waiting for? Get down there and show her who's got the balls in this relationship, Naruto said before simply pushing his friend clear off the edge without so much as a warning. Shikamaru, Thud. Around the exact same time. A slightly dirted and bloodied Futaba had her back against the wall of a building, breathing shallowly while scanning her surroundings. With her body decently hidden within the shadows, the pink-haired woman glanced to her side and saw her longtime friend, Yuhari, laying low in the same position on the other side of the road. With an affirming nod, Yuhari informed her friend that it was time for a long haul. With that, both mothers torn themselves from their hiding places and ran as fast as they fucking could in the direction of the central building to retrieve any kind of help. The two were focused and intent on escaping that area with their very lives and were especially surprised that they were even able to make it this far. But all things considered, Yuhari and Futaba may have been scared out of their very minds right then, but they both agreed that life was too short to give themselves to the monster hunting them. As they ran and ran, the two worn females saw the central building slowly coming into view. Look! We're almost there, Futaba exclaimed. Yeah, almost. But we're not out of the woods yet, Yuhari warned. At those words, they both increased their speed so they could waste less time. Unfortunately, crash! The monster stalking them burst through the ground just before them, gaining terrified and startled screams from them both. In one fluid motion of remorseless offense, the blood-guzzling cretin elbowed Yuhari straight across the face, sending her flying out of the picture, following suit with a mind-blowing uppercut to Futaba's abdomen, lifting her off her feet. The blonde Yamanaka slammed, back first, into a nearby wall before Kuro took his pink-haired victim's face into his hands before throwing her hard onto the ground, sending her tumbling across the dirt before coming to a sliding halt, where she lay on her back, dizzied. Before Futaba could recompose her senses completely, she felt large foot crash down just below her breast, where she let out a choked cry of anguish. She looked up and saw Kuro reaching for his remarkably handcrafted katana before, in the blink of an eye, he unsheathed it to the frightened mother's neck, point first. HAA. Mwahahahahahahaha GWRAAARGH. Kuro roared as a sandaled foot came crashing directly up into the side of his lower jaw, sending him soaring away from Futaba with a depraved scowl on his face. The jade-eyed woman peered up and saw a battle-poised Yuhari standing by her side. Kuro landed swiftly upon the ground, not too far from his food, and gave them an almost humorously crooked smile. Hoo dash, forcefully snaps his jaw in place, hee, the monster chuckled with amusement. The blonde woman balled her fist as she growled aggressively at this opposition, despite her obvious terror. Futaba staggered to her feet a little but managed just fine. Thanks a ton, Yuhari. That was too close, she said before assuming her own fighting stance. When your husband is one of the greatest jounin of Konoha, you tend to pick up on a few things, the blonde said. So what's the deal? How can this creature still be alive? I don't know. I truly don't. I don't even know why he's here in the first place, or what anonymous grudge he has against the leaf. But I guess we really aren't in any position to be thinking about all of that right now, Yuhari said while glaring daggers at Kuro. Hell, I can't say that either of us have squabbled in the past. I really must say that I am impressed, the large murderer mocked. I really didn't think you'd put up this much of a fight, never mind you surviving this long. But you see, I think I've let you live long enough. My mother always told me about playing with my food. HMHMHMHMHMHMMMM. Both females gained mildly disgusted looks upon their faces. Go ahead and take your best shot, freak. Futaba. I wouldn't be so eager to tempt him right now. Something's telling me that he really was playing with us, testing our will to live, Yuhari observantly proclaimed. The tank-topped woman merely frowned in response as she and her turquoise-eyed friend faced off against this walking night terror. Such fire and charisma. I will very much enjoy draining you of that spirit and life force, my eager young children, Kuro hissed with dark desire before something on his left side caught his eye. Aha, so I missed 1 inch. Yuhari and Futaba both shot confused glances to their opposer before they slowly shifted their stares to what he may have been staring at. To their absolute horror? It was a frightened little boy who had just been orphanized only minutes ago. Oh God, Futaba cried. Get out of here. Run away, Yuhari screamed frantically. Too late. Kuro viciously charged at the tearing boy, cackling with sinister intent as he bared his abnormally huge fangs. Do you miss your parents, boy? Do you wish to see them again? He roared while still cackling. Kuro! Stop this, Yuhari and Futaba lamented before running desperately to reach doomed child. At the Chunin Stadium. Sakura was starting to grow a little worried about Sasuke. I don't get it. What if something bad happened to him, she fretted. Before she had a chance to really dwell on that subject, a shadow darkened her presence. Sakura looked up to see her blonde friend Ino blushing like crazy with a shamed scowl on her face. Oh, Ino? Did you have fun? She taunted before chuckling playfully. With her hands on her hips and the blush everlasting, Ino glared at the pink-haired temptress. Right, I bet you think you're real special, huh? She questioned with irritation. No, not really. You think you're such hot stuff now, don't you? Nope, can't that say I'd. You think you've won? Huh? Do ya? Well, you didn't, Ino screamed before taking back her seat in a huff. Far too entertained to end it there, Sakura continued her assault. So Ino. What was it like thinking about Naruto and I, huh? She asked. Ino blushed again before turning her head away. Come on. It was totally hot, wasn't? Sakura irked on. Ino suddenly saw a golden opportunity. Yeah, a little, but not as hot as it was getting in his pants, she retorted. Sakura. Ino turned her head back to Sakura and smiled devilishly. When Naruto told Enko not to touch his goodies, he just depraved her of the best sensation she could have possibly had, she pressed on. A large, detailed vein finds its way to the surface of her forehead. And the way it actually tasted, like chicken with every bit of manliness that he is. Sakura's teeth clenched so hard that you could almost hear them crack. My God, and it was big. So big that I think it would have torn me if I didn't ease down on his manliness slow enough to dash. Sakura, Enough, you little bitch. Touch him again and your balls are mine. Silence. Ino crossed her legs and her arms as she smirked haughtily at the pink-haired kunoichi beside with both of her hands sealed tightly around her mouth. Zooms out of spot to reveal to staring faces of every living soul in that audience roster. Sakura's face turned a dark shade of pure red as her pupils shrunk as much as her humiliation inflated. She slowly cranked her bulging eyes to Ino and saw her smiling with the "you so fell for it" look. Chapter 21. Sakura, Enough, you little bitch. Touch him again and your balls are mine. Silence. Ino crossed her legs and her arms as she smirked haughtily at the pink-haired kunoichi beside with both of her hands sealed tightly around her mouth. Zooms out of spot to reveal to staring faces of every living soul in that audience roster. Sakura's face turned a dark shade of pure red as her pupils shrunk as much as her humiliation inflated. She slowly cranked her bulging eyes to Ino and saw her smiling with the "you so fell for it" look. Through her humiliation, the pink-haired female sunk in her seat, hoping for all of the eyes on her to go away. After an agonizing minute and a half, the eyes eventually tethered back to the action. Excuse me, the lack of action down below. Sakura stared back at the still smiling Ino with a scowl on her face. You'll pay for this, Ino? Mark my words, you will pay, she threatened with her scowl slowly molding into a sneer. Ino simple scoffed, serves you right for not seeing what was right in front of you in the first place. If anything, you should thank me for waking you up, she proclaimed. Sakura sighed in defeat, got me there. Not that I have to thank you, but, she trailed off with a faint blush. While we're on the subject, you seem to be a little more subdued every time Naruto brought into a conversation. You used to tell me how much you couldn't stand the guy, even told me that you hated him at one point. So, how do you feel about him now? Ino asked. Hearing this question, Sakura's face was once again reddened by a blush that she couldn't control as she averted her eyes downward with a smile on her face. Seeing this, the blonde female sighed and shrugged. I guess that explains all I need to know then, she said dismissively. Different question thought. Were you at least able to get things cleared up with him when you went to see him? Sakura's eye gleamed for a second before deciding to completely ignore what Ino stopped herself from saying. Horny little bitch. Well, actually I couldn't, he was still fast asleep when I came and left. I wanted to stay there longer, but I thought that I would miss Sasuke Kuin's match if I did. Speaking of which, where is he? If I'd have known he was gonna be late again I would have stayed with Naruto until he woke up, she said. Ino eyed her friend for a moment before flashing her a genuine smile. Sakura caught the smile and gave the turquoise-eyed female a questioning look. Huh? What's with you? She asked. With her smile never vanishing, Ino chuckled under her breath. Oh nothing, don't worry about it, she said happily, gaining an uncaring shrug from the jade-eyed Kunoichi beside her. I guess, her eyes finally did open. Just then, a familiar voice called out to Ino from behind her. Yo. Mind if I sit? The voice asked. Ino looked behind her and saw her good teammate Chuji carrying a huge sack of many different kinds of potato chips. Oh Chuji. Of course you can sit, Ino enthused, allowing the hefty Nin to take the seat next to her. Oh good, I didn't miss Shikamaru's fight, he said. Ino raised an eyebrow before looking down at the battle arena. She smiled widely at the sight of her teammate. Hey, it is him. Alright, but hang on a sec. Why is he just lying there? Back at the battle arena? Shikamaru was lying on his back with his arms and legs sprawled all over the place, a highly comical scowl on his face. God damn it. Why? Why do I have to be here? Damn Chunin exams. Damn Naruto, backbone crackles and shifts, Greyawu. Damn hernia, Shikamaru inwardly complained. Before long, the crowd was starting to roar with disapproval once again as they started to throw all sorts of trash at him, not that the lazy bastard cared. Up yours, all of you, he thought carelessly as he allowed the trash to land on him, looking up at the beautiful clouds. Clouds are gorgeous. Man. What I wouldn't give to just float away and become one with the clouds. Yeah. I'd be the one carrying on with an aimless passion, free from the typical bullshit of my troublesome life. Then I could mock the poor souls who actually like this crap while I would live a carefree live. Oh, how I would laugh at them all. A content smile graced the strategist's lips as his clouded, for lack of a better word, mind roamed on. That is until Gunma spoke up. Alright then. Temari versus Shikamaru Nara? Begin whenever you're ready, the examiner said. Temari was already prepared to go, but that certainly didn't make Shikamaru any less useless than he was being right now. Hey! When are you gonna get off your ass and fight me, damn it? Temari snapped out of irritation. Shikamaru's face fell back into the comical scowl he had earlier. When are you gonna shut the hell up and leave me in peace, you little dash? If you won't attack then I will, Temari bellowed before charging at her opponent with vicious resolve. Back at the empty streets of Konoha, the ominous, vampirizing Kuro was making a slow and sleepy trek throughout the streets, searching for the meal that he has yet to devour. To him, it was mildly irritating. He had been searching for minutes on end after he had mercilessly cannibalized the young boy he had confronted earlier. The monster searched from wall to wall, corner to corner, peak to peak and still couldn't find them. He knew he was hot on their trail, however, the fresh and lingering scent of adrenaline and terror assaulted his senses, driving him further and further to find his prey. Though, a part of Kuro was slightly regretting going after the boy as he could have just found him any other time he wanted, but it couldn't be helped now. Haruno. Yamanaka. Why do you resist your inevitable resting? Is it not wise to give yourselves to me as a means to avoid the horrible death you will receive in the event of me finding where you are? I promise, I will make it slow and painless if you make this easier for me, ha, Kuro called out. When he heard nothing in response, the monster smiled before he stopped in his tracks right next to 3 wooden crates. It's useless to rebel, children. This sector of Konoha has been picked clean of all life except you. No one will hear you scream. No one will help you, it's hopeless, he declared before continuing his search. As Kuro treaded away from his previous area, the top covers of 2 of the wooden crates slowly opened, revealing the nerve-wracked eyes of Yuhari and Futaba. They both watched as the stalking demon slowly faded into the distance until he turned a corner at the far side of where they were. With the opportunity given to them, the 2 frightened and saddened mothers hopped out of their crates and attempted another long haul to the central building, which they haven't been able to get any closer to since the last time. Unbeknownst to the 2 women, however, Kuro was crouching at the edge of a tall building not too far from his prey, stalking them carefully with a knowing smirk. I can't believe those idiots actually thought I missed them. Sighs, not much has changed since Uncle Kuro's been away. The people of this village are still ignorant, petty and pathetic, the black-hearted Fane said before opening his mouth, grasping one of his huge canine fangs and snapping it straight out of the root of his gums without doing so much as batting an eye. This should put this ridiculous game of cat and mouse to a screeching halt. With that, Kuro held his fang between the side of his index finger and the tip of his thumb, before flicking it like a bullet down to his targeted meals. Can we make it? Futaba questioned as her and her best friend ran even harder than before to get out of that sector of the village. We can. We're gonna dash. Fluix. Before Yuhari could even finish her words, the greatest pain that had even engulfed her ignited into flames of searing agony. As time suddenly felt as though it had slowed down for this moment, Yuhari peered down and saw many chunks of bone and flesh flying clean away from the dead center of her right ankle. With a horrible, blood-chilling scream, Yuhari tripped on her gravely injured ankle and stumbled upon the ground with her screaming continuing. Why Yuhari? Futaba lamented as she crashed and slided to her knees opting to aid her fallen friend. Kuro cackled maniacally while pointing a taunting and holding his abs. Now they're both mine. Aerg. God, Yuhari writhed. Don't worry. I'm gonna get you dash. No. Futaba, you have to go. That monster is oncoming, the blonde woman interjected. Futaba's eye became wide and vivid before she whirled her body around only to see Kuro running right towards them from a distance and closing in fast. You're stupid if you think I'm just gonna throw your life away to save mine, the pink-haired mother valiantly retorted before lifting one of Yuhari's arms over her shoulder. Futaba. Stop. If you stick around to help me then we're both screwed. Go now, Yuhari insisted. Never. Futaba lifted her fallen friend and continued the escape attempt, with obvious results. Futaba. You have to leave me behind. Look at us, we're slower than ever, the blonde female tried again. No response. Futaba dash. Damn it Yuhari. I'm not leaving you. Whether you like it or not, we're both gonna make it out of here with our lives or die trying. Yuhari was suddenly speechless as she stared at the valiant pink-haired woman, who was tearing up as she inwardly knew the inevitable outcome. Futaba. Think about what would happen if I allowed you to die and by some miracle I lived. Think about how it would tear little Ino's soul if I told her that her mother was dead because I left her to rot in the hands of that monster. I love her like she was one of my own Yuhari. I'd rather die by your side than survive, living through a bitter hatred of Ino. Besides, she trailed as her tears freely fell, I'd never leave a true friend, you're one of the few treasures I have left. Yuhari could no longer hold back her tearful sobs as she looked down at her useless foot. Oh. Damn it. Damn, she lamented as she was all too aware of what would happen now. Now we end this otherwise entertaining chase, Kuro roared before leaping high into the air with his hand on his katana. Die. Yuhari and Futaba turned to face their executioner with teary eyes. Once they saw the level of bloodlust in his eyes, they dared not beg for mercy. They both fell to their knees and prayed while they could, all the while, missing their beloved children already. They awaited their demise and cried together. Without an ounce of remorse or conscience in the slightest, Kuro unsheathed his sword and chucked it at his victims with perfect aim. What the? Before his very eyes, the demon's sword lodged straight into the ground, thus shattering some of it to pieces. Kuro landed promptly in front of his sword and growled viciously. What? He gurgled before catching a different scent around the area. Kuro quickly whipped his head up behind him only to see his prized meal in the arms of another, standing high atop a building. Huh? Oh he. It's Anko, Kuro scoffed. Anko Mitarashi cradled Futaba and the wounded Yuhari by their sides as she glared kunai at the monster below, who merely smiled in return. Are you two okay? She asked. We will be. Arigato Mitarashi-san, Futaba said. Anko set both women down, being extra careful of Yuhari's injured ankle. Futaba quickly rushed to her fallen friend and assumed the previous position. You two find some place to hide, it's no longer safe for anyone in this sector of the village, the Jounin informed. We already know, Yuhari sorrowfully said. What? The only living souls in this area right now are us three, Futaba informed with equal if not more sorrow. Anko's face was filled with what could only be described as rageful despair. Kusuwu, she cursed before looking back down the destruction incarnate known to all as Kuro. You two should leave here. While you can. Futaba thought for a minute before gently setting Yuhari down. Mitarashi-san. We won't be able to get anywhere too fast at the state we're at now. I may be able to fix all of that, but, Anko pressed on. But I'll time. The hue-eyed Jounin Shada looked to Futaba, how much time, she asked while dreading the answer with every fiber of her soul. Damn it. If I could have 2 minutes, just 2 lousy minutes without a single distraction, then we should be able to get out of here afterwards, Futaba informed. Anko grimaced like mad at hearing those words. To be honest, it was even worse than she wanted it to be. 2 minutes? Give me a break. With this fucker, even 1 minchu is a whole goddamn eternity. Oh, why me? Why me, she fretted. The pink-haired woman looked up at her savior with a serious/apologetic stare. Forgive me, for having to put you in such a bind, Mitarashi-san, Futaba said. Anko's face straightened back up before hardening her stare on Kuro. Don't fret about it. Just, don't take too long, okay, she said. Futaba nodded once before closing her eyes to concentrate. She then performed 4 hand seals and hovered her hands over Yuhari's destroyed ankle, pouring healing chakra into it. Surprised? Taking this as the right time, Anko reluctantly jumped off of the building she stood on, and landed in front of Kuro with a murderous stare. The fiend smiled devilishly. HR. It's been a long time, Anko. Why, I can still remember when you were just a tantrum-throwing little bitch, much like the rest of the jounin in this pathetic dinner plate for a village. So tell me, how has Sandaime Hokage been? It's been so long since I've seen all of you, I thought I might as well ask, Kuro said in a mocking attempt to start a conversation. In response, Anko flipped her trenchcoat off of her person and tossed it aside before relinquishing a kunai from her weapon pouch and assuming a hardened fighting stance. Kuro looked on in slight confusion before laughing mockingly. What? Oh come on. You don't seriously expect to fight me, do you? He asked while crossing his large arms. Anko glared. Fight you? No. First I'm gonna slice you into cubes. Then I'm gonna slice those cubes into smaller cubes. Then I'll toss those cubes into the hound pits and watch them choke on your putrid remains, you freak, she ranted. Hearing this bold statement, Kuro started to chuckle a little. Suddenly he stopped. Wait a second. You have hound pits? Since when? Chapter 22. HR. It's been a long time, Anko. Why, I can still remember when you were just a tantrum-throwing little bitch, much like the rest of the jounin in this pathetic dinner plate for a village. So tell me, how has Sandaime Hokage been? It's been so long since I've seen all of you, I thought I might as well ask, Kuro said in a mocking attempt to start a conversation. In response, Anko flipped her trenchcoat off of her person and tossed it aside before relinquishing a kunai from her weapon pouch and assuming a hardened fighting stance. Kuro looked on in slight confusion before laughing mockingly. What? Oh come on. You don't seriously expect to fight me, do you? He asked while crossing his large arms. Anko glared. Fight you? No. First I'm gonna slice you into cubes. Then I'm gonna slice those cubes into smaller cubes. Then I'll toss those cubes into the hound pits and watch them choke on your putrid remains, you freak, she ranted. Hearing this bold statement, Kuro started to chuckle a little. Suddenly he stopped. Wait a second. You have hound pits? Since when? Back at the Chunin Stadium. Despite not being able to witness their beloved prodigy in action, the huge crowd was actually fixated on the match below. It was true that they anticipated great things from a genin of the sand, but their expectation were indeed surpassed. Shikamaru also got those props. The level of resourcefulness that he demonstrated was far more than just luck. He was smart and cunning enough to avoid painful strikes, held his own and kept his cool. Granted, it wasn't nearly as exciting as the first match, but it was just as captivating. At least it was enough to shut the ungrateful bastards the hell up. Come on. It doesn't look like Shikamaru's even trying, Ino yelled with irritation as well as edginess. Chuji was devouring a bag of potato chips as he watched the action. As hard a concept as it is to grasp, he actually is. But the fangirl has a lot more of an attack advantage than he does. He's smart enough to know that blowing his cover while she easily slice him to ribbons is suicide, he said while merciless digging into them chips. Ino balled her fists. Well, if he's so damn smart, then why doesn't he figure out a way to kick the living shit out of this bitch and get on with it, she bellowed. Oh, he will, and yet, he will not come out of this as the victor. Ironic, isn't it? It's bullshit is what it is. I expect nothing less than victory from a fellow teammate. Go Shikamaru. Kick her ass to next week with a 16-hit combo, Ino enthused with way too much pride. In a completely different section of the crowd, Asuma and Kurenai sat next to one another as they watched the match. Kurenai was heavily fixated on the situation steadily developing. From the looks of it, things aren't looking too good for Shikamaru. Then again, from what you told me, he should be able to see his way through this, am I right? Asuma. The raven-haired jounin looked over and saw Asuma with a very troubled expression, and he didn't seem to be too fixated on what was said. Asuma, what's the matter? Kurenai said with a bit of a worried look. The cigarette-smoking Jounin snapped out of his troubled trance and flashed a smile to his fellow shinobi. "Oh, nothing. Just thinking about something," he said decisively before turning his attention to Shikamaru's match, which he had been able to observe half-wittingly through his troubles. "Don't worry about Shikamaru though, he'll pull for..." Kurenai eased down and turned back to the match at hand, giving Asuma a little time to think before focusing completely on his student's progress. "But I feel very uneasy. I dunno, it just seems like I missed something, or something," he thought. Back at the streets of Konoha, Anko and the monstrous Kuro stood off in the middle of the empty streets, staring each other down with anticipation. The trenchcoatless Anko kept her fighting stance firm and ready, prepared to counter anything thrown at her, while Kuro simply stood there with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. For a time, the two warriors were silent, neither moving, neither flinching. Eventually, Kuro finally uncrossed his arms, but his smile remained as he slowly marched toward the now sweating Jounin. "You know, Anko, I can really see the level of strength that you have acquired during my time away. You've grown rather vicious, I see," he began before halting his steps when he came close, "and it's true that your natural instinct to live on saved you from my wrath all those years ago, but I can promise you, this time you will not survive." The hue-eyed snake Jounin further hardened her fighting stance and her glare at the demon before her. "Yeah? Well, I might surprise you, Kuro," she said with a false smile that the dominant murderer saw right through. "HMHMHMHMHM. I guess we'll see." "Anko. I guess we'll see," Kuro said, looking down at the nervous woman. The height difference between these two was astounding. In her fighting stance, Anko's head barely reached the height of Kuro's upper abdomen. And the fact that she was standing so close to his for the first time in 20 long years, caused her to tremble a little bit. The presence of pure darkness assaulted her in a constant fashion as the standoff continued. Back upon the building next to the pair, Futaba was fluently pouring her chakra into Yuhari's ankle, which was soothed of the searing pain that engulfed it and was slowly regenerating. The blonde woman could feel the pain of her grave wound leaving her, replacing it with grand relief, but she dared not move a muscle as it could disturb Futaba's progress. As time went on, Yuhari peered down to see that Anko and Kuro hadn't begun a type of struggle yet, but she was desperately praying for her. "Please, be careful, Mitarashi-san." Anko and Kuro continued their deadly standoff, and the demon's smile finally dissipated, replacing it with a look on mild contemporary. The purple-haired female tensed even more and further hardened her focus. After a few more minutes, Kuro launched a kick aimed at Anko's chin with lightning-quick speed, but she backflipped just in time to avoid it before lunging forward and attempted a spin kick that was easily blocked by the beast's forearm. Wasting no time, Anko reversed her attack strategy and performed a leg sweep that Kuro jumped over, thus flipping forward and simultaneously plummeting a dropkick aimed at his enemy's cranium. Seeing the trouble she was in, the special Jounin quickly folded both of her arms above her head, catching Kuro's heel. After a brief struggle, both fighters vanished with blinding speed. Yuhari's eyes widened greatly at seeing the level of intensity so far. "Incredible," she marveled. Chunin Stadium balcony. Normally, Naruto would be more than eager to watch Shikamaru's match, especially since he was so excited to see what everyone could do that day. But after that, feeling he had been subjected to when he woke up in the clinic, he had been plagued and riddled with fears and doubts. Never in his natural-born life had he been graced with the intelligence to comprehend this intense level of great fear, nor had he ever felt such an evil presence. But that isn't what scared him the most. The worst part about it was that whatever he sensed only minutes ago was still out there. He could feel it in his bones. Even though it was extremely faint, he just had this foreboding feeling that he couldn't shake. As his mind dwelled on these feelings for a while longer, something different happened. For the first time in his entire life, Naruto's mind instantly flashed a single thought that he never consciously entertained. That they were all gonna die. Everyone in Konoha. The blonde shinobi shook his head furiously to abolish those horrific thoughts, cursing himself for allowing his mind to travel in that direction. And yet, it lingered within his conscience, settling a deep fear into his heart. Naruto began to unconsciously shake before closing his eyes to compose himself. After a long pause, the boy opened his eyes and found himself in front of Kyubi no Kitsune's cage. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// enjoy the matches? But how can I, when, whatever it is I'm sensing is still out there? I can't ignore it. While it is true that this presence is foreboding, but do not be intimidated. You're stronger now, and your drive to protect the ones you cherish has flourished. I know, but why does this life force feel so frightening? Because it's evil, Kit. I'm going to see Sakura-chan. You're going to what? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// with every intent on seeing a certain pink-haired kunoichi. Minutes later, within the crowd, Sakura, Ino and Chuji were watching intently at the match below as it was reaching a climactic point. Whoa! A shadow within a shadow, huh? Sakura said. Ino was growing more tense with each passing moment. Come on, come on, come on. Give it to her, Shikamaru, she cheered on. Chuji, well, he just ate his potato chips knowing what would happen. The three continued to watch with interest when all of a sudden, Sakura felt a small pebble gently hit the back of her head. Slightly startled by the sudden feeling, the slender genin turned around in curiosity as to who threw the thing, only to see a smiling Naruto at the top, leaning upon the rail behind the seats. Before Sakura could give him a questioning stare, Naruto motioned for her to come to him. Sakura peered to her left and her right before staring at the black-clad genin with a blush while pointing to herself. Me, she mouthed with her lips, gaining a single nod from the boy, his charming smile never fading. She smiled a bit before rising from her seat. In truth, she was so eager to get to Naruto that she completely neglected to warn Ino and Chuji that she was gonna squeeze her ass through. Excuse you. People are actually trying to watch something here, Ino yelled. When she didn't get a response or even a reaction, Ino became slyly confused before she noticed Sakura ascending up the stairs with a blush and a somewhat dreamy expression on her face. Ino looked up into the rails and saw Naruto looking right at her friend with a smile on his face. It was enough to make her want cheer Sakura on, urging her that it was the perfect time to claim her man. But that would be kinda awkward, so she shut her raging hole. Meanwhile, Anko came crashing out of a building with minor scratches and cuts upon her body. She plunged into the ground, leaving a long indented skid across it before jumping back to her feet. However, upon picking herself back up, the luminous form of Kuro was already looming over her with a smile. RRR. You, HMHMHM. You shouldn't have interfered, Anko, the monster gurgled. Anko growled and tensed greatly as she looked up at the demented maniac. As she looked into his eyes, a lingering sense of death began to well up inside of her, causing her to sweat a little more. She clenched her teeth before locking an elbow faster than the eye could see, straight into Kuro's stomach, causing him to slightly fold over and groan in pain. After only a few seconds, the large killer straightened his face and smiled again before launching his own fist within Anko's stomach, lifting her off of the ground. At that very moment, all of the Jounin senses were nearly shattered and scattered. Her eyes practically bulged out of her skull at the sheer magnitude of the blow as she hissed up a dangerous amount of blood before crashing to the ground on her knees. Anko reeled in agony while she firmly held her aching abs, her vision slightly blurring. And I see that you haven't gotten any smarter as you grew up? Taking a direct blow from me, huh? How utterly foolish, Kuro said in a mock British accent as he watched her suffer. Quirr. Gee. Yugwaha. Bastard, Anko managed to choke out before a devastating punch connected with the center of her face, sending her flying across the street, twisting, turning and tumbling down the roads at positively ridiculous speeds. After only a few seconds of that horrid experience, the battered Jounin quickly focused every ounce of chakra she could into her hands and a feet to stop herself. Skidding across the dirt road with an almost unbearable heat assaulting her limbs, Anko managed to stop herself completely. Unfortunately, the massive blows she had received had her terribly shaken and almost fully desensitized. Her eyes would occasionally go crossed and her breathing became shallow and labored. Her heart quivered and her lungs spasmed to inhale air properly. As she tried to stand, her knees buckled in and she fell forward, trembling astoundingly through the inconceivable pain and numbness. She attempted to rise to her feet again, but had no such luck. Ack. How? He glaga. Only had, to hits that made, contact, Anko reeled in agony. Why am I so damaged? Once again, the pain Jounin hossed a large portion of blood that stained the ground and both sides of her chin. Next thing she knew. Hello, Anko? Miss me, Kuro said as he stood over her. Anko dared not even look at the fucker hovering above her. Gee. Q. Monster, she struggled. Oh stop, you're gonna make me cry. But seriously, did you think that you'd be any match for me? Fool. You don't even know what real power is and you think you can take me? I'm amused by your pitiable efforts so far, but I have run out of patience, the murderous demon growled. Anko finally managed to rise to her feet, but she was shaky. Very, very shaky. The road of life ends here for you, Anko. You have reached the dead end? Chunin Stadium. Naruto and Sakura stood at the rails, leaning on them comfortably. As they watched the action below, the pink-haired female couldn't help but constantly shift glance after glance to Naruto, wondering why he had summoned her there. Then again, a part of her was just happy to be in his presence right now. She could easily tell that something was on his mind. "Naruto?" she gently called out. He responded. "Is something the matter?" she asked, immediately feeling stupid for even saying that, as she considered that her recent outburst a few days back could have been the cause of his silence. Naruto shot her a glance. "Why?" he asked, seemingly oblivious to her worries. Sakura slowly averted her eyes. "Oh, and nothing. You just seemed a little distracted," she said with care emanating from her voice. Naruto turned his attention back down to the arena. "Just thinking about something is all," he said. After a moment of awkward silence, both genin simultaneously called each other's name. They both stared at each other and blushed. "Heh? You first," Naruto allowed. "Oh, okay. Naruto? After the Chunin exams are finished. I want to talk to you in private. There's something important I have to discuss with you," Sakura said. Curious, Naruto turned to his fellow genin. "Is it important?" he asked. At that moment, something came over her, something weird. Without really thinking, Sakura leaned forward and laid a gentle kiss upon Naruto's cheek. Pulling back immediately, the jade-eyed female made her way back to the stairs, looking at the expression Naruto's face with slight amusement. "Very much so. Naruto." Chapter 23. Finally, after much more than 2 minutes, Futaba had finally managed to heal Yuhari's ankle to the point where she could at least run on it at normal speed. Once the pink-haired med ceased the flow of chakra, Yuhari felt a huge wave of relief as she was now able to freely move her legs and sighed gratefully. "Thank you, Futaba," the blonde woman said to her exhausted friend. "Don't mention it," Futaba said through slight heaves of air. Unfortunately, the two mothers could not celebrate or relax. After hearing a stomach-turning cry of agony, they both whipped their heads down to the one-sided action below, causing them both to gasp. "Mitarashi-san," they yelled. Back down to the action, Anko slammed face-first into the ground, sliding upon it as she did so with the relentless Kuro running after her. In a moment of impulse, Anko managed to catch herself and skid to a halt, but the moment she did so, the Fang beast was right in front of her, starting to pummel her face to no end. That is until launched a swift high kick to her gut, jettisoning into the air, where he then jumped after her. With blinding speed, Kuro appeared above the exasperated Anko with his fist reeled back before slamming her back down to earth, where she crashed with a loud and bone-chilling thud, the recoil flipping her flat on her back. The moment Anko cracked her eyes open, the beast was already plummeting down before his knee crashed on top of her diaphragm. The outclassed Jounin let out a scream before being silenced with a savage blow to the chest, then another, and another. After that display of brutality, Kuro pushed himself off of his enemy, picked her up by her head and stared at her with that smile. The second that a bloody cough escaped her mouth, the sadistic killer reeled his arm back and forcefully drove it into her gut so hard that not only did it drive a bulge out of her back, but her entire body and nervous system went into temporary shutdown until the very second she hit the ground, where she struggled on her elbows and knees, finding it totally impossible to draw air in her lungs. Looking down at the fallen snake Jounin for only a moment, Kuro knelt down with his elbow reeled over before mercilessly slamming it onto the back of her head, driving her body and face into the dirt, again. The dominant monster rose to his feet and stared at the now twitching Anko with great amusement on his face. He then lifted his foot and placed it upon the back of her head, occasionally applying painful pressure to it. "Anko," he cooed with a mock-caring demeanor, "forgive me for being too hard on you, but you see, I have an example that I need to make as clear as possible. Don't be saddened. Uncle Kuro's not angry, he's just upset. Now come here." With that, the black-hearted savage took a firm hold upon Anko's left calf and lifted her off of the ground, where he stared into her dimmed eyes while she was upside down, helpless. You monster. You disgust me. You should have crawled back to the hellhole you spawned from, and never came back to this village, Anko said through her nearly intolerable pain. Kuro simply laughed with amusement. "Ah, that really hurts, Anko. And after all the things we've been through together, I thought you loved me." "Eh? That's all right. Everything that you fail to comprehend, everything that all of you fail to comprehend, will soon be made clear to you," he said with a squint to his eyes. After hearing these words, Anko's body once again tensed despite the pain that shot through her. But soon her eyes softened, becoming devoid of all hope and rebellion. Why? Why did you come back? How could you kill all of those innocent people, Kuro? Why? Anko pleaded. Kuro could easily sense the sudden decrease in aggression and smiled triumphantly. "Ha ha 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 ha. So you've finally accepted your final fate, huh? Well, since you're going to die anyway, I guess I can let you in on a few things." Back down at the Chunin Stadium. Naruto was in shock. He had spent the last 5 minutes with a hand on his cheek and a blush on his face, officially blown away by what he had just been subjected to. To him, the moment that those soft and kissable lips made contact with him for the first time, he felt as though the world around him were but a dream. A dream that he wished he would never wake up from. Sakura Haruno, the girl of his dreams, kissed him intentionally. A part of him wanted to jump through the roof of the stadium, soar into the heavens and personally shake God's hand for the blessing he had bestowed upon him. However, given the memory of how vivid and real his dreams could be, via the B-ranked mission, he kept his cool while inwardly basking in the euphoria, no matter how much of a lie it may have been. Of course, his happiness was temporarily interrupted when he heard the enraged and disapproving roars of the crowd, or more specifically, "Ino, what do you mean you're giving up? What the hell is that, you worthless, good-for-nothing dash? I told you, Ino," Chuji interjected while opening what had to be his 20th bag of potato chips. Shikamaru would rather lose on purpose than do this. It's just too much for him, you know? Ino wasn't satisfied with that load of crap at all. "Grr. This is outrageous. Sakura, can you believe this nonsense?" she bellowed. She received nothing but silence as a response. "Sakura? What are you dash?" She cut herself off when she saw a very infatuated expression on her face. Ino looked back to see Naruto only to notice the same expression. The blonde genin shifted back and forth glances to them before simply letting it go. But she had to admit through all of her angry protests to the travesty she was unfortunate enough to witness, that she was glad that Sakura finally woke up and saw what she still had the chance of receiving. True happiness. "Heh, guess my work is finally done," she inwardly bragged. Down at the battle arena? Shikamaru was stretching out all of the irritating kinks in his body. Everything from neck to back to arms and to hips. He had to admit, Temari was really good. Smart as a fox too. Wonder if she's any good at shogi, Shikamaru thought as he finished stretching. The lazy nin took to the sky and enjoyed the beautiful sight of the clouds, or at least he would have, but something was oddly menacing about them. Normally Shikamaru would literally slap himself for thinking about the glorious clouds like that, but there was just a feeling that he found rather difficult to shake. Of course, being the lethargic bum that he was, he thought that thinking of such meaningless things was far too troublesome. "Hey," the aggressive yet seemingly disappointed Temari called out, "what did you give up for?" Temari's frown instantly flipped to that of surprise and remained silent as she unconsciously stared at him. Shikamaru caught the stare and raised an eyebrow. "What?" Shikamaru straightened himself out and looked at her with the eye. "'Cause I find this whole thing troublesome in every aspect. I'd much rather go home and sleep on my nice feather plush bed," he said, gaining a frown from the blonde sand genin. "TCH. I can't believe I couldn't beat this lazy punk dash. And play some shogi?" Temari's frown instantly flipped to that of surprise and remained silent as she unconsciously stared at him. Shikamaru caught the stare and raised an eyebrow. "What? You play shogi?" Meanwhile, as Kuro held Enko upside down, her eyes widened for the longest time after hearing all that she had been told. "Do you see now, Enko? Can you understand the validity of my doings? I shall not rest until my conquest is complete, and there is nothing you or anyone else in the world can do to stop me. I will make sure of it. I will solidify my foundation so no one can stop my ambitions," Kuro declared with an evil smile. "But why can't dash? Oh, let me guess, you're about to ask why none of A and BU are on my ass right now. Simple child, the answer is right in front of you," the Fang sadist said while pointing to himself. "Did you really think that I would be so stupid as to begin a silent hunting spree without using a genjutsu?" Then, it finally hit her, the transparent aura around that sector of the village, the lack of evidence and such. Indeed, the answer was right in front of her. How could I be so careless, she quietly muttered to herself. Indeed. You too know of this jutsu's properties, do you not? As long as I have it activated, my chakra levels are undetectable to the highest extent, just a ghost of unspeakable death I am with it. It is quite the useful little technique. Whatever breaks the boundaries and enter this sector, doesn't get out without my say in the matter, which is why I allowed Haruno and Yamanaka to escape with their lives, Kuro trailed on. Enko flinched with surprise. "What? Thought I didn't notice? We've been apart for far too long. I was fully aware that you were basically throwing your life away to buy Haruno the time she needed to heal her little girlfriend. Well, let me assure you that you were successful, though not quite in the way you may have hoped." Hemahahaha. Enko became rather silent throughout her ordeal. She couldn't believe how deep things ran now that Kuro had been revived. This monster had to be stopped. "Well, I really must say that I've enjoyed the time we've spent, catching up, but I'm on a bit of a tight schedule. Unless you have any more objections, it's time to perish," the demon cooed menacingly. The look on Enko's face had practically told Kuro that she had surrendered all rebellion. She was done. I failed. There's nothing I can do. I can't stop you, she conceded as she closed her eyes tightly. There's clearly no way I can beat you. Kuro smiled maliciously. Heh. I could have told you that. Enough of this dash, he began before reeling his fist back and curling his fingers for deathshot. It's time to end it. Yes. You've said more than enough, Enko yelled, flipping her eyes wide open. Ha! With lightning-quick reaction time, the beaten Jounin used her free leg to smash her foot onto Kuro's metacarpals with all of her might, snapping them in half. Grah! He bellowed before releasing his grip upon Enko's calf. The resourceful Nin forced her aching body to flip over, where she was able to land on her feet. Taking instant action, Enko quickly pulled out 2 kunai attached to metal wiring before chucking them both at Kuro. Before the beast had enough time to react when he readdressed his focus, the blade of death impaled both sides of his cheeks, letting out another gruff roar of pain and fury. With that direct hit, the kunoichi immediately flipped over and behind her would-be executioner, thus skillfully flipping the wires repeatedly to bind him and creating a large gap between them. Wasting no time in the slightest, Enko clasped both wires between her teeth and performed the proper hand seals. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, she yelled before blasting a searing hot flame that was guided by the wires on direct collision with Kuro's form. When realization finally hit him, Kuro was suddenly infuriated. The broken hand was bad enough, but the kunai in the face just tore it into 1,000 pieces. With one roar of fury, Kuro used his monstrous strength to bust out of the binding the metal wires as though they were harmless strings of yarn, much to Enko's great dismay. He jumped out of the way of the flames as they harmlessly and slowly dissipated. After landing on the ground, Enko stood firm as she tried to catch her breath. Ka! Unfortunately, her body was quickly overwhelmed by a delayed reaction of agony and paralysis to the serious damage she had received only moments ago. She crashed to one knee as her mouth began to seep blood and her breath became shallow and wheezy. Kyuso. My body hasn't recovered from that last assault, she fretted between wheezing breaths before cough out another dangerous serving of her blood. With his back turned to his nuisance of an enemy, Kuro started growling angrily as he breathed. You insect, he hissed before slowly turning around to face the still stunned Enko with kunai still lodged in his face. You will pay dearly for that. With that promise, the angered madman took the kunai by the handles, and yanked them out without caring a whit about the pain. To Enko's ridiculous surprise, the wounds on his face began to steadily regenerate. Without another word, Kuro slowly marched toward her with a now insatiable intent to kill her. It was at that moment that enough was enough. After a few more moments of staring at her seemingly unstoppable enemy, the surly Jounin actually cracked a smile. But it wasn't the cocky, arrogant smile that had given her a somewhat iffy reputation among the majority of her peers. No, this was a content, fearful and nostalgic smile that wasn't really common for her. Enko closed her eyes with that same smile and actually found the fortitude to laugh to herself. I can't believe that I have to end it like this, she muttered to herself as Kuro continued on the silent warpath. The kunoichi remained on her one knee before slowly bring her hands together to form the Hitsuji, Ram, hand seal, but this is for Konoha, she inwardly declared before beginning a massive oversurge of chakra. Completely unaffected by the sudden and rising jolt of power, Kuro continued his march toward the now roaring Enko, who was heavily concentrated on increasing her levels and pushing them far beyond that of which she had ever done before. In truth, her doing this was killing her body as it wasn't recovering properly. This did not help. Useless bitch. Do you think you'll stand a chance against me just by raising your power a little? Insolence. Pure insolence, that what it is. Yeah, well I bet I could kick ass, Shikamaru tiredly declared. We'll see about that, pineapple head, Temari retorted before jumping back up to the balcony, where Kankuro was scowling at her. What the hell was that, Temari? Don't tell me that you actually made friends with that dash. Of course not. But he thinks that just because he can best me on the field, he beat me in shogi? I don't think so, she said with a blush that she was pitiful unsuccessful in hiding. Kankuro looked her over to see if she had any type of hallucinogenic dart on her body. When he saw everything but her mind in the right place, he just sighed. Yeah. Just don't forget what we're here for. Shikamaru gave a long and loud yawn before looking up in the balcony. For some reason he found mildly troublesome to even take effort to jump back up there, he was just too damn tired. Since the match was long since finished, Gunma started looking around as thought searching for something. Still not here yet, he said with his usual blank demeanor. This was a problem. The only reason Gemna allowed Shikamaru and Temari to continue their little argument was because he was trying to pass the time until Sasuke arrived. Unfortunately, there was no such luck, as the Uchiha had still not made his appearance. This of course was not favored by the crowd. People were shouting and protesting their disappointment as they were all too aware of what could happen any moment from now. After only a few more minutes, Rado, I finally know his name, appeared again and discreetly told him the bad news. Ganma sighed, I see. Ladies and gentlemen, the time limit has expired. Because he has not arrived in time to compete in his match, Sasuke Uchiha is hereby disqualified. Before Ganma could even finish his final syllable, several leaves suddenly filled the area. At first it was a calm aura, putting a knowing and relieved smile on his face. Then an enormous whirlwind appeared, spiraling the leaves all over the place. Once the wind died down, it revealed what everyone had been waiting for all of this time. Sasuke Uchiha, garbed in an all-black attire similar to his usual style, Sasuke stood ready and willing to fight, standing back to back with his sensei Kakashi Hatake. Everyone in the area just sat there with these stupefied expression at what they were seeing. Honestly, I don't know what's so special about showing up fashionably late. Hoi! Sorry we're late, Kakashi apologized like he usually did whenever he pulled shit like this. Ganma looked down at the battle-ready genin. Name? He said. Sasuke Uchiha, within the crowded audience. Something was beginning to stir among the ANBU who kept watch in that area. The 8 members quickly snapped their attention to the west side. Something was wrong? Meanwhile, Anko continued her insane efforts of pushing past her limits while Kuro drew ever closer to his prey. The Jounin's power had been so fierce that dust and debris vastly blew out all over the area as she continued her roars of sheer effort. Finally, Kuro had closed the distance between his and Anko, looking down at her with angry disgust in his face. Now Kuro, Anko growled as she had at last finished her display. And exactly what that's supposed to accomplish? All you managed to do was blow my hair slightly out of proportion by increasing your power a little. You pathetic wretch, Kuro said. To his infuriation, Anko actually began to laugh weakly before looking up at him with no life in her eyes. Yeah, the ANBU were sure to sense that one, she said. Hearing these words, Kuro nearly busted a vein with sheer and utter shock. What? He bellowed. Anko let her arms down and stayed right where she was. You underestimated me, Kuro. I will know about the genjutsu you activated all too well, and I knew that by increasing my own chakra, I could alert any one of the ANBU in the village, and tell them everything you told me, she said with a lifeless smile. Kuro's anger stared to boil despite the flaw in this plan. You bitch. You think that you've got it figured out when all I have to do is kill you before they get here, he roared. Anko coughed up another pint of her blood. That's why letting Yuhari and Futaba go was the biggest mistake you've made, she said weakly. What? I gave them one of my comms before I fought you. Everything that you told me, your plans, your ambition, they were all recorded. By now they have informed the authorities of your return, and your sick plans. Even if you kill me, you lose, Anko finished. Kuro was flabbergasted. His rage was now riddled with shock and amazement, along with pure hatred. You tricked me. You rotten, insignificant bitch. I'll make pay for your arrogance this day, Anko, Kuro roared with fury. Damn it. This isn't how it was supposed to be. With that last declaration, the enraged beast's forearms suddenly began to bleed. This blood soon became thick and lifelike as it solidified into double-jointed, long red blades of death. Seeing this, Anko knew her time was up. Even though she had increased her levels past her limits, fighting this monster was enough for her to catch a glimpse of what he was hiding. His true power. She closed her eyes with that same infuriating smile on her face. With a furious roar, Kuro's blades of blood impaled Anko from the front, through her kidneys. The fiery pain that engulfed her at that moment was so intense, that she found it impossible to scream. All she could do was choke and gag as blood poured down her mouth and nose. Intent on finishing the job, Kuro lifted the heavily wounded Jounin off of the ground, her feet hanging lifelessly in the air. The new sensation of pain from this action was enough to make Anko weakly cried out before the merciless demon took and firm hold of the side of her face. HMMMRRRRRRRR. I could devour right now, Anko, he began with slight anger before he plastered a sinister smile, but thanks to my visit here, I have all that I need to fully restore the burning flames of the dark will within. You are of no value to me anymore. Your body is useless and your will to live on has vanished. You have become refuse. Farewell, Anko Midarashi. With those finally words, Kuro's blades outwardly ripped from the opposite sides of Anko's body, causing her to lament one final scream of anguish before she began choking on her own fluids, her body going through a fit of random convulsions. With his blades of blood retracted back into his arms and the side of Anko's face still in hand, Kuro lowered his victim slightly before frowning. He then carelessly tossed her limp form behind him, where she remained. her head tilted to the side and twitching even still. Without even looking back at his handiwork, Kuro vanished from Konoha in a thick gray mist of death. Chapter 24. Miles away, within the far outskirts of Konoha, the long-forgotten Nakoshi and Kitsune were resting within a single tree at the rendezvous point that their murderous sensei suggested they go to wait for him while he had his fill at Konoha. Their forms were perfectly hidden within the shadows, save for small rays of the sun that revealed only minuscule portions of their beings. Nakoshi stood atop a branch with his back against the trunk and his arms crossed nonchalantly, while Kitsune sat upon the same one with one leg crossed over the other, grinding a combination of herbs into a ceramic bowl. There they waited with a massive amount of patience for their highly respected sensei. So Nakoshi, how much fun do you suppose sensei is having right now? Kitsune asked out of nothing but sheer boredom. Ah, you know him, probably marauding all over the place. Talking lives and talking names like always. How many of his old acquaintances do you suppose he ran into already? Can't really say. Since the Chunin exams are undoubtedly still on, I can't say that he ran into too many of them. But only moments ago, I felt a substantially strong life force fade into nothingness. That one could have been one of the survivors from Sensei's last visit to Konoha, Kitsune said while still grinding her herbs. Nakoshi closed his eyes. Speaking of the Chunin exams, when do you think that idiot Orochimaru will make his move? I mean, with all of the Oto and Suna shinobi we spotted on our way here, you'd think he'd pull his thumb out his ass and destroy the place, he commented. Oh come now, with the way you're talking you're acting like the Hyde team will actually get his way. If Sensei was defeated 2 decades ago, then there's no chance in frozen hell that a snakefag like Orochimaru can succeed where he failed, Kitsune spat out. I suppose you're right, but, in a worst-case scenario, let's say he actually does. The surly female was silent for a time. Well, I suppose if that happens, Orochimaru would have to sign his death warrant, 'cause Sensei would move him to the top of his to-kill list for taking his favorite playground away, she smiled with malice. Why yes, so true. Both Nakoshi and Kitsune flashed out of their previous positions and stood ready to fight, before the area was steady fogged by a familiar gray mist. Suddenly the dominant luminous beast of a man known as Kuro stood upon the branch that his students shared, standing between them with his arms crossed. Sensei? You're earlier than we expected, Nakoshi said. I ran into a spot of trouble before I could continue my fun, Kuro said with a light sneer. Oh ho? That would explain why you still have that ridiculous henge activated, Kitsune pointed out. Recall Chapter 17. Yes, well, I must retain this current form until my predictions actually rise to the surface. In the meantime, how much info were you able to gather? Kuro calmly demanded. The demon students took their previous positions and relaxed, nothing useful. There were several Oto and Suna nin all over the damn place, but that was about it, Kitsune informed. Indeed. It appears that Orochimaru is ready to begin his assault, Nakoshi added. Kuro simply lowered his head and hummed to himself. And what about the events on your side, sensei? You mentioned that you ran into some trouble, Kitsune remembered. Hearing this, the dark murderous savage frowned a little, but then smiled and began to chuckle a bit. Well, I was discovered by one of my previous acquaintances and she challenged me, he said. So you were? Sniff. It was Anko, wasn't it? I can detect the scent of her body and fluids on your person, Nakoshi said. So why did you return? From what I could tell, you savagely maimed the bitch, Kitsune commented with a somewhat of a sadistic smile. She thought she had me on a leash when I told her that meaningless pile of shit. Like I'd really be interested in Orochimaru and his ill-thought-out plans, he said with mystery shrouding his every word. Pardon, Nakoshi and Kitsune asked at once. Kuro continued to chuckle, that idiotic bitch. In a moment of cunning, Anko managed to leak some info out of me about my plans. I'll admit, I didn't really expect her to set me up the way she did. I was fairly surprised. However, to think that she actually believed that I would just willing expose my true intentions inside Konoha. Granted, it wasn't my intention to expose my existence to the higher-ups so soon. I wanted to at least wait until young Sortobi kicked the bucket, he said. It was at this point that Nakoshi and Kitsune finally got what he was talking about. Oh, I see. So you had her against the ropes and she requested one last divulsion of knowledge before her passing. So what did you tell her? Nakoshi questioned. Hemahahaha. Konoha Police Station. Soon. Very soon, my dreams will be realized. And your old Shosho is the key, Anko. Confused? Heh. Well, let's just say that with Orochimaru's limitless connections and my superior genius, the world will fall. All in existence shall bow down before Kuro. Ha 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 ha. Futaba and Yuhari along with 2 law enforcers of Konoha finished listened to the unnerving recordings, taken by the two, inside the interrogation room. To be perfectly honest, the 2 police officers were highly unnerved at the chillingly familiar voice. Kuro, Cop 1 said with his fist clenching greatly, he's back. Where did you say you last see him? Cop 2 questioned. At the northern west sector of the village. Futaba spoke up before her eyes suddenly teared up. But we wouldn't have survived if. You have to help her. Don't worry, Mayim. We were just contacted by the ANBU Black Ops. They're approaching the scene as we speak, Cop 1 assured. Yuhari found herself shivering. I can't believe that this is actually happening. That monster is back after all these years, she muttered to herself. Sensing the level of worry emanating from her friend, Futaba sought to comfort her. Don't worry, Yuhari. We're still alive and well, everything will work out, just as it did decades ago, she said, attempting to conceal her fearful doubt. But what about our families? Our children, the blonde woman whined with tears of dread pouring down her face. What about my little Ino? My brave Inoichi? Yuhari's sadness ran deeper and deeper as she mentally tore through the list of her precious persons before staring back at her pink-haired best friend. Futaba. I'm scared, she said before, I'm so scared. What if he can't be stopped this time? Futaba looked at the floor, silent. She truly wanted to believe that there was something that could be done, to find a light at the end of this dark foreboding tunnel, but so far, she was dreading the aftermath of these dark times more and more before finding herself in tears as well. The possibility of stopping this monster seemed to lose its reason and backbone, because the heroes who brought Kuro's reign of terror to an end weren't really here at the moment. The jade-eyed mother took her friend into a warm embrace. Shoo. Don't worry about a thing. We've done our part to ensure that everybody is warned before things get out of hand. Everything will be all right, she attempted to soothe the lamenting Yuhari. Tearing their attention from the almost heartbreaking sight before them, the 2 cops turned their back to quietly converse with each other. This is terrible. It was told that there was no possible way that Kuro could have been revived and set free. First the QB and now this, of all things, Cop 1 grimaced. I know. We must make haste. According to our evidence, Kuro has made ties with Orochimaru. If that's the case, then we must warn Hokage-sama immediately. Konoha Western Sector. All was empty and dead now that the action had faded and Kuro took his leave. There was nothing left but emptiness and air plagued with death and forebode. The streets were empty, only the wind surfing through the lifeless corridors. However, in the blink of an eye, 5 members of the deadly ANBU Black Ops appeared at the scene, drinking in the lifeless hollow that was once a bustling sector of Konoha. So it's true. It's him. It's Kuro, an ANBU with a dog mask said. No one else could have done this all by himself. I can smell him. He was here all right, added an ANBU with a monkey mask, but how can he still be alive? It doesn't matter now. We must fan out and search the area for dash. My God, the captain exclaimed. Well, yes. I supposed we could search for your preferred deity at another time, but right now I think dash. No, you dunce cap, look, the captain said as she pointed to a bloodied pile of twitching flesh on the floor. All 5 ANBU dashed to the fallen body and each shared a gasp of surprise. Anko, the op with a bull mask exclaimed, she's alive but barely. I'll take her to the hospital right now. Without another word, the bull-masked ANBU rushed from the scene carrying the dying Anko in his arms. Okay, that tears it. Search this entire area for any other survivors. I'll contact Rado at once, the captain ordered before they all dashed off in their own directions to carry out this order. Back within the Chunin Stadium. Sarutobi's bodyguard, Rado, was eagerly watching the Uchihas match against Gaara. The boy was doing surprisingly well, but on a personal note, Rado would have to say that it was a slight disappointment seeing as how he nearly screamed his head with cheers during Naruto's match. Thankfully he had a little more restraint than that and simply watched the developments unfold. That is until he received an urgent transmission within his earpiece. Reacting immediately, Rado fingered his earpiece and responded quietly. What is it? What? When? Who is responsible? Rado's eyes slowly widened before his hand fell to his side in sheer disbelief before raising it back up. I understand. Where is he now? Okay. Stay alert. With that horrible information dealt to him, Rado's facial expression hadn't really lost its shock and dismay. The big monster of Konoha lives. Sarutobi sensed something wrong from behind him, looked back and saw Rado shaking in his sandals. Hell, it stood to reason. The special Jounin had just received the absolute worst news in his life and now he had to be the bearer of that horrid news. How troublesome. Rado approached his village leader, Hokage-sama. I have terrible news, he whispered within his ear. For the majority of the crowd watching the action below, it was the same thing that Rado felt about it, good, but not as good as Naruto's. Despite the Uchiha achieving an astounding level of speed and reflexes as expected, many of the people rooting for him were rather disappointed, but they watched anyway. Naruto in particular harbored a blank and unreadable expression on his face as he watched his teammate. Indeed, he could sense the level of improvement within the young Uchiha, but something felt a little odd to him, a feeling that he really couldn't explain. It was rather alien, yet at the same time he knew exactly what it was. Disappointment. That's right, disappointment. Naruto had watched Sasuke's fight with much interest. He had demonstrated a unique level of resourcefulness and cunning that sent Gaara reeling, and his Lee speed was really starting to take its toll on both Sasuke and his opponent. However, despite this advantage, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little let down. Out of all of the opponents who have shown their improvements, Sasuke was the one that the blonde expected nothing but the absolute best from. Just thinking about how much of a warrior Sasuke had become thanks to his one-on-one training with Kakashi excited him to no end. Yet here he was? What in the name of hell? I thought that he would have gained way more than this, Naruto thought dryly to himself before looking at his sensei below, who had shown up not too long ago. Shikamaru, who was sitting down next to him, glanced over and stared for a moment. What's with the depraved look? It's like some of his pride was just stepped on and smeared on the pavement, the young Shadow Wilder thought to himself. Kakashi-sensei, he called out. The said Jounin, accompanied by Guy and the crippled Lee, turned around and looked to his blonde student, who had just noticed his new clothes, seen as how he really didn't bother to look at the blonde when he spoke. Honestly, he could just listen to the tremble of his voice and know it's him. Who are you and what have you done with my knucklehead student? Kakashi joked as he took in everything on his students, difference included. Hilarious sensei? But, I wanted to ask you, has Sasuke managed to at least learn some new techniques while he trained with you? He asked while unintentionally letting his disappointment show in his voice and facial features. Being the wise ass that he was, Kakashi saw this instantly. Why Naruto, you almost sound like you're disappointed, he said. Naruto simply averted his eyes. Did I completely miss something? Naruto seems a little different from the last time I saw him, don't worry about a thing. I think you'll be most surprised at what Sasuke has to offer, Kakashi said dismissively. Hearing that was enough to perk Naruto up a little bit, so he continued to watch the action to see if this proposition wasn't just another load of crap. This is some sort of sick and overly twisted joke, right? Sarutobi whispered as a response to what he had just heard from Rado. I'm afraid not, Hokage-sama, Rado responded. With his ears open, Yondaime Kazekage was discreetly listening in on what was being said. Sarutobi's bodyguard continued, he has been reported within the confines of the village and was previously active not too long ago, he said. At this, the Kazekage's eyes widened as he began to sweat furiously. Shit cakes, I think they're on to me, he dreaded. Sarutobi closed his eyes to think. Where is he now? He asked. That is unknown at this time. We fear that he may be consulting with Orochimaru as we speak, Rado said. The aged Sandaime lowered his head with despair as he tried to process every bit of info he was unfortunate enough to receive, while the Kazekage relaxed greatly. Damn, that was close. But, what could they have been talking about to get Sandaime so? No. I'd rather not consider that. Hokage-sama. What do you purpose we do? With that demon on the loose once more, is it not wise to cancel the Chunin exams until further notice? Rado suggested. Sarutobi didn't even respond. He heard him of course, but he was far too deep in thought. He actually found it rather difficult to concentrate as memories of what had transpired 20 years ago invaded his normally thoughts. How could this happen? He grimaced. Hokage-sama, Kazekage called out, what troubles you? You look as though you've seen a ghost. The sudden change in the air definitely didn't go unnoticed by a certain disguised Anbu, who began speaking within an ear pace. Not far from Konoha's gates. Several Suna nin gathered around a large summoning circle were preparing for a massive summon to kick things off with a bang. The supervisor of this feat sudden received an urgent call, which he answered immediately. This is Unit Boa. What? Why? But, we're not ready. We need more time. I don't think me pathetic grades at the academy have anything to do with our citation. Okay fine, the supervisor shouted before turning his attention to Ninja preparing the summon. Alright, listen up. Slight change in plans. We have to summon this damn thing as soon as the signal is dispersed, though it may be a little earlier than expected. It may not be as powerful, but it'll be more than enough to handle a few leaf scum. Let's speed things up, the supervisor ordered before speaking into his earpace. Units 1 and 3 dash. We heard every word. We're already in position. Good. Hokage-sama, surely you jest. Is there seriously a matter so incredibly urgent that you must cancel the exams? Kazekage asked in slight shock and predominant disappointment. Sarutobi rose from his seat with and felt rather disappointed all on his own, but he knew this had to be done. Forgive me, Kazekage-sama, but there has been a massive upset that cannot be ignored. Believe me, it is against my better judgment, I assure you, but it is with a heavy heart that I must do this, Sarutobi said before standing from his seat. Damn it all to hell, Kazekage inwardly cursed. Down within the battle arena, Sasuke had been struggling greatly with Gaara's so-called ultimate defense, aka, the third eye. So far he had tried everything to break that seemingly impenetrable shell of hardened sand and got punished for it with a few scratches and cuts on his person. However, despite his failure to make a difference in this endeavor so far, the valiant Uchiha still had one more trick up his sleeve, and now seemed to be the perfect time to use it. Unbuttoning the black straps upon his left arm, Sasuke prepared to unleash his newest technique. But, just before Sasuke could dash back to gain distance and momentum, Gunma stepped forward and stopped him. Hold it, Sasuke, he said, gaining a look from the heated genin. What? What are you doing? Sasuke questioned before Gunma pointed to the direction of the crowd, or more specifically, the Kage watch point. There, the raven-haired Uchiha noticed Sandaime standing. What is this? He asked. Kakashi. Check that out. Gunma stopped him, Guy acknowledged. The silver-haired Jounin's eye squinted. Yes. I know. But that could only mean, he said. Sakura looked up at Kakashi. Sensei, why did the examiner stop Sasuke-kun? What's going on? She asked with a bit of worry. That's exactly what I'd like to know, the copy-nin thought. Naruto narrowed his eyes as though something was disturbing him. After a moment or two, he opened his senses and cleared his thoughts to grasp something that sudden bothered him. What's this feeling? He inwardly questioned when all of a sudden he noticed a beautiful and soothing white flash of light, meshed with fluffy white feathers. Seeing this sort of made his eyes a little heavy as his head bobbed up and down, his consciousness fading. What the hell? What's going on? My eyes are heavy as... Whoa, Naruto muttered drowsily. Kakashi, Guy said. Yes, Genjutsu. Kai, they both yelled, freeing themselves from the effect of the illusion. Sakura started to feel a little drowsy as she peered her surroundings and noticed everyone suddenly slumbering. Right then and there, the pink-haired Kunoichi knew what it was. Oh, an illusion technique. Kai, she inwardly yelled, releasing the spell off of herself as well. All around the entire area of the Chunin Stadium, people were being lulled to sleep, save for some experienced Jounin and Chunin. The elite Suna Jounin and sensei of the Sand siblings, Baki was eagerly observing the events unfolding. Shit. This is not the best time to be pulling it all off now, Kabuto. Gaara. He's still inside the shell, but he's reached his limit at the worst possible time, he thought. As expected, the hardened fortress of sand around Gaara began to weaken and crack until it finally gave way to the stress and oozed off of the red-haired genin. Still, what could have possibly triggered Phase 1 so soon? Just before Sarutobi was about to announce the regrettable cancellation of the Chunin exams, he felt an extreme uneasiness within him. Without really thinking, the aged Sandaime slowly made eye contact with his fellow Kage, who stared right back. After a brief stare-down between the two, Kazekage smiled from under his mask. Let's begin. With those two words, the Kazekage's bodyguards made their move, setting off a massive smoke bomb that could be seen and heard among the entire stadium area, catching everyone's, who was still awake, attention. Back at the far outskirts of Konoha, Kuro, Nakoshi and Kitsune were still waiting for whatever in the hell it is that they were waiting for is the exact same spot. Kitsune's head suddenly perked up. What is it, my glorious apprentice? Kuro asked. He. They've begun, and Garakuen has reached his limit, Kitsune responded with a light chuckle before looking at her sensei. Are you sure you wish to stay here and wait with us? She has a point, you know. Think of all the blood you can spill with all of that action in one place, sensei, Nakoshi added. The murderous demon smiled. That won't be necessary. You see, if I show myself to the public too soon I'd ruin the element of surprise, which I'm going to be saving for a very special occasion. But enough about that. Now that the attack on Konoha has begun, you two just make sure that you're prepared to initiate Naruto-kun's final test. Is that understood? Kuro said. Both students responded in unison before vanishing within that incalculable ape, leaving Kuro to his sinister thoughts. All according to plan? Mahahaha. Ha 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 ha. Naya ha 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 ha. All according to plan. Chapter 25. It was ridiculous. In a matter of minutes, everything suddenly went to hell. At least, those were the exact thoughts running through Sakura's head as she witnessed the massive ninja clash before her. Almost everyone had fallen under a masterfully executed genjutsu, and for all she knew, the Hokage could be brutalized and swimming in a pile of his own feces. Of course, that last thought disgusted her to no end. The important thing now was figuring out the reason behind this attack and staying alive long enough to do it. Even though there was one important clue to add to the list of reasons. Orochimaru, the same fuck who attacked Sakura and her team in the Forest of Death. Something inside of her was screaming that it had something to do with Sasuke, and it worried her greatly. Of course, she could spend the time she had worrying when she was out of the danger zone. Without warning, Kakashi blocked an incoming kunai knife that was on kill point with the genin's face. Sakura, the silver-haired copy nin, called out with his back turned to her, gaining an immediate response. You must wake Naruto and Shikamaru. Ha! You were able to see through the illusion perfectly. Seen as how you excel in that department, it's no wonder you haven't fallen victim. But Naruto and Shikamaru are another story. Dispel the genjutsu and wake them. You must follow the Sand siblings, Kakashi said as he kept a careful eye out for incoming enemy strikes. Why you want us to track them? Sakura asked. Yes. Sasuke has already gone ahead. You can assist him when you catch. So wake those two and get going. Besides, Naruto should be happy about this one. This will be his first mission in a long time. What? AA mission. That's right, an A-ranked mission, he said. Normally this would be quite a shock for Sakura, but I think we all know why she kept her cool about it. Okay, I'm going. Good luck, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said. Hold it, Kakashi intervened, stopping the pink-haired female where she was as he lifted a Shaper kunai to his thumb. They have probably staved pretty far ahead. You may need some assistance? The Sharingan warrior drew blood from his thumb and performed several hand seals. Kuchios no jutsu, he barked before placing his hands upon the back of an unconscious villager, resulting in the appearance of circular summoning symbols and smoke. When the smoke cleared, a little brown dog with blue vest and blue Konoha headband appeared. Most notable thing about it is that it looked positively stoned. Sakura pointed at the thing. Kakashi-sensei? What's with the little pug? She asked in genuine confusion. Hearing what the girl had just said, the pug made his way over to her, hopping from person to person until he was in her face. Hey little girl, don't even think about calling me a cute little doggy, or pug as you so humbly put it. It spoke with a surprisingly fluent and deeply toned voice. Though not particularly surprised by the dog actually talking, Sakura's face fell a bit. I never said anything about being cute, she thought. Sakura, meet Pakken. He will be aiding you in your search. Now quit wasting time. Wake Naruto and Shikamaru so you can get going, Kakashi demanded. Hi, Sakura responded before dropping to her knees and elbows, crawling out from under the and up the cement stairs where Naruto and Shikamaru slumbered. Approaching Naruto first, she held the proper hand seal. Kai, she said before moving her hand down to tap upon the boy to dispel the jutsu. However, before Sakura actually managed to touch him, his hand shot up and clasped upon her wrist, gaining a surprised gasp from her. I'm awake, Sakura, Naruto responded in a serious deadpan tone. The blonde genin released his teammate's wrist and rose to a kneeling position. And Naruto? You were awake this whole time? Sakura asked with amazement. Naruto growled with adversity. Yeah. When I heard Kakashi-sensei and Gai-sensei talking amongst themselves, I released the illusion myself, and I heard every word. So Orochimaru's behind all this, is he? He asked while maintaining his fierce demeanor. Why yeah. Do you know what we're supposed to do? She asked just to make sure. Surprisingly, Naruto smiled. But it wasn't his usual foxy grin that he plastered, no. This was the smile that told the world that he craved some action. Yeah? Sensei was right about one thing. I am excited. Our second A-ranked mission in a row. It's such a thrill, he said before his eyes widened greatly and his smile disappeared. Without warning, he forcefully pushed Sakura away and reflexively caught the handle of an incoming kunai between his fingers before immediately throwing it back at the Oto attacker, impaling him right between the eyes. Letting out a scream of anguish, the Oto nin stumbled back before tumbling over the edge of the audience roster. Seeing the entire thing, Sakura stared at her savior in amazement and even more admiration than before. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Lukyang very bleak right about now, but I can see things a lot clearly. Oh, don't kid yourself and don't thank me. Remember, it was your sheer stupidity that made the summoning pact, not I. So keep your meaningless thank yous to yourself, brat. Well, excuse me. Arigato, she said through her dazzled haze. Don't worry about it, Naruto said before growling angrily while glancing to all of his sides. Kyuso. They're everywhere? The stadium, the gates. Everywhere, I can feel it. Orochimaru, that bastard. Catching Sakura's attention from the side was a slumbering Shikamaru. She had almost forgotten about the lazy fuck, but she crawled to his side and was prepared to release the illusion. However, Naruto called out to her. Sakura, don't bother. That bum is so not asleep, he said with a comically knowing scowl. What? How can you tell? Sakura asked. Naruto cranked his head to his teammate. Are you serious? Just look at him, he said while pointing a finger at the aforementioned bum lying on his side. Doing as she was told with interested, Sakura peered down at Shikamaru for only 2 freaking seconds before she noticed his eyebrow twitching. The pink-haired Kunoichi plastered the same comical scowl as Naruto did. He was right, he's not asleep at all, she thought dryly to herself. Out of nowhere, Pakken steadily walked up behind Shikamaru's leg and calmly chomped upon it like it was a natural for of greeting. Silence ensued. They all remained still for a few seconds until the sleeping Shikamaru shot up into a sitting position, screaming bloody murder and swinging his leg up and down tried to shake the leech off of his limb, much to Sakura's irritation. My leg, he roared. Shikamaru. You were faking it, you jackass, Sakura said. The raven-haired strategist pulled Pakken off of his leg and rose to a kneeling position as well, holding the little pug while evilly toying with his face. Oh, spare me. I was only faking it because you guys really don't even need me along. I don't want to get involved, he said while pulling hard upon Pakken's cheek. Sakura fumed at this guy's laziness. We might need your smarts to help us find Sasuke-kun, you know that, she said. Yeah, and like I said not 5 seconds ago, I don't want to get involved. I don't care about Sasuke, he said before releasing the cheek he was pulling. With his natural passive aggressiveness, Pakken Kami crunched his jaw upon his pincher's hand. My Shikamaru bellowed in pain, flinging his said limb in the air with the little brown dog flailing up. Sakura growled and frowned and was about to protest further until Naruto interloped. We don't have time to worry about it, Sakura. Let's just get to it. We've no time to spare, he said. From out of nowhere, an Oto-nin came smashing into the wall behind all of the genin, bursting a cloud of dust. They all turned their attention to see Guy with his fist lodged in the enemy's ribs, pinning him against the wall. F fucking fast, he gurgled. The green-clad Jounin smirked. Heh. Not just fast, he said before pushing the unfortunate soul so hard that he flew past his concrete obstacle. As the 3 genin awed at that feat for only a moment, Kakashi appeared. Alright you 4. You are now tasked to carry out an A-ranked mission. When I give you the full details, you will exit through that hole. You must find Sasuke, he has already gone ahead to track the Sand siblings. Once you catch up with him, you will retreat into a safety area and await further instructions. Is that clear? Kakashi said. Naruto and Sakura, hi. Shikamaru, up yours you crack fiend? Sure. Without another word, Sakura dashed away and readied herself to jump out of the large hole as instructed but noticed that Naruto hadn't joined her. She looked back to see the blonde staring at Kakashi's back with aggravation. Naruto. Let's get a move on, Sakura said. No response. Sensei? What is it, Naruto? Kakashi responded with mild annoyance that he hadn't gone already. The red-jacketed genin frowned. Are you positive that there's nothing me or Sakura can do to help out? He asked while inwardly knowing the response. Naruto. You have your mission, that should be your prime concern, the masked nin said, gaining no response from Naruto. Besides, it would be best if you two not stay here. We can't be worried for the safety of you two. It was at those words. It was at those cold and depraving words that something inside Naruto's mind snapped wide open. With only a look of mild contempt on his face, the blonde boy turned around and walked toward the previously made hole before stopping. I guess you have a point, but just remember this, Sensei, he began. Kakashi slightly turned his head. You have more than one student, he said before forming a familiar hand seal, Taiju Kagebushin no Jutsu. With those words, the entire inside and outside stadium was swarmed with battle-ready shadow clones, much to the unwavering shock of Kakashi, who had to admit that he had never seen so many formed at once. You all know what to do, Naruto commanded before dashing out of the immediately area with Sakura in one arm. Clones, YOSH. With that finally roar, the Bushins vanished in the newly acquired speed, further surprising the fuck out of Kakashi, whose eye widened. Even he had to admit that he may have missed out on something very important during his time training Sasuke, but he had bigger things worry about right then. Rushing to aid his comrade, Guy, he suddenly stopped when an ANBU appeared before them. Kakashi and Guy stopped and looked at this new situation. Hey? What are you doing? Hokage-sama needs you help, Guy yelled. The ANBU merely held up the Tora, tiger, hand seal before he was suddenly accompanied by a squadron of Oto-nin. Damn it, what a shame, Kakashi commented. I never would have expected the enemy to disguise themselves as an ANBU, Guy added. Yeah. He's the one. I'm sure he's the one who set off the illusion. As the enemy shinobi stared off against their Jounin foes, the ANBU spoke. Follow them, he said. What, you mean them kids? What's the point? It's not like genin of that level can do anything, An of the Otatnin said. Without really responding, the ANBU relieved a card from within his black robe, revealing it to be Naruto's ninja info card. It displayed Naruto's current guesstimated strengths and improvements, along with an updated picture of his new appearance. So that's the Uzumaki kid's data, huh? Are you sure he's a genin? I mean, wow, the Otonin said in slight astonishment. The ANBU smiled from under his mask. Yes. His power has seemed to take a sudden jump. He certainly didn't waste his time during his month of training, he said. Heh. Sudden jump or not, it looks like you're overrating the little shit. And you're underestimating him greatly. Something tells me that doing that in battle with him at this point would be a fatal mistake. Outside of Konoha gates, Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru and Pakken were hurriedly dashing through the forest on their hunt for Sasuke. With Pakken up front and the others right behind them, the squad hauled all sort of ass to accomplish this mission. Of course for Sakura, the unfairness of it all was really pissing her off. Here she was, about to finally set things right with Naruto after the Chunin exams had ended and bam, this happens. It was as though bad things only happened to her, not that she don't deserve it. Oh sure, she could just turn her head to the side, call his name and then pour her soul out to him, but thanks to a recent experience, she knows a lot better than that. Why did it have to happen now? I was so gonna do it. I really was. So why did this have to happen, of all times? Damn it, she accidentally cursed. Pakken, Shikamaru and Naruto shot curious stares at their female companion, whose face became a light shade of red. Oh sorry. Just thinking about how much of a hassle this is, Sakura lied, while telling the truth simultaneously. Shikamaru sighed. Finally, someone speak in my language, he said. Well, hassle or not, we have our orders. Let's hurry and hope that Sasuke doesn't get too hasty, Naruto said. He's right, Pakken began. Our main priority is find Sasuke and stop him from doing anything incredibly stupid. Besides, sniff, sniff. It looks as though we're being followed. Followed, Sakura questioned. He's right. There are 8 of them. No. 9, and they're fast, Naruto said. The little brown mean dog looked ahead and silently thought to himself, well, maybe there's more to this kid than I originally thought. He really doesn't fit the part, but maybe, hey kid. What's your name? He asked out of curiosity. Naruto unwittingly scowled, although I hardly think it's the ideal time to be asking me such useless questions. It's Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, he said. Though Pakken didn't receive the answer he was looking for, he smiled anyway. Uzumaki, huh? So he's not from the Inuzuka clan, he thought. Enough of this. We have to hurry, Naruto declared. Seeing the intense and oh so familiar look in his eye, painfully reminded Sakura of how madly focused he becomes when a mission is afoot. Yeah? I know exactly what he'd say at a time like this. I'll keep it to myself for now, and focus on the task at hand, she thought while simultaneously trying to ignore the fact that Naruto looked as though something else was bothering him. Surprisingly not too far from the squad was the ominous Kuro, eagerly thinking to himself as he waited for the opportunity he's been aching for while standing upon a large cliff and staring into the forest below. How very, very boring. I often wonder why I don't join my wonderful students in their tasks. I suppose it's the least I can do after not being able to see them for 20 long years. Perhaps I should join them after all and dash. What's this? Kuro said when something caught his attention. Oh? Naruto-kun. He's on the move with several of his friends. Perhaps I can stay after all, since he's already on the move. Don't disappoint me. Naruto-kun, he said before looking up into the sky. There's a storm coming. Kuro breathed a refreshing sigh to himself. It's been such a long time since I was able to enjoy the feeling of truly living. 20 years trapped inside of a blasted rock is more than I can bear. It's good to be among this plane of existence again. The feel of the wind, the sound of nature. Yes, it's all coming back to me. And now I can continue my reign of terror. Admittedly, I have already hit Konoha, giving me just the pick-me-up I needed, and because of that I will leave its people in peace for the time being, but I'm far from finished with Hai no Kuni. Perhaps I can pay a visit to the other towns when I'm finished here, he conversed with himself before sighing again. Kuro closed his eyes and immediately drifted into a peaceful slumber while standing with his arms crossed, awaiting his time to remind everyone who even had the audacity to forget his face. Who the true terror is. Massive time skip. Deep within the forest, Sasuke Uchiha was facing off with his fiercest enemy yet, sitting against the trunk of a tree while resting upon its branch. He had just managed to barely survive his altercation with a half-transformed Sabaku no Gaara, also standing upon a branch, who was glaring ravenously at him. Sasuke realized as he fought that he had wasted his advantages. Since he never really had a chance to show his Chidori during the exams, he had more than enough chakra to last him a while, but the monstrous Gaara had proven to be far more formidable than originally intended, forcing him to use the deadly Chidori twice, his limit. If he pushed too hard, then the curse mark on his neck could react. That was too risky. Kyuso. I never imagined that he would be this powerful. Son of a bitch, where's your weak point? You're 10 times stronger than you were before, your speed, your power. What am I supposed to do? Sasuke fretted in his current situation as Gaara roared his insults and put-downs. Uchiha. Has the truth of your weak existence compared to mine finally opened your eyes? Gaara yelled with his now monstrous voice. Is that why you don't attack me, Sasuke Uchiha? Are you afraid of my existence? Or do you finally realize why you're so weak? Sasuke tried frantically hard to focus on what he should do about his current situation while simultaneously getting angry by Gaara's words. He had tried everything and it had little to no effect at all. Yes. That's right. That's why you can never win against me. Your hatred, it's weak. Your thoughts are far too soft and forgiving. Do you understand? Shut up, Sasuke warned. Your existence is meaningless compared to mine. And that is why you must die. Gaara roared before leaping off of the branch he stood on, charging at Sasuke. You're wrong, the raven-haired genin declared before forcefully activating his Chidori. He chose to me. He let me live for the sole purpose of killing him, and I won't die here. I am an avenger. With a massive intent to end this fight, Sasuke returned Gaara's charge. However, given the fact that he pushed too far, his Chidori weakened greatly before the gigantic clash of power that ensued. With both fighters landing on opposite branches back to back, Gaara's arms slowly oozed off of his person yet maintained the strength to stand. Sasuke was another story. The boy was half covered with the symbols of the curse mark, his Sharingan activated. He had used far too much chakra, slowly keeling over and coughing before collapsing on his stomach. No. I think I may have overdid it completely, he inwardly cringed. Almost immediately restoring his lost demon arm, Gaara turned back around to face his fallen opponent before reinitiating the charge with the initiative to finally kill his worthy prey. However, the moment that the monstrous cretin came within a foot of Sasuke, a black sandaled foot viciously crashed into the human side of his face, sending him flying the exact way he came. Thing is, that really fucking hurt. Gaara roared in pain and discomfort before catching himself upon the same tree branch that he launched from. He looked up and saw a familiar shade of black and red along with a mop of wild shaggy blonde hair. He growled as the boy landed upon a tree brush, glaring at him monster with righteous fury. Not far behind, Sakura and Pakin appeared at the fallen Uchiha's side. Sasuke-kun, Sakura cried. The stare-off between Gaara and his attacker continued. The half-demon's face lifted with sudden remembrance. You. I recognize you, he said with rageful malice. Yes. You're the one, who has also demonstrated great strength. Uzumaki. Naruto. Hee. What are you doing here? Despite the blazing situation and his hidden nervousness, Naruto smiled. Keepin' ya nice and docile before I kick your little ass, he snarked, causing Gaara to smile maniacally. Still. Why do I get the feeling that I recognize him? Sasuke-kun. You're hurt, Sakura said as she got a load of the work Gaara made of her raven-haired teammate, slightly grimacing at the sight of the curse markings on half of his body. He probably got too careless, like the last time. Naruto continued to stare at his dreadful opponent with the itching feeling that he knew him from somewhere. You. Are you? Gaara, he asked, not too sure of himself. When he received a far more menacing smile, the blonde boy hardened his expression. I knew it. What the hell happened to him, he thought before he heard a loud gasp from what appeared to come out of nowhere. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// excitement emanating from that little shit. So Ichibi was actually caught like I was. Ha 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 ha. Okay, what are you gloating about? Who the hell is Ichibi? Sai, don't you know anything, you simpleton? Ichibi no Shikaku, you know, the one-tailed bijou of the sand? Come on Kit, I thought you've grown smarter. Well, excuse me for being curious, wait. Are you saying that this Gaara has a demon inside of him? Well, do you see many humans who look as hideous as that? I should say not. I didn't know that. HRHRHRHRHRRR, what's the matter? Don't tell me you're scared, Kit. And, as you can see, the event where Naruto met Gaara for the first time never happened in this story. Probably should have told you that ahead of time. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// He truly didn't expect to see someone who shared a similar curse as he did. Even though Gaara was harboring a sinister smile, the blonde genin stared into both of his eyes. Despite their difference in appearance, Naruto saw a deep-seated and well-hidden pain within them. In truth, Naruto thought it impossible to comprehend another being such as himself. The scenario just didn't seem plausible to him. And yet, here he was. Ichibi, Naruto said out of the blue, catching Gaara off guard and Sakura's attention. So it's true. You have a demon inside you, don't you? At this, Gaara shook his mild surprise and reformed his smile. How did you know that? Tell me, I'm curious, he growled as he began to drool furiously. Naruto lowered his head, darkening his eyes behind his hair. My heart aches. Why does my heart ache? He said as he lifted his hand to his chest in a vain attempt to settle the growing pain. Hey, why don't you answer? How did you know? Gaara roared with his intent to kill rising as he stared ravenously at the boy. What happened next shocked even Gaara. Naruto lifted his head to look at the half-demon, with fresh tears falling down his face. His expression wasn't happy nor was it fearful, it was sad, so very sad. Naruto continued to stare at Gaara with that same undying expression with his tears falling like hell. At this point, something came over him. It was a feeling of sadness that he had not experienced before. He looked at Gaara unwaveringly. He stared him dead in his eyes, soaking within the lonely pit of darkness that filled them. The agony, the torment. He saw it all within those eyes. A pain of which he knew very much so. His tearful stare didn't die and it confused the hell out of Gaara. Why do you shed your tears? What are you crying for? The Jinchuriki yelled. Since Sakura only saw his back, she was fairly shocked to hear that from the monster of an opponent. Crying? Why is he crying? She thought to herself while growing mysteriously sad herself. At first, Naruto was silent, but decided to answer his enemy's question with another question. Gaara, why do you want to kill Sasuke so badly? He asked somberly. At this, Gaara laughed maniacally. An existence that is capable of making me feel truly alive, that is what I desire. Sasuke Uchiha shall provide me that satisfaction and your intrusion will be your undoing, fool. Naruto's tears ceased their flow but remained stained upon his cheeks as he suddenly hardened his expression. You won't stop, will you? Unless you kill Sasuke, you won't stop this senseless rampage, Naruto said as an acknowledgement more than a question. Gaara merely smiled again, causing Naruto to tense until 3 blood vessels showed upon his forehead as he clinked his fists until his knuckles crack. Then you leave me no choice? Gaara, Naruto said, I won't allow you to harm someone precious to me. All of a sudden, the center of the black-clad boy's body began to burn a little. It was a quick and stinging sensation that made him flinch a little at the pain. A jolt of energy suddenly coursed through and before he knew it, his body slowly and steadily began to emanate dark purple chakra. This alien feeling was not natural at all, but what freaked him out the most was that he wasn't responsible. Naruto closed his eyes trying to compose his thoughts. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Kit. Used to what? What have you done? I'm not positive I understand what effects this will have, but I'm pouring my chakra into the very flow of your own. I wasn't even aware I could do this until now. What are you saying, QB? I thought I could only tap into your power when I was running on empty. Hey! First off, I lend you my chakra, you insect. Second, it may have something to do with dash. Don't tell me. The summoning pact? Yeah. That's not important right now. The only reason I'm doing this is because this is something that I simply cannot miss. Two Jinchuriki fighting it out. I warn you though, this will be the last time I do something this nice for you ever again. Got that, shitface? HMHM. Thanks QB. I knew you loved me. He. You arrogant little dash. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// chakra he emanated totally different from anything she had ever seen or heard of, but she could actually feel his power. It brought forth an array of different sensations. It was frightening to no end, yet intoxicating all the same. It was mind-boggling like mad, but exciting in multiple ways. The pink-haired female had never seen Naruto like this before, and something inside of her told her that she needed to move away, but she was genuinely mesmerized. Naruto, her thoughts wandered in amazement. Temari, who was hiding within the sidelines, was just as amazed as Sakura. Where is this chakra coming from? I've never felt something like this before, she thought before turning a surprisingly worried glance to her mutated brother. Gaara. With his power temporarily anew, Naruto glared at his opponent readily. Let's begin. Chapter 26. Naruto, her thoughts wandered in amazement. Temari, who was hiding within the sidelines, was just as amazed as Sakura. Where is this chakra coming from? I've never felt something like this before, she thought before turning a surprisingly worried glance to her mutated brother. Gaara. With his power temporarily anew, Naruto glared at his opponent readily. Let's begin. Without another word, Naruto charged at the snarling Gaara, who was a bit perplexed by what he was seeing and sensing. That, however, didn't stop him preparing a counterattack, which was a simple horizontal sweep of his demonic arm. Seeing the attack coming with ease, the pumped-up genin vanished from sight and danger. Gaara had precisely 1 second to process what had happened before the human side of his face was viciously smashed in by a vengeful punch from Naruto. Screaming with pain as well as shock, the half-transformed genin was sent flying through the tree's trunk, much to everyone's astonishment. With a spark of rage igniting within him, Gaara's massive arm latched onto a nearby branch, extending it as he prepped to propel himself back at his gutsy prey. Doing just that, the bloodthirsty Jinchuriki roared with adversity as he flew right back at Naruto, who smiled knowingly. The blonde genin swiftly jumped over a death claw thrown by his enemy and fluently sprinted straight along his extended arm before following up with a mind-wrenching knee to the center Gaara's face. Reeling back in pain for only a short time, Gaara quickly recovered before using that same arm to ferociously back-sweep the airborne Naruto's body, gaining the sweet sound of his joints crackling before sending him soaring through the air, and several trees. Naruto, Sakura screamed as she remained by Sasuke's side. This, of course, was not the best time to compromise your position, as Gaara whipped his murderous glare to the source of the cry. Sakura flinched with terror when she saw the half-demon's eyes before staring down at the nearly crippled Sasuke. After a body-breaking trip through the air, Naruto finally collided with a tree, leaving a massive dent within it before falling face-first upon its branch, coughing and gasping for air. Oh shit, he choked. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// invincible. Take another hit like that and you're done. You hear me? Cooked. Fried. Finished. Gone. Oblivionized. Stop making words up and make yourself useful, god damn it. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// eyes. Fuck. Broken ribs, he winced as held the sore area, ugh. 6 of M. Grudgingly straightening himself out, Naruto composed every bit of will he had before redirecting the flow of his burning chakra to his broken, cringing with exceeding level of pain as he heard his bones crackling back in place. Goerrrrrhh, Naruto choked back a writhe. Suddenly he remembered that Sasuke and Sakura were in massive danger, so he ran to the edge of the branch and leapt off only for his left lower leg's ligaments to loosen, causing him an uncomfortable dislocation. Acting immediately, he snapped his limb back in place, trying his damnedest to ignore the agony and sped off to aid his comrades. Gaara launched himself at his helpless prey with a rekindled desire to finish Sasuke when all of a sudden, a scowling Sakura zipped right in front with a kunai ready. With unwavering determination and soul-crushing fear building in her heart, Sakura stood firm against this foe, ready and willing to die for her friend, much to Gaara's maddening headache as memories of his hellish past invaded his mind once again. Deciding to remove this nuisance, Gaara reeled his demon arm to the side, fixin' to brush Sakura away, when suddenly, Naruto materialized upon the half-demon's back with a kunai in hand. "Why you?" Gaara roared before his attacker viciously drove his kunai into the soft flesh of shoulder, the area where Sasuke was supposed to wound him, gushing a mess of blood, hhyah. Because Gaara was still airborne, the sudden jolt of agony ruined his trajectory as he and Naruto lost altitude while soaring. With the blonde kitsune still latched upon his back, he mercilessly jabbed his kunai into his enemy's bloody wound over and over and over again, causing constant and continually louder screams of pain from the Sand Genin. Quickly approaching the ground, Naruto ceased his brutal assault and kicked both of his feet off of Gaara, propelling himself high into the air and plunged his enemy into the dirt. Predictably, Sakura was frozen in her position in front of Sasuke. She had been so shocked of what she was doing that her body completely shut down and began to tremble like mad, her eyes widened with a frightened shadow of the what used to be her scowl. Behind her, Naruto swiftly landed upon another tree brush with his back turned to her. "Sakura," he barked, catching her immediate attention before she whipped her body back to face him. "Accomplish the mission." What?" she said before fully facing Naruto. "Don't forget, we have our orders. Now take Sasuke and find a safe place to remain until things blow over," Naruto ordered sternly. Sasuke was finally able to at least lift himself to his elbows to stare at the blonde in amazement. He seems different. He's not even acting like himself. What's the deal? How was he able to do all of that? The Uchiha pondered to himself. "But, what about you?" Sakura asked in concern. Naruto stiffened and glared at the rising mass down below, revealing a hyperventilating Gaara. He had rose to his feet with a saliva-saturated mouth and chin before. Suddenly, he gripped his devastating shoulder wound with his demon arm and howled with fury and pain, jerking his head left and right. Sakura wasn't deaf to the howls and stared at Naruto again. "Naruto, what will you do?" she pursued as she was growing increasingly worried with his silence. "I'm staying, to fend him off," he solemnly responded. Sakura fought the urge to gasp in shock at what she had heard. Considering what that monster just did to Sasuke, she could hardly stand the thought of leaving Naruto here all by himself if she could help it. "What do you mean? You can't fight that thing all by yourself," Sakura strongly protested. Naruto was silent as he watched the now crazed Gaara frantically search for his enemy with malicious rage and flaming bloodlust written all over his face. Fortunately for Team 7, he was far too insanitized to think straight as he continually yelled and whipped his vision in completely random directions. "Somebody has to keep him from flushing you guys out. I'll fight him till the end of the day if I have to," Naruto declared. With her thoughts of the disastrous results replaying in her head in many different and horrible ways, Sakura was suddenly in tears before her head jerked to the side, flinging them off of her face. She re-established her stare. "Bakano, you'll be killed," she yelled with conviction. At first, Naruto remained silent, giving the impression that he was considering that, then he turned his head to Sakura with a graceful smile on his face and gentle eyes filled with warmth and understanding. "HM, that doesn't matter. As long as I can keep you two safe from harm long enough for you to remain alive I can manage that," Naruto said with great sincerity. To say that Sakura was blown out of the water at this point would be an understatement. She frowned and clenched her teeth as she began tearing all over again and her voice became noticeably shaky. "So what then? You want us to just leave you here to rot? To just run away and sit someplace safe while we let you die? Is that what you want?" she yelled again, trying like hell not to break down and cry. Naruto never broke his gaze and his smile never died. "What can you gain from that? Answer me. How can you be so content with that?" she continued, growing more and more distraught as her tears poured down her face at the thought what could befall Naruto. The black-clad boy's smile deepened. "Because both of you would live," he answered with pure ease. Sakura's teeth clenched even harder. Before she could protest, Naruto turned his attention back down to still roaring and bloodshot-eyed Gaara. "Tell me, how many times have we faced death and lived?" he asked suddenly. Even though this was not really an appropriate time, Sakura's face softened from her maddening stare into a genuinely subdued but still saddened look. "How many times have I allowed one of you to get hurt because of my weakness? How many times have I bragged and boasted without anything to show for it? To declare my future status as Hokage and let one of you get hurt if I could help it, is unforgivable. I promise that I'll never let anything happen to you again. I'll die before I do," he said with full truth behind his words. Sakura's tears fell more forcefully as she began to let out heaving sobs. "Naruto. I, she stammered, unable to release her words before Naruto interjected. "Do you want to save your teammate, or not, Sakura?" Yes. I do," she sadly responded. "Good. Then what do you say we end this ridiculous sentiment and do this thing?" he unexpectedly snapped. Sakura's face became more saddened at the thought of losing him. She couldn't take it. She wanted to stay. She whipped her head to the side as she tried deathly hard not to look at Naruto, her tears practically soaking the branch below her. "Sakura," the voice of Sasuke called out. The pink-haired Kunoichi turned a surprised glance toward the Uchiha, who barely managed to lift himself into a kneeling position. "Let's go," he said with a mask of empathy. He can take care of himself." At this point Sakura couldn't even speak. She was so distraught at the thought of losing Naruto that she merely bit her trembling lower lip. It was at this time that Gaara had finally composed himself just enough to spot his prey. "Ryawayawa. I'll kill you, Naruto Uzumaki, he roared with malice. "Ike," Naruto yelled, causing both of his teammates to flinch in surprise before he pointed in a seemingly random direction. "You too, dog." Pakin's eyes widened after having been discovered by someone who didn't even see that he had left, but he leapt next to Naruto's other teammates. Even Sasuke was having trouble hiding his sadness. "Sakura. We have to move," he exclaimed. Looking at her brave Kitsune one last time, Sakura let one last tear fall from her face before nodding in agreement. With that, Sakura, Pakin and Sasuke left Naruto to his decision. To his chosen fate. Miles from where the action was taking place, a smiling Nakoshi and the cross-armed Kitsune were standing at the foot of a mountain staring down at the source of clashing powers. Kitsune noticed two of the chakra pulses slowly dissipating. Nakoshi? I know. Now's our chance, he said with his smile widening. Seemingly out of pure reflex, Nakoshi spun around in a full circle, slicing a nearby tree in half. Reacting quickly, he leaped into the air and severed the tree's top, thus rendering it a mere log. Landing upon the ground, Nakoshi easily caught the sturdy piece of lumber with one finger and quickly hoisted it into the air before catching it, lugging it within the grip of his arm. All right. Nakoshi then began chopping one end of the severed tree with his bare hand, carving a mighty fine point. Right. Now we wait, he said. Gaara savagely charged at the battle-ready Naruto, slobbering and roaring with bloodlust. He began wildly slashing and swinging at the blonde, trying to at least behead the little fucker for the wrong that he did him. Naruto's heightened reflexes proved to be too great, however, as he easily but carefully avoided and dodged the multiple assaults, ducking, jumping, cartwheeling, spinning, swinging off of branches, using his new shadow clone maneuver, recall fight with Neji, the works. Naruto admitted that Gaara could be pretty vexing with his persistence, but compared to the shaggy-haired shinobi, he was too slow to land a blow. And it was pissing Gaara the fuck off. "Hiya. Hold still, you insect. I just wanna crush you," Gaara roared as he continued his unrelenting attack. "Why don't you speed your heavy ass up and make me, slowpoke?" Naruto mocked with seriousness on his face. The black-clad genin landed atop a tree, followed quickly by the half-demon on his tail, who swung another horizontal attack at him. Naruto timingly ducked and avoided the clean sweep before launching a swift upward kick to Gaara's chin, launching him into the air. Reacting quickly, Naruto formed a shadow clone that sprinted to the trunk of the tree they stood and proceeded to run along its length and jumped into the air above Gaara. Flipping once, the clone heel-dropped Gaara's face, causing him to plummet back down to the real Naruto, who prepared to land a finishing strike. However, Gaara's eyes shot open before his arm manifested into a huge sandthorn aimed directly to Naruto's head. Freaking out like hell, the blue-eyed genin zipped out of sight before the thorn came crashing right through the branch. Gaara ceased his descent by lodging his deformed-looking claws into the trunk of the tree. Naruto landed upon another branch and glared daggers at his powerful opponent. "Come on. Is that the best you can do against me, Gaara?" Naruto taunted further. The beast roared so loud that many animals retreated far from the carnage. He began holding his throbbing head, and his desire to kill Naruto was starting to overboil. And the recently gained wounds that he received on his shoulder was not helping things. "Shut you up. I'll kill you. I'll kill you," he bellowed before launching himself at his enemy again. Naruto took this initiative to leave that area with Gaara hot on his tail. "That's right, big guy. Follow me," he thought. Sakura, Pakin and Sasuke were hurriedly tree-hopping along the ways trying to locate a safe place to take refuge. With Pakin leading the way like always, the other two were having their own thoughts on what had just happened. Sasuke was confused like all hell. He wondered how Naruto was able to do half of the things that he saw him do. It was truly incredible and somewhat maddening? No. But it was truly something. Also, he felt like shit for leaving him to fight on his own, despite the empathetic look on his face. Naruto was his friend after all. Sakura, on the other hand, well, she looked as if she wanted to jab a kunai knife into her own throat for leaving Naruto to fight back there. First she wanted to set things right, and then she goes and leaves him. She didn't really feel like she was her normal size right now. She felt small, very, very small. The further she stayed from the battle point, the worse she felt. The shame was starting to become far more than she could bear, and it showed. Suddenly, Pakin's nose started acting up. "They're gone," he calmly exclaimed. "Oxymoron, I know." Sakura and Sasuke shot confused glances to the little brown dog. "Naruto and that Gaara fellow? They've moved to another location," he continued. What does that mean? What could they be doing?" Sasuke questioned. "I don't know, but it looks like it was Naruto's doing. He's leading him away from us," he said in a somewhat downhearted fashion. At this, Sakura winced before her eyes darkened behind her hair. Sucking air into her teeth, she came to a complete stop, catching the attention of her other teammates. Sakura dash. What am I doing here? She said to herself more than her other teammates. Why am I here? Pakken and Sasuke looked at each other before looking back at the trembling Kunoichi. How could I? How could I leave him behind like he was a worthless pile of trash? She continually questioned herself. Sakura. We don't have time for this. We have to dash. No. Sasuke flinched back. All this time I've treated him like shit. Since we became a team, I did nothing but ignore him and put him down like I actually compared to him. What am I doing here? I should be living up to my words and helping him, Sakura yelled through a fresh stream of tears. Sasuke's face finally dropped the empath and replaced with an expression of sadness. Sakura, he trailed. The jade-eyed female's tears became more fierce. I won't let him do this alone. We're a team and I can't believe how stupid I was. If I let him die now I'd never forgive myself. I'm going to help my Naruto or he'll never know how much I. Without another word or any realization that she had just used Naruto's name in a possessive sense, Sakura shook out of her daze and dashed off into the opposite direction as fast as she fucking could. Sakura. Oh, why do you hate me? God, wait up, Sasuke exclaimed before dashing off after her. Pakken was about to protest him going off to follow her, but he fell silent. Damn it, this sucks. If I go back without those two, Kakashi will have me. Gulp, fixed, and he'll probably keep me awake through the process, he grimaced before hopping off to catch up with them. Nakoshi and Kitsune were at last ready to begin their game. Nakoshi smiled before aiming the pointed log at a seemingly random direction. You know, Nakoshi. Now that I think of it, there is absolutely no way that your aim is as good as it used to be, Kitsune said with doubt. Her fellow shinobi smiled even more before reeling the log back to such an extent that his front foot lifted into the air and he hopped back several times on the other, as though to gain proper balance while holding the deadly lumber. Okay, you'll never hit him. Oh, don't worry. I'm not aiming for him, Nakoshi stated before, chucking the wood with such precision and power that a massive sonic wave practically exploded outward, nearly destroying the sound barrier. The waves of power left a trail of destruction in its wake as the dangerously sharpened log pierced through the forest with slowly decreasing trajectory. God, I love it when you do shit like that. It makes me so damn hot, Kitsune cooed with her eyes widened at the display of prowess. Hee. I know. Naruto came crashing through a tree before somersaulting in midair and kicking his feet off of another tree, thus landing perfectly upon the ground, minus the slight dizzied stumble. Panting for breath, the slightly beaten blonde glared at the cackling Gaara, who was standing upon a tree returning the glare. BWWAAHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHYou're strong, Naruto Uzumaki. I must have great strength to cause me this pain. Yes. Yaihihihis. Killing you will truly bring me a value of existence I had only dreamed of, Gaara howled with crazed conviction. Naruto scoffed despite himself, damn it. If only I could find a weak point. So far, the only flaw I've seen is his speed, but even that's quickly becoming a nuisance because of his ability to memorize my movements, he calculated. Now. Are you ready to continue? The half-demon yelled before reeling his massive arm back. Just one question, Gaara, Naruto interjected, causing the demon to stop. Why are you doing this? Why are you threatening the lives of my precious people? Precious people? Ahahahaha. You fool. Is that what you're fighting for? People who are close to you. The absurdity. Someone as strong as you shouldn't concern yourself with such petty attachments. Beings like you and I should fight for ourselves and love only ourselves. That is what true strength is, he declared. Naruto scowled at this logic as he was suddenly hit by a vague wave of shame for a reason that only he knew. Your so-called precious peoples? What do they mean to you? If they are the ones hindering your true strength, then I will kill them slowly, and I'll make you watch, Gaara roared, causing Naruto to growl with rage at hearing that threat. Sand Shuriken. Gaara's reeled arm shot forward, launching several deadly sand shurikens at Naruto, who was successful in dodging almost all of them, almost. Before the blonde Nin had a chance to dodge the last two, his leg was hit directly, causing it to sweep off of the ground. With his balance lost, Naruto was unable to counter a direct hit to his chest area, sending him crashing through the tree that he stood in front of. After a short trip through the air, Naruto skidded to a halt, using his feet and hands. When he looked up, Gaara was already in front of him with a sickening smirk on his sickening face. After a brief standoff, Naruto disappeared once again, but Gaara's smirk widened as if he knew where he was running off to. The sand demon ripped and tore the ground as he made a staggering jump to the trees. Landing upon a branch, Gaara immediately sound around and launched / extended his deadly arm, timingly piercing Naruto right through his torso as he reappeared. With a twisted cackle, Gaara felt as though he had won, until Naruto vanished completely in a cloud of smoke. Ha! Gaara really didn't have the time to realize that he had fallen into a trap as the real Naruto silently plummeted down from the air with both of his hands packed together. With all of the strength that he could muster with the short amount of given time, he slammed his might upon Gaara's cranium, making him go temporarily cross-eyed. Even though it wasn't strong enough to send him plummeting into the ground through the branch, it was enough to make the Sand Genin's body go through a fit of convulsions. Naruto landed upon a nearby branch and turned to face the stunned Gaara. "If you ever threaten my friends again, you'll pay dear." He was suddenly cut off by a sudden rush. It was a rather familiar rush, but not something that he was used to. He sensed two things coming in that direction, and to be truthful, it made him extremely nervous. After only a short time, Naruto's senses caused him to snap his head to his left side only to see Sakura leaping toward him to render her aid. If that wasn't bad enough, then what happened next was a total nightmare. Without warning in the absolute slightest, a long sharp-end point log ribbed through the forest's vegetation from Sakura's left side, on a direct collision course with her body. With a large gasp, Naruto thought as though he would die of a heart attack. "Sakura Chan!" He howled at the very pinnacle of his lungs' prowess. To Naruto, the blood that rushed through his body and his head caused time to become painfully slow and his surroundings to frizz out into a flash of pure white. His immediate instinct was to fulfill his promise, and to protect his beloved from death. He didn't think, he couldn't think. He put his grand speed to work and rushed to Sakura. It all felt like a trick of the mind that held you firmly in the steam of time and slowed you down just so you could watch someone you love with all your die a horrible death. This didn't stop him though. Even though it seemed that he wouldn't make it in time, Naruto increased his speed to a level that he couldn't really comprehend in this moment of desperation. This had also caught Gaara's attention as he shifted his gaze to the source of the commotion after watching Naruto vanish. The last thing Sakura heard was her name being shouted, and the last thing she saw was Naruto vanish completely oblivious to the deathlog flying at her from her left side. Of course, in that instant, Sakura felt her body get shoved with strong yet surprisingly gentle force, completely throwing her off of her original course. Then she suffered the same physical feeling that Naruto did, the time lag. Her eyes slowly locked upon the tearing blonde who was shoving her out of the way of something that she didn't happen to notice. Once her balance was thrown off, Sakura's eyes widened at what she saw. Her eyes finally caught the deadly pointed log that would have surely ended her life. Instead, her blue-eyed hero took her place, bracing for it head-on and looking as though he attempted to catch the point. After that, time finally broke its lag and returned to normal speed, and Naruto was viciously snatched out of sight by the hurtling death lumber whilst Sakura plummeted to the ground. The impact of her fall only rattled her senses for but a few seconds before realization hit her. "Naruto!" she yelled before shooting to her feet and sprinting as fast as her legs could carry her. She ran through the brush of the forest, occasionally scratching herself upon loose twigs and drawing blood from the small wounds. That, however, was unimportant to her. The only thing that mattered was following the trail that was left by the soaring log that carried her Naruto away. "Please be okay, please be okay, please be okay, please be okay," she chanted over and over during her massive dash, Naruto. After about a minute or so of running and screaming his name, Sakura had ran into a troublesome brush of dense vegetation. She frowned before pulling out a kunai to cut through the brush as quick as she could and was making some impressive head. Once she plowed through the vegetation, she immediately stopped in her tracks. Sakura had entered a vastly open area of the forest, one with riverbanks and beautiful trees surrounding the area. It was weird though. It was as though it were an orangized part of the forest, filled with lush beauty and a refreshing scent. Sakura, however, was completely oblivious to all of this. The only thing she saw, the one thing that her eyes were unlucky enough to look at, was Naruto pinned to a boulder, abdominally impaled. Chapter 27. "Please be okay, please be okay, please be okay, please be okay," she chanted over and over during her massive dash, Naruto. After about a minute or so of running and screaming his name, Sakura had ran into a troublesome brush of dense vegetation. She frowned before pulling out a kunai to cut through the brush as quick as she could and was making some impressive head. Once she plowed through the vegetation, she immediately stopped in her tracks. Sakura had entered a vastly open area of the forest, one with riverbanks and beautiful trees surrounding the area. It was weird though. It was as though it were an orangized part of the forest, filled with lush beauty and a refreshing scent. Sakura, however, was completely oblivious to all of this. The only thing she saw, the one thing that her eyes were unlucky enough to look at, was Naruto pinned to a boulder, abdominally impaled. 1, 2, maybe 3. Sakura really couldn't tell how many beats her heart had skipped at that moment. She just stood there, staring at the atrocity before her, her surroundings nulled out by her soul-blasting shock. The nearly unbearable sensation inside of Sakura was taking quite the toll. Her eye pupils became blank and her mouth was agape. No. She inwardly denied as her eyes squinted and began pouring tears of agony. No. No. Naruto's limp and lifeless form dangled from the boulder, blood almost pouring off of his horribly crippled body. It was almost enough to make Sakura's insides fall out of all of her openings. The pink-haired kunoichi unconsciously dropped her kunai and walked over to her fallen kitsune. Well, she tried to walk. The level of her shaka sadness was so great that her coordination was distraught and her walk was reduced to weakly dazed stumbles. Even though only seconds were rolling by, time seemed agonizingly slow for Sakura. The closer she came to the bloody Naruto, the more it felt as though her world was crashing down all around her. Suddenly, Naruto let out a cough. He was alive. With a gasp, the still teary-eyed Sakura stopped for a brief moment, and dash. Naruto, she screeched before dashing to him. The moment that she got close, however, she saw just how badly Naruto had been crippled. The log that pierced through him nearly rent him in half. The blonde struggled greatly merely to lift his hands to the log, his eyes widened with indescribable pain. Sakura, chakallagh, he choked out, spewing a frightening amount of blood out of his mouth. This horrific sight only made Sakura tear even more as her breathing became shallow and frantic. God no, she hollered with a loud raspy tone before latching her hands upon the log. Hold on Naruto. I'm bringing you back to the village. The bloody Genin's eyes dimmed before he could reply. In a sudden attempt to remove the sharpened lumber by pulling it with much force, Naruto howled in agony. This, alone, sent a blazing ping through Sakura's heart as she immediately knew that she was the cause. She cried even louder. Sakura-chan. Stop, Naruto demanded as his hand remained gripped to the log. It's no good. That appeared to fall upon deaf ears as Sakura yanked again, gaining another bloody howl from Naruto. The jade-eyed Genin knew that she was causing him all sorts of hell, but the truth was that she was incredibly disparate. Her state of mind had been thrown into the void of near insanity. I'm getting you out of here, she repeated with tears practically soaking her face. Please stop. Sakura-chan. Naruto yelled as the flames of agony threatened to take him completely. Of course, Sakura matched that with her own lament, inwardly killing herself for causing him even more pain. Without either of them realizing it, the same purple chakra that Naruto emanated minutes ago, slowly appeared at the brim of his gaping wound and the death lumber. With one last scream of sorrow and anguish and a little unseen help from Kyuubi, Sakura miraculously managed to yank the log out of the boulder and free the boy, but at a great price. When the choking and heaving Naruto fell to the ground, Sakura immediately crashed to her knees beside him and cradled his head to her chest, rocking back and forth. Oh my god, I am sorry. I'm so sorry, Sakura hysterically whispered with widened eyes. The unfortunate shinobi was totally unable to respond, as his body was now going through several involuntary spasms while constantly hacking and gushing blood all over himself and Sakura. The pink-haired female was so aghast with overwhelming grief and hysteria, she actually started to cry a little harder as she refused to release Naruto's head. After 3 more random spasms, the blue-eyed Genin spewed another serving of his blood with such force that it splashed itself upon Sakura's arms and chest. Her hysterical sobs were silenced, replacing them with trembling breaths. She shivered like a leaf and felt as though she were paralyzed. At around this time, Gaara had fully recomposed himself and fully processed what had just happened. The last and most important thing he noted was the critically plummeting life force that most definitely belonged to Naruto. To be blunt, Gaara was shocked. He was fighting his strongest and most resourceful opponent ever, and he was easily dispatched. Though it wasn't a direct effort, whosoever committed this action was presumably skilled. Then, he felt it. 2 enormous chakra signals emitting from the west. Gaara snapped his head to that very direction with a look of stun and amazement on his face. This of course was quickly replaced by a sickening smile. He ha 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 ha. Such power. Surely a power of this caliber, capable of eliminating such worthy prey, can prove to be a most electrifying thrill, he bellowed before launching himself toward the source of this Enarum's power. Meanwhile, Sakura and the dying Naruto remained in their previous position, with Sakura tightening her grip upon his head, desperately reminding him that he was not alone, that she was there. But the situation wasn't any less bleak. Naruto continued to heave and bleed to death in her arms, and once again, Sakura felt powerless to do anything about it. The most she was able to provide was her tears and cries. She couldn't save him. Naruto? It's going to be alright, she quietly sobbed while daring not to look at the gaping hole in his body. Everything's gonna be okay. We'll get you back to the village, and whine. I never asked you to do this. I never wanted this. Sakura was no doctor, but she could tell that Naruto went into shock only moments ago. His pupils were dilated and his breathing became slowed as his body's convulsions rapidly decreased in numbers. As much as it crushed her soul to face it, she knew that her Naruto's time was almost done. Sakura's eyes shut tightly as her tears continued to fall off of her face at an alarming rate, but her grip never faltered. Don't go, Naruto. Please, don't go. I can't take it, she whined. In a momentary lapse of subconscious reaction, Naruto's breathing evened out as his lips began shifting and turning as though trying to utter words of some kind. His arms impulsively rose with his palms open as though mimicking a child begging to be held. LLHH, he muttered with his head swaying from side to side. Love. Sakura's eyes shot open before she looked down at Naruto, her grip finally weakened. One of the dying blonde's hands reached up and unwittingly caressed Sakura's arm. I love you, he whispered through his subconscious daze. I love you. With his head now held only inches from the ground, many tears dripped upon his faces by a sobbing Sakura. She could tell that he was still in shock, his eyes were half open but his breathing began dangerously weak. Sakura felt as though her heart was going to give out on her. Naruto's words brought on much more pain than anyone could even begin to fathom, despite the subconsciousness. Finally, she snapped. Sakura lifted her head skyward and screamed to the heavens. Everything had suddenly crashed and burned all around her. The pain of loss was quickly choking her in earnest, yet she screamed at the top of her lungs. When she absolutely had to stop and draw breath into her lungs, she screamed a name that had long since been a forgotten memory until now. Sasuke-kun. Yelp. Of course, not too far from that area, Sasuke, along with Pakin, heard his name yelled out. Recognizing the voice almost immediately, Sasuke turned to the east and dashed off as fast as humanly possible with Pakin struggling to keep up. Normally keeping up wouldn't be a problem, but ever since he had turned back to follow the two genin after Sakura had her little outburst, his nose had picked up a scent that really started to bother him. Not only was it inhuman, but it was compellingly unreal. It was as though he had picked up a scent of pure death manifested into physical form. To be honest, he was a little focused on that rather than catching up, but he knew he had to accomplish the latter. Sasuke-kun, Sakura howled again as she held Naruto's head inches from the soil. With her hope fading quickly, the pink-haired female lowered her head, her tears never dying. It's not fair. It's not fair, she howled before turning her full attention onto the boy in her arms. Naruto. Hang on. We're gonna get you dash. Naruto. That's odd. His eyes were still half open, he was staring right at her, but his pupils were completely devoid of all life and brightness. He was suddenly growing cold. He wasn't breathing. Naruto. Sakura fruitlessly persisted, shaking him occasionally. No response. Naruto, she hollered again with a more forceful shake, only to see his head fall limply to the side. It was at that horrible moment that the truth slapped Sakura across the face with cruel intentions. Her eyes hopelessly gaped at the boy with her pupils trembling like mad. She couldn't believe it. She truly couldn't believe it. But it really happened, even after all that had happened between them, it had actually happened. Naruto was dead. Back upon the mountain where the log of death was thrown, Kitsune was hunched over with her arms crossed and a scowl on her face. When she saw Nakoshi's hand held out to her, she huffed, reached in her pocket, pulled out 50,000 ryu and slapped it on his palm. Nakoshi snickered as he counted the glorious ways. 1, 2, 3, 4. God, I love my job, Nakoshi said. Told ya I'd hit him. Yeah. I choke, ya schmuck bastard, Kitsune replied, before her face fell into a serious sneer. And Nakoshi, do you feel that? Oh hoo, don't try to change the subject, bitch. I won fair and square, so dash. No, seriously. Can you feel that? Kitsune repeated. Suddenly Nakoshi stopped flipping through his money when he acknowledged what was being said. Actually, it's what I don't feel, he said. Kitsune uncrossed her arms and closed her eyes. So, he failed his final test, a pity. Nakoshi stashed his recently earned ryu into his pocket and grew a little disappointed. I guess he was just a normal boy after all. Can't say Kuro-sensei will be too happy about this, he said. Yeah. He was really looking forward to the possibilities, she said before they both got a horribly nerve-wracking feeling. Nakoshi and Kitsune whirled around and saw their enraged sensei glaring at them. He died, didn't he? He gurgled. Nakoshi and Kitsune. Oh. Meanwhile, back in the sieged Konoha. The hundreds of clones that Naruto had created to aid the fight against Oto and Suna had all simultaneously stopped and trembled like cold puppies. Kakashi, who was aided by 3 of them, grew rather weary of what was happening. Left and right, he witnessed the clones around the stadium screaming before vanishing off of the face of existence, not limiting the ones aiding him. Before they vanished they uttered a very unsettling word. Dead? Poof. That word sent a ping through Kakashi's heart that he tried his damnedest to ignore, mainly because he had a war to focus on. Moving right along, Kakashi continued his part of the fight while the horrible feeling inside of him grew and grew. Naruto. Sakura remained paralyzed as she had Naruto's lifeless form and nearly drained of all the tears that she could shed. Naruto. Wake up, she begged. Wake up. Gasp. Sakura didn't even need to turn around as she recognized the sound. She just knew that it was Sasuke, her eyes darkened behind her pink hair. The stunned Uchiha stood frozen with huge eyes as he gandered upon the horribly maimed Naruto. He stood there for roughly a minute before running to his comrades, immediately falling on his knees on the other side of Naruto. Naruto, he yelled. No response. Sasuke waited for about 5 seconds before frowning. Naruto, wake up you fucking loser. Wake up, he yelled again while fighting a war with the tears that threatened to fall from his eyes. No response. And Naruto. Not like this. Not like this, Sasuke said with a terribly shaky voice. It was obvious that he was trying very hard. Get up, damn it. Get up so I can kick your ass for making me look bad, you son of a bitch. Without his consent, the tears that threatened to fall, did indeed fall. But he truly didn't care. In an act of impulse, Sasuke brought his fingers to Naruto's neck. He had waited 15 seconds as he tried to locate a pulse. And received nothing but painful silence. Sasuke's tears fell harder as he maintained his strained frown and choked back his sobs before lowered his head. Sakura, who had been locked in a sort of sorrowful trance, slowly lifted her head to look at Sasuke with emptiness in her eyes. When the raven-haired genin lifted his own head and saw this, his frown vanished, replacing it with a look of pity, shame and nostalgia. It was at that moment that her eyes resembled something. Something that was all too familiar to him. Something that he thought he had to live with for the rest of his life until he met these two. Loneliness. Sakura's tear-stained eyes were mere shells of their former selves, devoid of everything. It was as though a piece of her had been ripped clean of her existence, leaving a lifeless corpse behind. Is this what it means? She questioned with the sadness in her voice betraying the look on her face. Is this what it truly means, to feel alone? Sakura's hand latched over her burning heart as it were going to explode, her voice becoming louder and more lamenting. This feeling? This pain? Is this how it feels? Sasuke-kun, she asked again. Sasuke couldn't speak. He was suddenly reminded of what he had said to Sakura when they first became a team. ////////// You have no idea what it means to be alone. ///////// Heh, now she does. Without speaking, Sasuke nodded before turning his head away as he heard Sakura beginning to sob. I was too weak. I couldn't do it when I had the chance, and now. Sob. Now he'll never know, she shouted before falling into several sobs once again, looking down at the lifeless Naruto, then yanking his head into a hopeless embrace. He'll never know how sorry I am for what I did to him. Sob, he'll never know how much I love him. At this, Sasuke's head whipped right back to Sakura with shock and amazement on his face. That was definitely a new one. He lived for me. He sacrificed so much for me, and I'd done nothing but ignore him. He died for me. I finally realized what was right in front of me this whole time, and now he's dead for me. I was too weak, she howled. Sasuke lowered his head again, only this time with a genuinely saddened expression on his face. He's really gone, he thought somberly to himself as he looked at Naruto's face. His eyes were still open with his mouth slightly gaped. Sasuke may not have known exactly how it happened, but he could tell by the look on Naruto's face that he didn't die peacefully, and even that thought was enough to make him want to break down and cry. But he knew. He absolutely knew that there was no time for this. He reminded himself that they had a mission to accomplish and tried his damnedest to compose himself. Sakura. Let's go. There's nothing we can do for him now, Sasuke painfully admitted. However, Sakura continued as though he didn't hear a thing. I yelled at him, Sasuke-kun. I said horrible things to him and I was too weak to own up for what I've done, she whined. Sakura, Sasuke said before hardening his stare, we must go. Let him rest? I wasn't strong enough. I couldn't do anything but sit here and let him die in my arms. Sakura, Sasuke finally interjected before grabbing a hold of her arms to shake her out of her session of self-pity. causing her to finally drop Naruto's lifeless body. He's dead, okay? He's dead and he's never coming back. At first, the distraught Kunoichi wanted to yell back at Sasuke for saying such things regardless of how utterly true it was. Plus, when she saw the pain tears on his face for the first time since she had ever met him, she was in no position or state of mind to yell at him. Instead, she lunged forward and wrapped her arms around Sasuke, burying her head into his chest and crying her eyes out. "Naruto," she cried. Even if the black-clad Uchiha knew that there was no time for this, he couldn't help but return Sakura's embrace. For the first time ever, Sasuke shared Sakura's pain. He cried for her and offered his silent comfort through his embrace. "Naruto," Sakura cried again. ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Absolute darkness. It was somewhat fitting. To him, it was almost as welcoming as the light. But of course, that's probably because he just impaled by a fucking log. He could feel death's embrace and he welcomed it as he knelt before the great Kyuubi's cage, his physical form slowly manifesting into the surrounding darkness. Within the cage, Kyuubi stared down at the fading boy before him, his eyes beginning to dim out because of death creeping upon him. Kit. There was no response. The only sign of recognition was a lifeless smile on his face, staring directly at the sealed tablet that held Kyuubi in his prison. "Kit. It would seem that our time has come." Yet again, no response. The empty shell that was once Naruto suddenly lifted to his feet and lurched closer to Kyuubi's cage. The great fox watched eagerly at the boy as his surroundings were growing ever darker. Then, he noticed Naruto doing something strange. Kyuubi's eyes slightly widened. What are you doing?" Naruto reached for the seal tablet. "Kyuubi. You're free." Chapter 28. //////////////////////////////////////// Absolute darkness. It was somewhat fitting. To him, it was almost as welcoming as the light. But of course, that's probably because he just impaled by a fucking log. He could feel death's embrace and he welcomed it as he knelt before the great Kyuubi's cage, his physical form slowly manifesting into the surrounding darkness. Within the cage, Kyuubi stared down at the fading boy before him, his eyes beginning to dim out because of death creeping upon him. Kit. There was no response. The only sign of recognition was a lifeless smile on his face, staring directly at the sealed tablet that held Kyuubi in his prison. "Kit. It would seem that our time has come." Yet again, no response. The empty shell that was once Naruto suddenly lifted to his feet and lurched closer to Kyuubi's cage. The great fox watched eagerly at the boy as his surroundings were growing ever darker. Then, he noticed Naruto doing something strange. Kyuubi's eyes slightly widened. What are you doing?" Naruto reached for the seal tablet. "Kyuubi. You're free." Sasuke stood with his back turned, unable to look at it anymore. Sakura, on the other hand, was still on her knees, but nuzzling against the dead Naruto, feeling unable to let him go. But over time, she too realized the danger of the situation. First, there was Gaara, then there was a highly skilled marksman that appeared to be targeting them as well. She knew damn well that their time of grieving was up. Finally, she stopped. Though the tears in her eyes were still fresh and falling, her face was a little calmer than it had been before. The pain was still burning like the sun inside of her, but, still. She shifted herself away from the bloody shinobi, nearly smothered in his coagulating fluids, not that she cared. With an expression of true sadness and pain on her face, Sakura ran her delicate fingers through Naruto's blonde hair one last time before slowly running them over his open eyes, thus, closing them. She bravely struggled to lift herself off of her knees but was successful in doing so. Her eyes once again darkened behind her pink hair as she and Sasuke shared a moment of silence for their fallen comrade. Before long, "Sasuke-kun," Sakura managed to choke out. "Let's go." "Yosh," he flatly responded. With that, the nearly broken Team 7 zipped off out of the picture, locating a safe place to wait until things blow over, just as Kakashi ordered. Not long after they left, the forgotten Temari appeared right beside the fallen Naruto with a surprisingly sad expression on her face. If anyone else were there at the time, they would easily be able to tell that she had been crying. Even though they weren't from the same village, and they had to live as enemies, Temari couldn't help but feel pained at how sour things had to be right now. It was truly sad. But this is exactly what Baki-sensei told us to expect. I shouldn't let it get to me so much, Temari consoled within herself before catching a tear from falling down her face. Without another thought, the blonde Sunanin sat upon her knees, closed her eyes, cupped her hands together and offered Naruto a silent prayer. After about a minute, Temari reopened her eyes only to find herself in tears again. Flinching with surprise, she quickly used her fingers, hands, and even her arms to catch the seemingly endless stream of tears that fell from her eyes. Damn it! Why am I crying? This is how things are now. There's no need for me to hurt over this guy, she said/sobbed. Deciding that staying here wouldn't help her any, Temari leapt out of the fray as a means of keeping tabs on Gaara despite his current state. Why did she gripe for Naruto? WWWHAAATTTT, Kuro roared with fury as he had his frightened students backed into a corner of the mountain that they told refuge upon. You idiots! You used the Kanoshi maneuver for his final test? What in the hell for? He was just a kid. Kitsune, who was clinging unto Nakoshi for dear life, was tearing with fear as she tried to reason with their murderous sensei. Please calm down, sensei? We only did what we thought was necessary. Necessary? You could have cut off his legs, cut out his eyes, snapped his lower spine, cracked his skull against a rock, ripped out his liver, or even launched him through the air with a Gant catapult, Kuro roared. But we don't have a giant catapult, Nakoshi sniveled. That's not the point. The point is that you could have used any other means to brutalize him and give him enough time live so he could summon that goddamn QB. But no, you had to use a near-instant killer like the Kanoshi maneuver of all things. Okay. It's obvious to even a common lackwit that Kuro was beside himself with livid rage. Unfortunately for his longtime students, they were the cause of it. Sensei, maybe there's a way to revive him, Kitsune desperately suggested. I mean, who have we heard of that can revive people with the Edo Tensei, Nakoshi? Well, let's see there is that Kayu. Chiyo-sama from the sand. Why don't we have her do it, the frightened man said. Several veins started to form upon Kuro's head and face at this level. Bullshit, and exactly what makes you think that young Chiyu would willingly comply with that request after my rampage through Suna 47 years ago, he asked rhetorically. I never said anything about giving her a choice, Nakoshi corrected. Kuro straightened his posture and patted his fingers together with a very irritated smile on his face. Oh, I see. Well, did you happen to consider the possibility of Naruto-kun's body decomposing before we can even find her, let alone force her to help us before she kills herself? To avoid it? The enraged monster questioned with his smile transforming into a crazed lunatic expression. Nakoshi cringed. Oh, no I didn't, he said. Gykkk. Gr. Grierg. Gyyrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Sensei. Gomen Asayith. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// was now on his knees with his hand on the seal tablet. You said if I die, then you die, right? QB was silent. You're someone who deserves a second chance at life, to do what you wanted to do from the start? But you're just one of the thousands of spirits that shouldn't die in a detestable way. If I die, then I die. You will live, QB? How can you say that? I'm far from innocent and this was to be my fate. My punishment? Despite himself, Naruto smiled. Yeah, maybe. But I know a thing or two about fate. And through my hands yours will be changed. Your second chance at life begins now. The blonde slowly began to peel off the seal tablet. Why? Why would you dash? You have dreams too, right? You have a drive to live and a drive prove you're the strongest, right? Naruto began to tear up as what remained of his started to dissipate. You have an enemy to search for, right? Dying like this is unacceptable, QB. I'll free you from this prison, he said before fresh streams of tears leaked off of his face. My dreams. My legacy ends. QB never said a word. He just stared at the blonde boy as he mustered up every last bit of life energy he had left to remove the tablet. So far, he was unsuccessful, though. Naruto Uzumaki. Arigato. With that, Naruto continued his strained efforts to keep himself from fading before he could remove the seal. He doubled his efforts and actually started to make some headway. The seal was peeling off little by little, and the darkness around QB was starting to subside, giving him more perspective as he stared down at his blonde container. But to his unfortunate surprise, Naruto's will was slowly fading, and the seal was only half peeled. The Yuko's eyes squinted upon what he was seeing before Naruto steeled himself once again. Just a little more. Come on. Just a little. Thud. Naruto hadn't the strength left to complete his task and therefore collapsed. Lying on his front in defeat, the vanishing blonde choked a single sob before fully embracing the end. Jigomenase? QB. Despite himself and the situation, the great fox smiled with triumph. No, Kit. You've done more than enough. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// suddenly stopped upon a tree branch when he felt something completely different from the other two chakra pulses he sensed earlier. Logically, Gaara couldn't figure out why he had stopped when he felt this presence. Something just told him to stop. He had never in his entire life felt this sort of presence. It wasn't like anything he'd truly experienced his time of existence, but something that he believed he'd seen enough of. Pure evil. Gaara frowned in the direction that he was going before turning the opposite way so he could continue where he left off with Sasuke Uchiha, and have a little fun with the pink-haired bitch that confronted him earlier. Another time, perhaps, he growled to himself as he took the wise decision of staving away from the horrifying presence that he had just felt. In another area in the vast forest, Sakura and Sasuke rested at a heaven that they had deemed the safe place. Sakura sat against a tree while hugging her knees close to her chest with an empty and lifeless expression on her face. Sasuke was lounging upon a branch of that very same tree, watching a spider explore his hand with almost no life in his eyes either. He harbored the same expression but lacked his usual intensity. There they remained, silent and miserable. Why, you ask? Oh come on, the life of the party just died? Without any real rhyme or reason, Sasuke randomly broke the silence with a question that was questioning to say the least. How long, Sakura? He asked without really looking down at her. The pink-haired kunoichi slightly shook out of her daze and looked up at the thing she had left, her eyes remaining empty. What? She responded. Sasuke looked down at Sakura. Naruto. How long have you loved him? He asked with more clarity. Sakura stared at her teammate with the same expression, mostly attempting to find any trace of adversity or even jealousy in his voice. But not only could she not find that, but the look on his face gave off the undenying vibe that he just asked an actual question out of genuine curiosity. Sakura averted her gaze to the ground and hugged her knees tighter, unable to answer properly due to all that came between them when our favorite blonde was still alive. When Sasuke received nothing but silence, he assumed that he'd best drop it as if may not have been the best thing to bring up at a time like this. Then, I've always loved him, but I was too stupid to see what I threw away until he died in my arms, Sakura admitted with a ping in her heart. Sasuke gave the kunoichi a questioning look, which she caught almost immediately. HN. I know exactly what's going through your head right now. I don't know why either. Please don't hate me, but because of a promise I made to my mother, I saw you as second to him, so I just dash. I know, the Uchiha interjected. Sakura stared back at him. What? I always knew that something was out of whack with your so-called crush on me, almost like a transparent theme. For some strange reason I just had this feeling in my gut that you were trying to reach out to someone else, but I couldn't put my finger on it until, well, yeah. Funny thing is, I didn't realize that truth until roughly a week ago, around the same time that I realized what I could have had so long ago, Sakura said rather nostalgically with tears welling in her eyes once again. When we were kids. He was always there? If only to look at his smiling face, it'd be the best time of my day. The most I remember was how happy he made me, how important he made me feel, like he came to school every day to make sure I smiled. He was like an angel? Sasuke finally broke his gaze and stared back into nothingness because of the lingering pain in his heart. Sakura's voice became a little pitched and shaky. And angels can't die, right? She said before sobbing all over again. Don't worry, Sakura. Whatever it takes, we'll find out who did this and make them pay, Sasuke declared before jumping off of the bridge and landing beside Sakura with his hand offered to her. Come on. It's not safe here anymore. Acknowledging this, Sakura grudgingly rose to her feet as she was also aware that Gaara might be hot on their trail. With a simple nod of affirmation, the two genin zipped out of the fray once again. The beaten and bloody Nakoshi and Kitsune faced off against the murderous Kuro with terror in their hearts. Though they had survived the first 15 of his onslaught, they could tell that it wouldn't last long. He was actually trying to kill them. And with them now pinned against the stone wall of the mountain, it didn't look like he was going to struggle with that for very much longer. Sensei, Kitsune sadly groaned. Please stop. You idiots failed me. And the price for failure is death, he roared before charging in for the killing blow. Seeing the futility of tiring to flee, both beaten shinobi awaited their end. Kuro would hunt them down to the ends of the earth if he wanted, so running really wasn't an option. With his sword in perfect killing position, the black-hearted Fiend closed in on his students. Die. Nakoshi and Kitsune closed their eyes and waited for the pain slice, but nothing happened. No pain, no slice, no screaming, no maniacal laughter for a killing well done, nothing. Grudgingly, Kitsune opened one of her eyes to see her sensei looking in another direction with a severely focused look on his face. After about 10 seconds, she spoke up. Sensei, aren't you gonna KMRPH? Why would you encourage him, damn it? Nakoshi whispered with his hand over Kitsune's mouth. Finally, Kuro smiled and laughed. Nah. Congratulations my students, you're off the hook, he said before vanishing out of sight. To where, only he knows. After about a full minute of paralysis, Nakoshi and Kitsune both plummeted on the bottoms and shuddered wildly. Oh, my god. I've never been more scared, in my entire life, the female said through trembling breaths. Nakoshi actually found the audacity to smile. Yeah, what a thrill, man, what a thrill, he said through equally shuddered breaths. It was like the test he gave us before he was sealed away at Konoha. Kitsune leaned to her side and wrapped her arms around her partner, but this was no damn test. He was really going to kill us, she said with obvious worry in her voice. Sensing this, Nakoshi nuzzled close to her. Don't worry about. We're still alive and back on Sensei's good side for some odious reason, he said. After a moment or two of awkward silence, Kitsune developed a smile that Nakoshi was all too familiar with. She started tracing circles around his chest. You know, Nakoshi, she began with a sultry demeanor, that experience really gave me the rush. Nakoshi smirked as he raised an eyebrow to her. Oh, really, he said. Yeah. Wanna celebrate our survival with a good fuck? Count me in. Sakura and Sasuke continued their scale across the forest, searching for a safer place to take refuge. The mood hadn't really lifted any, it was still a morgue host thanks to Naruto's death. From tree to tree they traveled, still mourning the loss of their comrade and friend. But, without really having to speak with another, both genin silently agreed that they had to pick up their pace. Something wasn't right. Now focused on survival, Sakura and Sasuke plastered intense looks of concentration. They had to keep their trail cold so that a certain someone didn't find them. However, Sakura was suddenly swiped away by a giant mutant hand and slammed hard against the trunk of a tree, thus, pinned her to it. Catching this immediately, Sasuke stopped and looked over to his comrade before spinning around only to meet the backhand of a more Shikaka-like Gaara. The attack was so strong and near crippling that Sasuke was sent flying away until he made devastating contact with a nearby tree, where he fell to his hands and knees gasping for air. DD-. Damn it, he cursed before coughing hard. Gaara laughed maniacally before he hopped upon the branch of the tree that he pinned Sakura to, staring at her with sadistic glee. Unfortunately for her, she was still conscious. You're that girl he liked so much, Gaara deduced, sending a shiver down Sakura's spine. I wonder how much he'd thank me for sending you where he is now. At that, Sakura frowned at her attacker. You had something to do with it, didn't you? You knew this would happen. Answer me, she demanded. Now, I really don't think you're in any position to be giving me orders now, are you? Gaara said before the Shikaku hand pressed hard against the tree, applying more pressure to Sakura. What are you doing to me? She questioned through a strained breath. The half-demon smile widened. Oh that's just a little insurance for your demise. You see, over time, this hand will grip tighter and tighter until your frail little body is crushed into a thin slime. And please scream all you wish, it makes things more enjoyable. RRAHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHwho was still trying to collect himself. No. I still haven't fully recovered from earlier, Sasuke questioned himself. Sakura traced Gaara's and when she realized that he was glaring right at Sasuke, she started getting a little frantic. You son of a bitch. If you even think about laying another one of your diseased hands on him, I'll dash. Ignoring her completely, Gaara launched himself at the helpless Sasuke. No. Sasuke kun, Sakura cried before the grip around began tighter. Oak. Yabid, stop. Gaara was closing in incredibly fast, and Sasuke still couldn't muster the strength to pick himself up. No. Was I always this fucking helpless? He inwardly cursed as he tried tediously to avoid a killing blow from Gaara. I can't be this weak. Sakura needs me. You should have stayed at home, Sasuke Uchiha. Now die, Gaara roared. Yabba-dee, Sakura howled with tears leaking down her face at the thought of losing another one of her own after just losing the best thing that ever happened to her. When he closed in for the kill, something unexpected happened. Sasuke watched in wonderment and confusion as a fist crashed directly into Gaara's face, rending it into an unrecognizable heap of mutilated sand and sending him flying out of the fray. Crashing though many trees and rocks, Gaara was unable to stop himself. The stunned Uchiha looked up at the blazing figure of power in front of him. It was as though his body burned with prowess and limitless potential. Sasuke could have sworn that he didn't even recognize the guy. But still. With his back turned, the guy sighed to think. Naruto would have gladly died for you pathetic weaklings to begin with. I often question what one could possibly obtain from that, he said. The voice really threw him off. It was very deep and gruffly toned with a somewhat echoing treble to it. It was safe to say that Sasuke truly didn't recognize this guy. However, upon the tree that she was pinned to, the widened-eyed Sakura got a nearly perfect view of Sasuke's savior. It couldn't be. No. I saw him. He died in my arms. Even after all of that, he still came back to fulfill what he always lived for. Even after suffer a horrible death. Naruto has returned. Chapter 29. Sasuke watched in wonderment and confusion as a fist crashed directly into Gaara's face, rending it into an unrecognizable heap of mutilated sand and sending him flying out of the fray. Crashing through many trees and rocks, Gaara was unable to stop himself. The stunned Uchiha looked up at the blazing figure of power in front of him. It was as though his body burned with prowess and limitless potential. Sasuke could have sworn that he didn't even recognize the guy. But still. With his back turned, the guy sighed to think. Naruto would have gladly died for you pathetic weaklings to begin with. I often question what one could possibly obtain from that, he said. The voice really threw him off. It was very deep and gruffly toned with a somewhat echoing treble to it. It was safe to say that Sasuke truly didn't recognize this guy. However, upon the tree that she was pinned to, the widened-eyed Sakura got a nearly perfect view of Sasuke's savior. It couldn't be. No. I saw him. He died in my arms. Even after all of that, he still came back to fulfill what he always lived for. Even after suffer a horrible death. Naruto has returned. Sasuke continued to gawk at his savior with amazement when all of a sudden, the name he said caught his attention. What? Wait, how do you know that name? Who are you? The raven-haired genin questioned. Naruto kept his back turned to the bewildered Uchiha. I guess Naruto's blatant stupidity rubbed off on you, boy. You seriously don't recognize what's in front of you? He questioned. At first, Sasuke didn't move. The power on this guy's was way too intense to belong to anyone he had known. But after a second or two, his facial expression finally hardened into a focused glare. What kind of vague answer is that? Who are you? Sasuke demanded harder. After a few moments, Naruto turned his head back to face the boy behind him, thus, throwing his right back into shock and awe. He. You look scared, boy. As though you've seen a ghost, for lack of a better word, Naruto chuckled, revealing a long pair of lick canines and penetrating red pupils with horizontal irises. His whiskers were much more fural than they would have normally been in a usual state of rage. Thin, black outlines traced around to rims of his mouth and eyes, granting him a savage look. His blonde hair, though barely grown out to begin with, was now longer and slightly more wild-looking. His body had taken a bit of a pump-up as well, causing his newly favored jacket to become overstretch and rip around his build. His Konoha armband was finally visible. What's wrong, boy? Haven't you the testicular fortitude to raise your voice again? That's what I thought. I still can't believe that Naruto considered you his best friend brother type person. And Naruto, Sasuke stammered. The blonde smiled. Well, you're half right, he said. Despite this ridiculous development, Sasuke still managed to find small bursts of courage to speak. No, you can't be him. Your eyes, they're different from his, and your voice well, that's just an obvious giveaway. Who what are you? Naruto smiled again before turning his back to the Uchiha again. Sorry Gaki, but there's another spot of business that needs to be handled. Just sit your pathetic carcass here for the time being, he ordered before vanishing without trace, leaving Sasuke aghast with his indescribable state of shock. Sakura herself, well, let's just say that she wasn't feeling quite like herself. This can't be happening. I saw him. She whined with an increasingly frantic tone. It wasn't long after this that Naruto appeared directly in front of the distraught female with a look of pure disgust and detest on his face. Ah yes, and then there's you. Sighs. Saving you is an absolute disgrace to my supreme lordship. I can't believe that he loved an ungrateful bitch like you so much. It sickens me, Naruto said with obvious detest and reluctance in his voice. Not even given the chance to respond, not that she could, given her state of mind, Sakura's body received another punishing application of intense pressure, led on by the discarded Shikaku hand, causing her to grunt with pain before coughing. Naruto crossed his arms and glared. My. It seems as though you are in a spot of trouble. MMMMRRRRRR? Very well, he grudged before placing his 2 fingers upon the top edge of the hand and steadily slid them downward. Once finished, Naruto straightened his posture again as he watched the hand slowly split in half and avert into sand, whereas Sakura freely fell upon the branch that she loomed over in the first place. After resting on her hand and knees trying to catch her breath, the pink-haired Kunoichi shot a frantic look to her savior. Naruto, she whispered. Sighs. You know. Something tells me that I'm really gonna get sick and tired of being called that. It's so unbecoming of my greatness, the blonde trailed off. After attempting to assess even a small part of this situation, Sakura was only able to come up with a blank, thus beginning to freak out. I am going crazy. Naruto's dead, she said with a saddened teary expression. This isn't happening. Naruto rolled his demonic eyes. Oh. Get over yourself, you worthless whore. Can't you tell the difference between what happens in reality compared to the topsy-turvy bullshit of your warped imagination? God, I can't stand you, he muttered. Without warning of any kind, Naruto's pupils zipped to the side before he grudgingly took hold of Sakura and leaped off of the branch, whereas Gaara had torn through in a killing attempt, a look of pure rage on his face. Naruto Uzumaki, he howled before catching another tree branch and swinging up to land on it. The black-clad Jinchuriki's body instantaneously reappeared beside Sasuke, who managed to calm down a bit, with Sakura in his arms. Cradling her in that little newlywed position, Naruto slowly cranked his head down at the pink-haired girl in his arms, before simply dropping her on her ass, making a comical thud. I can't believe I did that. Must sanitize myself when I'm finished here, Naruto said before glaring back at Gaara, who made direct eye contact with him. Well, I suppose I'd better get to work. A final atonement for his noble sacrifice, to be sure. You weaklings stay out of my way. I'll handle the big bad monster. With that, Naruto leaped off to do battle, leaving Sasuke in his lingering wonderment and Sakura, who rose to sit on her knees, to her lonesome shivers. After a moment of silence, Sasuke spoke up. What happened to him? What happened to Naruto? He stammered. Sakura was silent as she watched a blazing shinobi face off against the crazed Gaara. The look in Naruto's eyes. The darkened whiskers on his cheeks. The flaming red chakra that engulfed his body. Not to mention the voice and altered persona. To Sakura, the paces were falling in place like some sort of twisted puzzle, and the answers were slowly tearing her apart. No. God, no. It's happening, just as they all said it would, she inwardly fretted as her shivers became more fierce and tears effortlessly rolled down her face. Naruto. Gaara stood off against Naruto with a scowling smile on his face. Not because his face was nearly disintegrated, but because his enemy had the balls to get in his face and smile. Huh. You know, kid, I think you'd better step to the sidelines and let me have some fun with an old friend. I'm not interested in you at the moment, Naruto mocked. At this, Gaara's face twisted with questioning suspicion. Huh? You seem a little different. What's with the change? He asked. Naruto scratched his nose. Heh. You shouldn't talk like that to your elders, Gaki. Now be a good boy and bring Ichibi to the surface so as I can look on his sorry ass again. Hruhahahahaha, he cackled. In return, Gaara simply smiled. You were killed, weren't you? Is that what could have brought on the change? Naruto Uzumaki, he persisted. Naruto winced at hearing that name again. Oh, for Christ's sake, don't call me that, you brat. Know the name of your superior. Know the name of Kyuubi, he bellowed. Gaara stared at his opponent with a blank stare at first, but then burst into a series of mocking cackles. You. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Don't make me laugh. To me, no matter how much you change your appearance, are still the same lowly weakling that fought me and died, he taunted. Kyuubi raised an eyebrow. Oh-ho-ho. You've got a lot o' balls on you, thinking you can talk to me like that. Very well. If you won't willingly bring Ichibi out here, then it looks like I can have some fun with you, kid, he said as he bared his long canines with a sadistic smile. We'll see, Gaara roared before reeling his arm back for a grand strike, only to be immediately thwarted when Kyuubi launched half of his arm directly into his gut. Okay, normally that really wouldn't be that effective on him seeing as how he has his mini Shikaku hide on him, but that was far from the case at that moment. Gaara's body was suddenly paralyzed where it was, before hurling a surprising amount of blood from his mouth. NGH. And Nanny, he choked out. Wow. You're actually thrown off by that one attack? HMHMHMHMHM, this is going to be more fun than I thought, Kyuubi said with a smile. Without further delay, the blonde kitsune, not just a figure of speech anymore, viciously grasped Gaara's ears and whirled in a full circle before chucking him off of the tree. Catching himself before he crashed into another nearby tree, the half-demon landed swiftly upon the ground before whipping his head up to his enemy only to hear his voice right beside him. Hey! Over here, Kyubi whispered from behind the flabbergasted Tsunagenin. He whirled around with a look of shock on his face when he saw his enemy with his back turned. You know, pup, I'm really not in the mood for wasting too much time here. So whenever you're ready to beg for mercy and bring that loser Ichibi out here, just let me know, K, he said. With an angry growl, Gaara delivered a staggering blow with one of his arms, striking Kyubi away and sending him crashing through a tree, where he could have sworn that he'd heard his bones snap, crackle and pop. The sand spirit container let out a hearty chortle at his work, but was immediately silenced by the sight of him rising to his feet without effort, easily brushing himself off. HMHHHMHHHMHMMM. That one was free, he growled. Gaara unwittingly stumbled back in shock from what was happening. I am possible. You should be immobilized. I struck your neural pressure point. You shouldn't even be able to move, let alone dash. Yes, I am sure that whatever nonsensible dribble you're going on about is endlessly entertaining, but you know what? I don't give a fuck. Shall we continue? Deeper within the more forested area of Hai no Kuni. The black-hearted Kuro zipped, speeded, hopped and slid throughout the vegetation with unhindered ease as he contemplated the gist of his plans. HMHMHMHMHM, he chuckled, HMHMHM. Mahahaha. MwahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahaMeaning my intentions are all but finished. And according to what I sensed not too long ago, young Sarutobi is going to die. The Fiend continued his little high-speed adventure on the very top of the forest, where he simply hopped upon the lush overbrush of the trees. Upon short-lived inspection he noticed the perfect spot to accomplish what he had been waiting to do for 20 long years. Ah! There? It has to be right there. This is perfect, Kuro said with evil delight as he sped towards a very tall mountain. Wait for me, Naruto Uzumaki, I'll be ready for you soon enough. Back upon the mountain where the log shot was taken, the panting Nakoshi and Kitsune rose from the ground as they quickly slipped their trench coats back on. There, you at least know that they're wearing coats. Motherfucker, pant, motherfucker. That was fucking awesome, Nakoshi slurred in his words. Pant. Yeah. A little quick, but hey. We still have a job to do. Phew, that was hot. And a fantastic way to take the edge off, Kitsune said. With that being said, the two shinobi straightened their komshures and took on a serious demeanor. Kuro-sensei knows that the time had almost come, Nakoshi said. Yes. He'll be ready to increase his chakra to its normal level now that he's fed. And then, HMHMHMHMMMM. The world will tremble once again, Kitsune smirked. HN. So where do you think he's headed? Simple, love. Just notice where the storm clouds are at their zenith. We'll find him there. Why, you don't mean dash? That's a bit of a risk, I mean. He could destroy himself if he does it up there. Kitsune walked over to the edge of the mountain. HN. Whether he does or not is completely up to him. But it's been 20 long years since we were able to see such power, and I'd be damned through the 7 blue layers of hell if I missed this. So I'm going, she said before dashing off after her sensei. Nakoshi stayed where he was with his arms crossed for a few moments to think to himself, well, this has definitely become worth our time. I just hope that Naruto will be ready for us, because when Sensei puts all that we planned into action, nothing will ever be the same again. Ever, he thought before zipping off to follow his comrade/lover. Meanwhile, back where the action was taking place, Sasuke and the still shaking Sakura watched as their Naruto made sport put of the once invincible Gaara. It was astounding, it was as though Gaara was standing still, unable to do anything to the blonde shinobi. Unbeknownst to the both of them, Kyubi was the ruler of the show. However, Sakura had an extremely large hunch that she knew Naruto wasn't quite himself, and even considered what had been dreading this whole time. Has the Kyubi taken him over? Is that why he's so different? That has to be it. Naruto would never say those things to me, Sakura reassured herself. Suddenly, a familiar face decided to finally show his face. Hoi. Are you two alright? Sasuke and Sakura turned their heads to see Pakin of all things next to them. Where did you come from? Sasuke questioned. The brown dog walked closer to the two genin. I was trying to track something. But that's not important right now. Are you two alright? I've been sensing some pretty weird things happening, like what's been happening with Naruto. Is he dash? What the dash? He said when he saw a blazing cubified Naruto looking down at an overwhelmed Gaara as he stood upon a large rock. How the dash? When the dash? Who the dash? Why the dash? What the hell did I miss? Pakin stammered. Gaara panted labored breaths of exasperation as he looked up at his opposer. He was stupefied. It was only a few lousy minutes ago that this kid was able to barely survive despite his admirable efforts. Now, he was making him look like an amateur, even in his current state. How? How can this be happening? He's a weakling compared to me. There's just no way this little punk can be so strong, Gaara muttered to himself in denial at what was happening. QB coincidentally heard this and smirked. Heh. Noisy brat. You know that all of this could be avoided if you just bring Ichibi out here. Come on. I mean I'm wasting my time here. Your strength is laughable, he mocked. Shut up, Gaara spat, you little shit. It doesn't matter how much power you have, you're still the same insect that can do nothing but struggle against me. QB scoffed, oh really? Well, from where I'm standing, that seems far from the case. Now are you gonna continue this pathetic resistance or are gonna bring your demon out to play, he said. As a response, the half-demon roared with anger before jumping off of the ground and lunging at the blonde demon. I'll show you, he screamed before forcefully dropping his arm down on QB. But the powerful Kitsune easily caught the deadly limb, holding it in place over his head, despite Gaara's efforts to remove it. QB smiled and looked up at his enemy. Oh, is that so? Well, I have yet to see anything worth remembering, so? What else you got? He taunted. Growling with murderous intent, Gaara reeled his other arm back and threw another strike, only to have it completely thwarted when QB clashed his own fist with it, dispersing the limb into several streams of sand. Gaara roared with searing agony before jumping back to the ground with sand oozing from his wound. Since he was in this state, Gaara could easily regenerate now, so he reformed his arms and looked up to face his enemy again, only for his face to be literally dented into his head by QB's mighty fist. Yanking his limb out of the beast's face, QB jumped up, somersaulted and heel-dropped his cranium with such force that it popped his face back out of his head. The blonde Kitsune flipped over to Gaara's backside before jumping up again and kicking the side of his head, sending him flying into another rock. Without giving him a second to recover, QB zipped baying the still hurtling Gaara before catching him in a series of powerful and well-aimed attacks that he was virtually incapable of defending against, ranging from punches, kicks, elbows, roundhouses and headbutts. After one last full-forced punch, QB knocked Gaara away, but before the half-demon flew too far, he braced his arms together. Sand Shuriken, he roared, flinging a swarm of the said weapon QB's way. Without feeling rushed in the slightest, the fox child calmly walked toward his attacker while using simple body shifts and twists to dodge the assault with ease, all the while keeping a confident and somewhat entertained smile on his face. The very last sand shuriken that was aimed for the center of QB's face was easily and almost comically swatted away as though it were nothing. Gaara's face brightened with pure shock at what he was witnessing before scowling deeply. Curse you, he growled. Still think you can stand up to me, kid? QB mocked as he continued his march toward the steadily unnerved Gaara. The half-demon growled again, You, who do you think you are? You think you can just stand there and look down on me? I'll kill you, he yelled. QB stopped in his tracks and his smile widened. Oh, I get it. So that's how it is, huh? You constantly writhed about finding value to your existence by finding some weakling that could hurt you only so you could kill them off in the end. You fight one who's stronger and think the exact same thing because you thought you could bend him over as well, and now look at you, he said. Shut up, Gaara mumbled as his body tensed with rage. You're the one who started this game, and now that you're losing it's no fun anymore. You're just a big baby. Gaara howled before massive waves of sand swirled and rippled for out around him. You can't talk to me that way, you worm. I don't care how strong you've gotten, I'm still going to tear you limb from limb. The very millisecond that the Suna Genin was finished ranting, QB was already behind him with a smile on his face. You know, pup, I'm starting to think that Ichibi's rubbed off on you. All bark and no bite, what, so, ever? You, big joke. The fox's final word sent a rippling echo throughout Gaara's mind, momentarily triggering something deep within his psyche. With a nearly inhuman roar, that gained a raised eyebrow from QB, the transformed Suna Nin swung his arm back to hit his smaller opponent, but once again, to no avail as he easily caught the limb. You weakling, he said before bending Gaara's arm back in a chicken wing behind the head. He kicked out one of his legs, which were still normal for some reason, before viciously shoving his foot into his lower back, thus crackling his body the completely wrong direction. Grow. That's right. Squirm little worm. Hey. That rhymed. Get a load o' me, I'm a comedic genius. Chapter 30. The fox's final word sent a rippling echo throughout Gaara's mind, momentarily triggering something deep within his psyche. With a nearly inhuman roar, that gained a raised eyebrow from Kyubi. The transformed Suna Nin swung his arm back to hit his smaller opponent, but once again, to no avail as he easily caught the limb. "You weakling," he said before bending Gaara's arm back in a chicken wing behind the head. He kicked out one of his legs, which were still normal for some reason, before viciously shoving his foot into his lower back, thus crackling his body the completely wrong direction. "Gwao. That's right. Squirm little worm. Hee hee hey. That rhymed. Get a load o' me, I'm a comedic genius." Arriving at the scene not a moment too soon was Temari. She was searching for Gaara of course, but when she found him, she was shocked beyond all possible thought and reason. "Gaara," she nearly screamed. But what made her want to scream even more was his attacker. Instead her eyes widened with even more shock. However, for some strange reason, she felt relieved as she maintained her surprised expression. He's alive?" Temari thought to herself before a totally unconscious smile creeped upon her face. Kyubi continued his merciless submission on the helpless Gaara, who was still roaring in pain. "What's the matter? Running out of steam? You were so eager to kill me before," he mocked as he drove his foot harder into his enemy's lower back. "Wow. I hate you," Gaara howled before Kyubi viciously yanked his arm completely back. Using the foot that was lodged into his back, the blonde fox propelled himself into the air before backflipping and pushing his feet off of the tree behind to jet himself at his still distraught victim, thus slamming his fist to the back of Gaara's head with so much force that it plunged into the ground. Looming over him still, Kyubi wasted no time in snatching Gaara's shikaka tail before yanking him out of the ground and spinning him around like wild. The Suna Genin's predicament was bleak as he screamed louder and louder with each circular spin. With all of that momentum, Kyubi chucked Gaara in a completely random direction, causing a series of shockwaves to ripple from his flying form. Sakura, Sasuke and Pakken were just about to leave their current area to catch up to where the action was taking place until they saw a gaunt roaring glob of sand hurtling toward them. Reacting quickly, however, they were all able to jump out of harm's way, scattering in different directions before Gaara slammed into the rock that they once stood in front of. Whipping their attention to the heap of discombobulated Gaara, Sakura, Sasuke and Pakken were absolutely flabbergasted. Their strongest and most dangerous enemy yet was getting owned by Naruto. At least that's what two of the three thought anyway. Sakura on the other hand wasn't too sure at all if the blazing savage was Naruto. Her Naruto. In fact she was almost certain that the vile Kyubi had completely taken over, although it didn't make her feel any better by realizing this fact. It was simply tearing her apart. But what was even worse than the situation at that moment, what really hooked her by the balls, was the fact of the villagers that were so horrible to him, were absolutely right. Even though she really didn't realize it what the big deal was until her mother told all. When Sakura was young, she heard the hateful and scathful things that were said to and said about Naruto when he was just a little boy. Things like demon child, demon spawn, evil seed. He was even threatened by several shinobi with death. But what caught her attention the most were the words of one particular person, he who proclaimed Naruto as the demon himself and that one day he would become possessed by the spirit. Those memories were bad enough to Sakura, but now that those terrible predictions have come true, she felt helpless now more than ever. As her thoughts raged onward, the blonde kitsune was seen marching toward the battered Gaara, who was struggling greatly to compose himself and rise to his feet. Sakura was snapped out of a daze when the cubified Naruto walked past her to get to Gaara, only for her sadness to deepen evermore. Tears threatened to pour down her face again as she watched the possessed genin on the silent warpath. "Naruto," she said with an unintended hushed tone before she rose to her hands and knees. "Naruto. Please." With his massive hearing capabilities, Kyubi stopped in his tracks and stood silent for a moment. "Please, come back to us. Come back," Sakura sobbed as the tears poured down. The blazing demon sighed in defeat. "Sakura, was it? Listen. I know it's tough, losing someone you care for. I should know," he began. The pink-haired Kunoichi stared at the demon's backside as he continued, "But there comes a time when the ones you love disappear. Putting it simply, this is one of those times. Naruto Uzumaki is dead. I did everything I could to save him, before his noble sacrifice," Kyubi said downheartedly. Nani?" Sakura questioned with unwavering sadness and confusion. The fox never turned to look at her. "It was because of him that this body can still move. It is because of him that I am standing before you right now. He gave me a second chance at life, and I'm merely returning the favor," he said. Sakura's fingers pried into the ground. "But, what do you mean? Are you saying that?" Naruto Yes. The boy allowed me to take control in order to save my life. Traditionally, if he died, then I would go with him, but," the demon trailed off. The last remnants of hope that Sakura had for Naruto still existing in this dimension were thrown out the window at Kyuubi's words, and that only made her start sobbing all over again. So he's really… Damn it, she cried. Kyuubi slightly turned his head to Sakura. I couldn't save him. If only I hadn't tried to help him and let him fight Gaara like he told me to, he wouldn't have jumped in the way of that log, she continued before pounding her fist into the earth. I was so stupid. No, he's gone and I let it happen. Despite the situation, like he really gave a damn, Kyuubi scoffed as he remembered something. You know what, you're right. It is all your fault, bitch. Naruto was young, and yet I could tell that he would have thrown away all of his ideals, all of his dreams, all that he ever was, even his life, just to keep you happy, and here you are now, crying like a pussy over the one boy that showed you any recognition after what you did to him. You disgust me, Haruno, he spat. Sakura wrapped her arms around herself and trembled helplessly, but… Kyuubi fully turned around to face the jade-eyed genin. But what? What? Let me guess, it was only after his death that you truly realized what you had, and now that it's gone you can't stand it. You cowardly, selfish bitch, he roared. Sakura's tears became more fierce. Stop it. I didn't want this to happen. I just… Silence. You sickening little cunt, I should just let you die and be done with you. You're not even worth it, you shallow fornicatress. Sakura finally broke down and cried loud and hard. God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, she yelled almost hysterically. Sorry won't bring him back, will it? Live with shame, bitch. See how long you can even look at yourself in the mirror knowing that you're responsible for Naruto Uzumaki's death. You're a disgrace to your species. Feeling unable to take anymore, Sakura nearly pierced her fingers into her arms until she screamed, Naruto. Kyuubi then shook his head and turned his back on the crying female. TCH. Cry and beg all you want, you're still meaningless, he spat before marching over to Gaara, who just barely managed to pick himself up but was struggling to keep his footing. Sasuke and Pakken saw the whole thing. In lost a heartbeat, the Uchiha and the little brown dog rushed to Sakura's side, but it was obvious to them that she was not in the mentality to talk, in a civilized manner anyway. I hate you. You demon scum. Bring my Naruto back, Sakura screamed through her now hateful tears. When she didn't get an answer from the blazing demon, she nearly lost it completely. I hate you, Kyuubi, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Good. I hate you too, bitch, Kyuubi thought with a satisfied smile on his face. Sasuke's eyes nearly popped out of his skull when he heard that. What? Kyuubi. That guy that we're looking at now is. But that's impossible. Kyuubi was defeated years ago. Right, he said while looking at the glaring Sakura. I hate you. I hate you so much. First my father and now my lovable idiot. I'll never forgive you. Never, Sakura silently cried. Meanwhile, Nakoshi and Kitsune rushed to their fiendish sensei as they made the long haul to the tremendous mountain where he was headed. The area around them darkened as the clouds became gray and black, signaling the storm that was to come. Kitsune. Look, Nakoshi said as he pointed to the distant mountain. Kitsune saw what her comrade was pointing to, and oddly enough she smiled at it. The storm clouds at the mountain were symbolically spiraled around the very top of it, giving a very nefarious vibe to it. So he's already made it there? From the looks of it, he's still preparing for it, she said. Good, that means that we have enough time to bust our asses and still make it on time before he chews us out for being late. Do you have the seal? He asked. Kitsune smiled and cradled her arms around her breast area. Always. I'll never let anything happen to the seal, she said with conviction. Nakoshi retuned the smile before they increased their already unbelievable speed in order to cut the time it would take to get to their destination in half. Nakoshi and Kitsune, you'd better be ready for us. Naruto. Gaara was at a standstill with aggressive fear as he looked down at the blazing warrior he fought against. So far, he hardly had any luck changing his situation, and the more he fought the worse his situation seemed. Though it was hard to face, Gaara was actually scared for the first time in many years. This can't be happening. He's a weakling. He can't compete with me. So why is this happening? Gaara inwardly questioned at this ridiculous situation. Kyuubi continued to glare up at his outclassed enemy. What's the matter, boy? I thought you were gonna crush me. HM. Am I not? What was it again? Your prey, he mocked. Gaara simply growled as a response. Kyuubi shrugged. You know what, since I'm normally a stand-up guy, I'll let you have one more freebie, he said before turning his head to the side and slapping his right cheek with his left hand. Come on, slap, slap, right here. As hard as you can. Don't hold back. Gaara's eyes widened in pure disbelief. Was this little shit mocking him? Was this little two-bit, rat fucking, prick son of a bitch seriously mocking him? Ho 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 hell no. You dare to mock me, he roared before reeling his massive hand back to strike with all he was worth. Unfortunately, Kyubi once again launched half of his arm into Gaara's abdomen with much more force than before, sending a rippling pulse of numbing pain throughout the half-demon's body as he choked and gagged. After a moment that seemed like an eternity, Gaara steadily stumbled back while locking his arms over his burning abs, his eyes bulging out. You'll never win, he managed to choke out. I'll get you for this. Not likey. I mean, if you were unable to see that one coming after the first time, seems rather offset to me, Kyubi retorted indifferently before vanishing out of sight. Without time to react, Gaara's lower jaw was ferociously uppercut, jettisoning him high into the air with tons of saliva hurtling out of his mouth. Given time to think, Kyubi idly crossed his arms and closed his eyes as Gaara continued his assailment. How did he do it again? Oh come on Kyubi, you've seen him do it thousands of times. Damn, it's a miracle I even remembered what it's called now that I'm actually trying to dash. Got it, Kyubi shouted before producing a familiar hand seal, Kagebushin no Jutsu. With those words, Kyubi was suddenly surrounded by 200 clones of himself. The demon looked around at his handiwork. Meh. Not bad for my first time, but I could have done better. Anyway, half of you get up there and bring our guest back down here for some more fun. Clones, hell yeah. With that, 100 of the clones jumped high into the air and caught up with the severely distressed Gaara, who noticed them almost immediately. Oh no. Now what? He bellowed. Clone, quit ya bitchin'. Clone, you actually though we were through. Clone, not a chance. Clone, now get ready for a poundin'. With that entire faction of deadly clones put Gaara through a huge pinball effect, throwing and hitting him in every possible direction without mercy. Before too long, they finally let gravity do its job and allowed him to fall before they bunched together and launched themselves downward, unleashing a barrage of deadly kicks all over the frontal side of the unfortunate Genin's body. With that assault, the battered Nin soared back down to earth, awaiting the inhuman punishment that were to befall him when he finished his plummet, but Kyubi couldn't wait that long. Without warning, the demon and the rest of his clones leaped into the air and took it on home with yet another unsurmountable combo of multiple punches, but this time to Gaara's backside. With his body reduced to an oozing, deformed hunk of sand, Gaara was predictably unable to counter a staggering slam kick that sent him to the ground with explosive results. On a single whim, Kyubi dispersed his clone before landing on a tree branch and staring down at the large crater that housed the no doubt crippled Gaara. The ancient demon wore a schmuck look on his face as he heard to agonized groaning and gurgling. However, he was incredibly surprised by what he saw. Gaara actually crawled out of the crater. Although he was severely fucked up beyond all reason, he was still alive, much to Kyubi's fascination. But how? How can he be so strong? I don't understand. Where did all of that power come from, enough to best me, in all aspects? Gaara inwardly grimaced before actually managing to stand even after all of that. No. There's no way. Not to him. There's just no way, that I'm gonna lose to a guy like him. Without warning, Kyubi sensed a massive wave of power emanating from his crushed opponent before an enormous burst of smoke exploded within the area, covering the entire area. Though Kyubi didn't budge an inch, he was oh so curious as to what his punching bag was up to. Then, he saw the glowing yellow eyes of an old friend. This sight was more than enough to put a smile on the demon's face. HMHMHMHMHMHM. Well, what do you know? I guess I finally pushed the right buttons, Kyubi thought to himself. When the smoke cleared, it revealed the hulking massive form of Ichibi no Shikaku, the sand spirit, with Gaara still in control. Towing over the trees with his single giant tail looming overhead, Gaara looked directly at his enemy with a surprising amount of killer intent. To Kyubi it was surprising, the others kinda went pale. Well, you should feel honored. I never imagined that you'd bring this out of me, he said before lifting one of his massive arms, thus commanding streams of sand to sliver up Kyubi's legs. However, the clever demon simply jumped out of harm's way, landing all the way back in front of Sakura, Sasuke and Pakken, who were, well, let's just say that they were zoning out right now. Okay you idiots, Kyubi began, catching the attention of the others, you'd better get out of here, and leave this one, to me. At first they all merely stared at the blazing beast in human form, but then Sasuke spoke up. You still never told us who you are, he said, still denying the fact that this god was Naruto? Or Kyubi? Kyubi turned his back to them all and remained silent as he really was in no mood to talk to Sasuke team either, never mind Sakura bitch. I'll tell you who he is, Sakura suddenly blurted out, gaining the attention of her comrades, even Kyubi, I'll tell you, after we get out of here. This fucker's right. We can't stay here. Though QB grimaced at this little bitch talking about him like that when he was damn well capable of tearing her in half, he smiled at her audacity. And here I thought that Naruto had the balls in this relationship. Alright bitch and non-bitches, you know what to do. Leave this place at once. We'll meet again someday, hopefully not though, QB said without even turning to look at their faces again. Hold it. QB's brow furrowed in slight confusion as he didn't quite recognize the voice. He turned around and saw that Packen had stepped up to the plate. You expect us to simply trounce off in the opposite direction without any answers, the little brown dog said. HMMMRRRRR. You insolent little canine. You dare to question me? Do you have any idea who I am? I'd be an idiot not to know who you are, but that's not the point. Why are you doing this? Why go out of your way to help us? Surely a creature of your caliber would have to be hooked by the jewels to do something like this. So why the assistance? Packen persisted with his questions. QB was silent for a moment, gaining a look of sudden curiosity on the faces of Sakura and Sasuke as they awaited his answer. After a moment more of silence, QB sighed. Well, I can guarantee that it is because of no personal affection for you dickweeds, but Naruto sacrificed his very soul to grant me a second chance at life. Despite what this demon had done and the hardships that he was responsible for, that boy forgave him and spared his existence. I have never, in all of my eons of life, experienced such a pure chaperone of humanity. And although it actually depresses me, the only thing that I can do to repay his debt of honor, is to make sure that you pathetic fools remain alive. Even you. Haruno, you worthless bitch. Sakura was silent yet held a look of nothing but contempt for the demon before her. And I swear to God, if you ask me who I am again I'll rip your lower jaw from your skull, Uchiha, QB immediately threatened, causing Sasuke to lower a raised finger and seal his lips shut. Naruto Uzumaki. Where are you hiding? Gaara roared as he found it unnaturally difficult to detect the presence of his greatest foe. Catching this, QB turned his back once again. Go now, he barked. Looking at each other, Sasuke and Packen nodded in agreement. Thank you, Sasuke said almost hesitantly. QB was silent. Finally they left to find a safer place to hide, well, two of them did at least. When Sasuke noticed that Sakura wasn't running along with them, he turned around, but what he saw after that is what shocked him the most. The raven-haired Uchiha stopped in his tracks and cringed his face greatly at the sound he heard combined with the sight that he saw. QB was turned right back around to face their direction, only his head slightly turned to the side, a crazed sneer on his face, and who could ignore a burning red mark on his cheek. Not to mention Sakura's arm curled to the other side of her. Even Packen, who had just barely turned around had noticed what the pink-haired female had just did. Possibly the biggest and last mistake of her miserable existence. Now you listen to me you sorry son of a bitch. I don't care about your past. I don't care about your reputation or your godforsaken motives. I've been letting you get away with saying whatever the fuck you wanted to me and I'm not gonna just slip my tail between my legs and run off at your whim you pace of shit, Sakura wailed. QB was silent. You know what? I don't believe you. Not in the slightest. I sure as fuck don't think that Naruto actually sacrificed that much for a vile cretin like you. I don't care who the hell you think you are, I'm staying here to see you destroyed you wretched hunk of trash. QB was still silent. Sakura, Sasuke said in a wondering fashion. Oh Jesus, here it comes, Packen said before resting his head on the ground and holding his paws over his ears. Zooms off of the countryside. How dare you talk to me like that? Instantly realizing that he had just fucked up, QB slapped his hands over his mouth before whipping his head up to see Gaara glaring down at them all. Fuck. Without another moment's notice, the mega monstrous Gaara lunged his deformed-looking fist down at his victims, crushing that entire and sending a massive shockwave outwards. Sasuke and Packen were still okay, yet they were blown quite a distance away. QB on the other hand, was in the worst state of his life. He was suspended in the air after a jump, with Sakura in his arms once again. This is all your fault. Oh shut it, Fox. Like it or not, you're stuck with me. That one right there, is what finally broke the camel's back. As they fell to the ground, QB harbored a blank expression. When they landed upon a tree branch, he still had that expression. Sakura simply let herself down and brushed herself off to rid herself of the demon's filth. So what the hell are you gonna do now, QB-sama? I'm someone of your genius can figure a way out of this mess, Sakura mocked with her hands to her hips. QB remained silent with that same expression on his face. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Silencing the annoying squeaky sounds that were the words of Sakura was Kyuubi's hands tightly clasped around her neck. Before she even had a chance to try to break his grip around her, the demon reeled his fist back and slammed it into her face with so much force that it sent her crashing into the ground below, thus bouncing, sliding, rolling, and tumbling across it before she finally hit her back against a tree, upside down with her legs parted on either side of her and spinning swirls replacing her eyes. Hamama. Mahahaha. Mwahahaha. Mwahahahaha. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Back in the plane of reality. Ahahahahawea, Kyuubi cackled to himself as he lavished in his brutally natured fantasy before stopping immediately and turned his head to the side, noticing that Sakura was giving him a questioning stare. What the fuck are you looking at, bitch? Stop calling me a bitch, Sakura howled with her fists clenched before her. Kyuubi had had enough. Okay, that's it. Listen to me. You can't stay her. It is much too dangerous for me to fight at my full prowess and protect you, he tried to explain with as much civil manners as possible. Sakura scoffed, and exactly who asked you to protect me anyway, huh? I don't remember asking for your goddamn help. So who told you to dash? Naruto did. Those words completely numbed Sakura's lower jaw as it was now hanging open. W what? She stammered. Kyuubi closed his eyes. His final request was that I make sure that nothing happened to you today, so that you would live on and prosper for the both of you. I personally think he cared for you too damn much, but, he explained. Sakura was instantly at a loss for words now. This entire time, Kyuubi was honorably fulfilling Naruto's request to keep her safe, this entire time. It was at that moment that a certain possibility hit her, that maybe Kyuubi's insults and extreme Sakura bashing, snickers behind the scenes, were just a way for her to actually leave at her own free will so she could live to see the next sunrise. Stop talking, and just, go. Your very sight irritates me, so disappear already. Sakura was stunned. To be perfectly honest, she was truly and genuinely stunned. Kyuubi no Kitsune, the demon that nearly destroyed all of Konoha, was risking his neck to keep her and Sasuke safe, at Naruto's request. Up until that point, Sakura had seen Kyuubi as nothing but pure evil, mainly because of his past history with her village. But seeing this act of honor actually warped that idea of the demon. She simply stared at him, inwardly smiling. You. The Yoku turned his head to the side to look at her again. What the dash? Are you still here? Get the fuck out of here before I just sit back and let you die, he roared. Even at this, Sakura smiled gratefully. Thank you, she said before prancing off. Kyuubi merely scoffed. Fuck you. God, I hate that bitch, he huffed under his breath before looking up at Gaara, who had just now spotted him. You make no sense to me. Why go so far for their worthless lives? Don't you see that you're strong enough without them? Gaara asked as he glared down at his prey. HMHMHMHMHM. You won't have to worry about that anymore, boy. They're gone now. It's just you and me, the blonde kitsune said before falling into a pit of deep thought, but still. I do not desire to fight him in this body, this is quite the conundrum. He is one step closer to bringing Ichibi to the surface. And I don't want to be seen like this. I have inherited the boy's abilities. It would be an uncanny coincidence, but maybe, just maybe. As Kyuubi's thoughts surfed through his mind, he rose his fist and began to fill it with unsurmountable energy and blazing chakra. Yes. Yes, this is it. Prepare yourself, boy. This will be the end for you, he threatened before lifting his overpowered fist into the air. Gaara's brow furrowed in curiosity. HMHMHMHM. Normally I wouldn't do this, but given the circumstances. Well, let's just say that I'm really looking forward to seeing an old friend again. Pouring more and more energy into his fist, Kyuubi's smile became large and almost sickening, before viciously slamming his limb into his own chest, breaking clean through his rib cage. Almost immediately after that, many trail of blood seeped from out of Kyuubi's mouth as he dug through and forced his fist deeper into his chest. Burha! Damn! That hurt? A lot more than it was supposed to. Growl. Curse this frail human form, the demon gurgled through unabolished agony. Seeing this, Gaara can't help but laugh evilly. Giving up, huh? I certainly didn't expect you to do so, especially when you were doing so well. Now matter, I will gladly assisted your suicide, he said before once again summoning the sand to encase the self-injured Kyuubi. Without any intention of moving, Kyuubi lifted both of his hands together as he started focusing more of his chakra. Once the sand was fully encased around him, Gaara cliched his fist to finish the job. Sand Burial Dash. Kuchios no Jutsu. Chapter 31. HMHMHMHM. Normally I wouldn't do this, but given the circumstances. Well, let's just say that I'm really looking forward to seeing an old friend again. Pouring more and more energy into his fist, QB's smile became large and almost sickening, before viciously slamming his limb into his own chest, breaking clean through his rib cage. Almost immediately after that, many trail of blood seeped from out of QB's mouth as he dug through and forced his fist deeper into his chest. Brrha! Damn! That hurt. A lot more than it was supposed to. Growl. Curse this frail human form, the demon gurgled through unabolished agony. Seeing this, Gaara can't help but laugh evilly. Giving up, huh? I certainly didn't expect you to do so, especially when you were doing so well. Now matter, I will gladly assisted your suicide, he said before once again summoning the sand to encase the self-injured QB. Without any intention of moving, QB lifted both of his hands together as he started focusing more of his chakra. Once the sand was fully encased around him, Gaara cliched his fist to finish the job. Sand burial dash. Kuchios no jutsu. With that last shout, a huge explosion of smoke expanded into the atmosphere, completely obliterating the sand that encased QB. For the demon himself, a sensation of assailment took place and he could slowly feel the difference as the cloud expanded more and more. Mimi's. Yes, I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel myself returning to my old body again. At last. No more distraction with the boy's frailty. BWWAAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHA. QB bellowed with glee as he noticed that he now stood above the trees. Ah yes. It's good to be me again. Now I can dash. Hey. What's going on? Where am I? A voice of a young boy said just below QB. Wait a second. Below? WW? What the dash? When the smoke finally cleared, the unthinkable was revealed. The scene was just as expected, a boy standing on top of the head of the creature that he summoned. Only problem was, KKKKKKKKKKKKIT. Is that you? QB stuttered like hell as he tried to make sense of the discombobulating situation. What dash? KQB? What happened? And where the hell are you? I can hear you but I can't see yo dash. Jesus tap dancing Christ. What the fuck happened to me? Yelled the boy when he caught a glimpse at his body. Or should I say, a nine-tailed body. QB looked down at this travesty in absolute flabbergast. WW what? This can't be. I mean this is so wrong. No. This has to be a dream, he howled before closing his eyes tightly for a few seconds and then reopening them only to see everything exactly the way it was. This is no dream. This is no fucking dream. QB was in, no doubt, the greatest shock in his eons of living. Not only was he still in his container's body, but this isn't fair. I should have been the one running the show. So why do you have my body, Uzumaki? I don't even know how the hell I ended up here in the first place. I mean, first I'm screaming in pure agony before finally choking on my own blood. I talked to you for like 5 minutes, I'm running for my fucking life trying to get away from this insane cloaked skeleton guy with this giant scythe, then next thing I know I hear in your hideous body. And you're yelling at me? Cut me some slack you jackass. But that doesn't explain why you were able to come back. You died right in front my dash. You know what? I don't even give a damn right now. Now where the hell am I? Naruto bellowed before quickly taking in his surrounding and getting a glimpse at the confused monster not too far off in front of him. Who? What the hell is that? QB slowly cranked his head down to his summoning. I can see that being dead hasn't done your intellect any justice, he ridiculed with his arms crossed. Naruto gave a sneer on his fury face as he wondered just what his summoner implying. Oh come on. You seriously don't recognize the boy who almost killed you all not too long ago? It's that Gaara kid. You know, the container of that loser Ichibi, the demon informed. Naruto's eyes widened at those words. Gaara. What the hell happened to him? He questioned as he sized him up to grasp the augmentations on his old enemy. That's not important right now you dunce. Just shut it, get the lead out and destroy that loser before Ichibi sees me like this. Oh, the humiliation, QB murmured to himself. Naruto closed his eyes and took in a refreshing breath of air before steadily casting it out of his lungs. Take a hike? Waha-away-awet? You dare to defy the one who gave you life? Well, in a sense. The great fox Naruto sighed. Why in the 7 blue layers of hell would I want to waste my time on a murder-happy piece of shit like him right now? Do I look like an idiot? He yelled. QB stared at him skeptically. I'm gonna find the bastards that threw that piece of wood and killed me, Naruto yelled before shaking his head once to get QB off of it only to make his slightly lose his balance and collapse on his ass. If you're not going to help me out then go jump off of a bridge or something. You useless, ungrateful maggot, QB howled as he began mercilessly slapping Naruto's gigantic head with his palm. I'm the one who gave you the chance to be here today, so the least you can do is shut the fuck up and do as I say, you little brat. And I, as the great king of the bijou, command THEE to strike that sick excuse of a natural creature's ass down. Or do you not care what he's done to that Sakura bitch? You're not the boss of M-. What? What happened to Sakura-chan? Naruto asked with suddenly piqued interest. Kyuubi's chance to take full control of the situation stuck out like a sore thumb, and his eyes glimmered with devious delight as he was about to make his move. Why? Kit, you didn't know. Oh, that's right, you were dead. Poor Haruno. Sigh. She never had a chance, Kyuubi said in a mock-depressed fashion. Naruto's large ears perked up with anticipation with what the demon was implying. What the hell are you saying? What happened to her? He demanded with growing anger. Kyuubi remained seated upon Naruto's head and crossed his legs and arms. Kit, it was horrible. I did everything in my power to make sure I made it in time, but I was too late. There was nothing I could do, he said with a convincingly saddened voice but a discreet smile embedded on his face. The humanized fox demon was getting just the reaction he was looking for when he heard Naruto steadily begin to hyperventilate out his manifesting rage. So he continued. My God, it was terribly awful. He showed her no mercy, in the slightest. The more she struggled, the slower he tore her apart at the seams. Bones snapping, tendons ripping. The sounds of her screaming for mercy. There was no hope by the time I had arrived. Naruto's fur began to stand on end as Kyuubi continued, glaring atomic explosions at the confused Gaara before them. And she cried? She cried loud. She screamed your name in agony. She begged and pleaded for her hero to save her, but you didn't come, and she died a horrible and godless death. Naruto was now on edge with silent rage, but with denial at the very same time. You're lying. She couldn't be dash. You think so, Kit? Well, go right on ahead and ask him. He'll tell you, Kyuubi said before rising to his feet and walking to the fox's large ear, thus lifting it to his face. He's proud of it. Those last words at that very moment were what snapped at Naruto's psyche, and Kyuubi knew it. With his triumphant smile never fading, the demon straightened his posture and crossed his arms again, knowing all too well that his efforts were very successful. More than successful. Perhaps a little too successful. That bastard, Naruto howled with his voice rumbling the earth below before charging at Gaara. I'll kill him. Not too far from where the action was taking place, Sasuke and the still-living Sakura watched this massive event unfold and were in total and absolute shock and amazement. They were both frozen in place, not only because they were witnessing the nine-tailed fox demon of all things right in front of their eyes, but also because the mighty beast had Naruto's voice. Only an idiot could possibly mistake that voice for someone else's. It was Naruto's, the same fun-loving voice that burned itself into his teammates' memories, so they knew it had to be him, but that didn't make the situation any more believable. That's the, but... Naruto, Sasuke thought to himself as he watched the enraged fox roar. The Uchiha looked over to his female comrade and saw the reaction he expected of her, shock. So much so, that her legs were trembling greatly and her face was riddled with this emotion with bright and plain clarity. A part of her simply didn't believe it. Another part of her lavished in the happiness of her Naruto returning to her. And the other part didn't want to believe it. That voice, it's dash, Sakura stuttered. Both genin knew that the time for questions was running on empty at that moment, so both of them simply zipped their lips and eagerly observed the surely heart-stopping action that was about to unfold, although they knew full damn well that they also had to vacate the premises soon. Naruto, as the malevolent Ninetales, charged at his fellow Jinchuriki with a level of killer intent that he had never demonstrated before. Gaara himself was still confused as all hell as to what was going on. The moment he heard the young voice of the giant fox that was attacking him, he was locked in a chamber of questions and doubts. Wasn't Naruto Uzumaki dead? Wasn't he assassinated right before his eyes? How could the great Kyuubi have been summoned? Of course these questions were not only left unanswered, but also completely interrupted when the magnificent fox lunged forward and chomped upon the distraught Gaara's right arm before ripping it clean from its socket. Naruto zipped right past him before immediately tossing the discarded limb in a random direction, where it slowly dematerialized back into sand. The raged Naruto skidded across the ground as he faced his fellow containers back with a hateful sneer on his face. Kyuubi, who had been clinging on to Naruto's head for dear life, was actually a little surprised by this. Looks like my little tactic worked better than I would have hoped, the demon thought to himself as he tried to regain his footing. All of a sudden, Kyuubi noticed something a little strange about Gaara when he turned to face his angered opponent. Interesting? Not bad. Not bad at all, Gaara roared before his hulking form became still and seemingly vacant. Feeling his rage boil over again, Naruto roared before prepping to lead the initial charge once again, but suddenly. Hold your horses, KIT, QB snapped from atop his container's head. In a moment of impulse, Naruto halted where he was but retained his hateful demeanor. What the fuck are you stopping me for, QB? He roared with his fangs bared, giving him a fairly vicious look. It is wise to know what your opponent is capable of before you go for a killing blow during a fight. You know that, the humanized QB stated as he eagerly watched something mold out of the forehead of the Shikaku shell. The demon heard Naruto growl, I don't care about that. I'll kill him for what he did, he roared before once again readying himself for another charge. Shut up and look, Kit. How will you expect to take your precious vengeance if you don't know whether or not you'd be able to do it? Being the argumentative bastard that he was, Naruto was fixin' to retort when he suddenly felt the same weirdness coming from his enemy that QB felt. The foxified boy watched the Shikaku shell's forehead and almost immediately noticed the real Gaara in his actual human form hang out of it like some sort of deformed-looking blemish of the skin. What the hell? What is that? A spiritualist? Medium? So that's how that little pup does it, QB trailed to himself. What? That's how he does what? Watch and you'll see what I mean, Kit. The mutated pimple upon the Shikaku shell's forehead, Gaara, held up the ram hand seal, play possum no jutsu, he grumbled. After a moment or two, it would seem to the untrained eye that the red-haired Jinchuriki was struggling with something or other. But after a while he seemed to calm down before completely falling limp. Seeing this, QB smiled, so it begins, he trailed off as he crossed his arms, anticipating the long-awaited return of his old punching bag. What's happening? I feel something strange, Naruto trailed off as he started to feel very uneasy. Kit, I'd like you to meet an old acquaintance of mine. The giant sand beast began to breathe new and refreshing life into itself before stretching its remaining arm outward to loosen up and feel what he had been missing for over a decade. Yee-awaya. Free at last. Free at last. I'm back with a vengeance. Here I come biznaiches. Let's do this. QB smiled nostalgically when hearing that voice after such a long time. Ichibi no Shikaku, he said. Naruto's face scrunched up with comical disbelief. You're telling me that that's a demon, he questioned. QB sighed. Not a day goes by that I don't ask myself the same question, but I suppose when your mother is a dog and your father is a raccoon, well, you kinda get that, he mentioned with a look on his face to match the one on Naruto's. The great fox growled, I don't care about that right now. What happened to Gaara? All I know is that he'd better not be dead, he shouted. The demon looked down at Naruto. Why? So I can kill him. Of course, geez. He cares about that Sakura bitch way too much. Oh well. I suppose it's for the best if he doesn't find out that she's still among the living until later. Although it would make sense for him not to be able to smell her scent while he is in his current state. I bet he's still trying to regain all of his natural senses after being wrenched from the arms of death. Unfortunately for QB, he was right. Naruto's current state of mind was actually brought on by the sudden shock of reawakening in the land of the living. His senses, thought patterns and emotional stability were all thrown out of whack because of the alien sensation. His unnatural intent to kill was a perfect example of all this. Count that with the fact that he has awoken within the body of the QB no Kitsune himself. Wouldn't you be fucked up? In his state of mind, Naruto positioned himself to attack again without QB's consent, causing him to stumble and trip but managed to barely keep his foot. Hey! Whoa, Kit! What do you think you're doing? I'll kill him slowly for what he did, Naruto roared before charging head-on at the sand spirit, who laughed heartily. Well, if it isn't QB. It's been a while you ragin' jackass, Ichibi yelled before he lifted his one arm, Futon, Renkuden. With that, Ichibi slammed his fist onto his stomach, causing a powerful ball of concentrated wind to shoot out of his mouth on a direct collision zero course with the charging Naruto. Mother of God. Watch out. Boom. With the massive collision of wind and body, Naruto was stopped in the air while spinning wildly in place. After several rotations, the fox was sent FFFFFLYING, in the opposite direction, tumbling and rolling about. Miraculously, however, blonde boy turned fox used his newly give claws and more powerful limbs to greatly slow his speed, only to end up flipping into the air due to the sudden deceleration before slamming headfirst into the dirt. In his still angered state of mind, Naruto shot his eyes open to quickly survey his surroundings. What he saw at that moment was almost like a dream. Before the fox Naruto were the incredibly startled faces of Sasuke, Pakken and S-Sak-. Sakura-chan, he stuttered in sheer disbelief, Sakura-chan. Sakura-chan. You're okay. The pink-haired Kunoichi really wasn't having the best day. First, her chance to own up for what she did and possibly confess something sacred was thrown out the window when the Odo invasion began. Then she had to sit back and watch helplessly as the boy died a horrible death in her very arms before the demon inside of him took over, a tragedy in and of itself. Now, the very same monster that attacked and nearly destroyed her village before she was even born was staring directly at her with Naruto's voice and appeant personality. All in the same 2 hours. Nah. Naru Sakura stammered with an equally dumbstruck demeanor before she heard a strange sound. Bam. Kyuubi fell from hundreds of feet into the air before crashing down upon Naruto's head with a comical thud and grunt. With the force of a little recoil, Kyuubi bounced onto the great fox's snout where he was glared at with sheer anger and not just a little embarrassment. "Kyuubi," Naruto shouted before picking up the demon by the back of his collar with his index and his thumb, lifting him into the air. "You lied to me." Kyuubi flailed his arms with rage as he glared right back at his former container. "Of course I lied to you, you dipshit. It was the only way I could get you to stop being an idiot and attack the root of all of our problems," HW retorted. With an irritated growl, Naruto carelessly tossed Kyuubi to the side, hearing him scream on his way out of sight and earshot. His moment was soon interrupted, however, by a crying Sakura. "Naruto," she sobbed, catching his attention almost immediately. "Naruto. What happened to you?" Chapter 32. Nah. Naru Sakura stammered with an equally dumbstruck demeanor before she heard a strange sound. Bam. Kyuubi fell from hundreds of feet into the air before crashing down upon Naruto's head with a comical thud and grunt. With the force of a little recoil, Kyuubi bounced onto the great fox's snout where he was glared at with sheer anger and not just a little embarrassment. "Kyuubi," Naruto shouted before picking up the demon by the back of his collar with his index and his thumb, lifting him into the air. "You lied to me." Kyuubi flailed his arms with rage as he glared right back at his former container. "Of course I lied to you, you dipshit. It was the only way I could get you to stop being an idiot and attack the root of all of our problems," HW retorted. With an irritated growl, Naruto carelessly tossed Kyuubi to the side, hearing him scream on his way out of sight and earshot. His moment was soon interrupted, however, by a crying Sakura. "Naruto," she sobbed, catching his attention almost immediately. "Naruto. What happened to you?" Meanwhile, Nakoshi and Kitsune had at last arrived at the horrendously gigantic mountain and began their strenuous trek to reach the top. With their speed and reflexes, however, they made it look like a cakewalk. Kitsune hugged the area around her breasts more securely to ensure the safety of the aforementioned seal. "Nakoshi, I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this," she said. Her lover slightly turned his head to her as they both remained perfectly level with one another. "What do you mean?" "Everything is going according to plan. So there shouldn't be any doubts, Kitsune," he consoled. "I know, but it's just that?" Nakoshi smiled with immediate understanding. "Ah, I see. Kitsune, you always did worry too much, ever since the day I first met you. Just remember, love, as long as we keep a watchful eye on the Relec, we won't have to deal with, well, you know," he said with a slight grimace. Kitsune shivered slightly as she remembered the absolute horrors of what happened when the seal was destroyed long ago. "I can only pray that Sensei is certain of this course of action. If ever we had to deal with that thing again, I don't know what we could ever do to stop it, but I won't allow that to happen again. So long as there is breath in my body, I'll keep this seal safe from harm," Kitsune thought to herself. After roughly 45 seconds, the two shinobi reached the cloud-piercing top of the enormous summit, a feat that would have taken a normal person days to accomplish. Once they had reached the top, it was as hellish as they imagined. The gravity became so intense they could hardly move, the air became so thick they could hardly, and the wide sky above and around them was caked with blackness and swirling blood-red clouds of death. Taking only a few seconds to drink in the hellish surroundings, Nakoshi and Kitsune shifted their focus to the center of the area. "There he is," Nakoshi said. At the center of it all, sat a meditating Kuro with his hands together in the Hitsuji, Ram, hand seal. His closed-eyed expression gave the undeniable impression that he was really concentrating. Both of his students could feel his powers sluggishly increasing to their genuine levels as he continued his meditation. However, the moment that Nakoshi and Kitsune stepped closer, the murderous demon snapped out of his concentration and turned a small glare to them. "You're late," Kuro growled flatly. Kitsune raised an eyebrow before Nakoshi and herself approached their teacher. "But Sandame-sama hasn't kicked the bucket yet," she protested. "Yeah. I thought you wanted to kick things off when the buzzard died," Nakoshi added. Kuro sighed, "And as I told you before, this process takes time. The ritual must be started early so I can progress unhindered." Why are you two so concerned with dash? Suddenly it hit him. The dominant leader smiled before rising to his feet and marched toward his worried subordinates. HM. I really have wonderful students, you know that, he said. Nakoshi and Kitsune both looked up at Kuro, unable to conceal their worry. Don't you worry. Kuro is invincible. He will not be destroyed by the effects of this ritual. Rest easy, my students, and put the seal in place. We must prepare my Ascension to full power immediately, he calmly ordered. Shaking off whatever doubts they had, Nakoshi and Kitsune nodded in affirmation. Hi, sensei, they said in unison before relinquishing the ancient relic. The storm that was fast approaching would only intensify when the time came. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. There's simply no time to explain right now. Just stay out of sight, the foxified Naruto ordered before rising fully to his feet. But wait. Naruto, you can't dash, was all that she managed to get out before her lovable idiot rushed off to do battle with Ichibi. Sakura was left with her mouth hanging open and tears streaking her face. Everything had been so chaotic lately that she was no longer sure whether or not she was dreaming throughout this entire ordeal. Hell, Sasuke and Pakken weren't any different. Although it was obvious that they weren't asleep, things just didn't seem to fit, especially to Pakken. This has been one hell of a day. To think that things have taken this much of a turn. And that presence I sensed earlier? Something screwy's going on around here, or my name is Courage, and it's not, Pakken thought to himself. Sasuke's mind was going into overdrive the entire time as he tried in vain to figure everything out. His mind was torn apart at the thought of the enigma known as Naruto Uzumaki. Have I underestimated him all of this time? These moves. These techinus. Where could he have leaned them? It doesn't make sense. Has he just been hiding this from all of us this whole time? Sasuke's mind raced. It was at that particular moment that a vengeful battle cry was heard from the distance, growing louder and more vivid. In a matter of seconds, the previously thrown Kyuubi burst through the vegetation before stopping in front of the three. Where is he? I'll kill him, the demon yelled while whipping his head from left to right. That ungrateful little shit. Where dash? There he is? With that, Kyuubi zipped out of sight after the charging Naruto and had successfully caught up to him and made a staggering jump to the top of his head, where he landed safely. But Kyuubi was far from satisfied as he rode the charging beast with a sneer on his face. Toss me like that again and I'll dash. Naruto stopped in his tracks. You'll what? He challenged offhandedly. Kyuubi furrowed his brow before walking up to the fox's left ear. He held it open with both hands and took a lot of air into his lungs, before whistling so incredibly loud that it granted Naruto a great sensation of agony through his head. The pain was so great, in fact, that Naruto was unable to scream. He just stood there, trembling like a leaf on crack with his mouth hanging open and his eyes widened. Yeah? How do you like that, brat? Kyuubi mocked while crossing his arms. Remember, you're an my body and I know my body's weaknesses. Naruto managed to shake out of his daze before cracking a very angry scowl. Yeah, like you said, he commented before lifting one of his fingers up to Kyuubi. And just what the blazes do you think you rahahaha? Hey! What's the big-eyed wahahaha? Stop that, you son of a dahahahaha. Stop, you little wawahahaha. Gyahahahaha. Sto up. Yo wahahahahav. Naruto cracked an evil. Yeah. Just like you, I'm also knowledgeable of my weaknesses. You. Snickers, puny human, he choked before cackling with triumph as he attacked the one place that his body was ticklish. The stomach. With the once mighty Kyuubi at his mercy, Naruto found himself enjoying the moment way too much and stopped. The blonde demon was lying flat on his back, hyperventilating like mad. Alright, Kit. You're asking for it? One of these days. One of these days. Suddenly, Ichibi hit a strange realization as he pointed at the humanoid with his fellow Biju's voice. Wait a second. Kyuubi? Is that you? He questioned as he finally caught wind of the voice that was so inappropriate for a little human. Being half dog can give you that kind of hearing. Kyuubi immediately perked to his feet and stared at his demon counterpart, not actually willing to face him in his current state. But something inside of him told him to say something. Yeah? What of it, you pathetic loser? He retorted with his nose in the air. Ichibi slightly straightened his posture and stared at the two with a completely blank face before attempting to choke back his chuckles. Hearing this, Kyuubi's eyes widened incredibly before he slowly smothered his face with his hand, leaving a thin opening for his eye to glare at Ichibi. Oh, you are not seriously about to go there, the blonde Kitsune grumbled. Ichibi's held chuckles became stronger and more indefinite as his cheeks puffed up to keep them at bay. I swear to every god in existence that if you start laughing. Ichibi lifts his one hand to his mouth while his bloodshot eyes practically bold get out. I'm warning you, Ichibi. If hear one sound, just one little chordle from you, I'll dash. Ichibi cackled while pointing a taunting finger at Kyubi. Oh ho! Oh god! Wahahaha! This ahaha! This is too good! Oh I can't breathe dash! I can't breath ahahaha! The taunting laughter was bad enough, but the fact that he was literally on the ground pounding it with his fist was just plain infuriating. Sweet fuck. I can't believe that you two switched places. Wait until the others get a load of what terrible fate had befallen the great and powerful Kyubi no Yuko. Oh wait, it doesn't look like he's so great and powerful no more. AAA ahahaha hey aha hey. Ichibi continued, picking himself up off the ground. Kyubi's anger became so great that a long rectified problem of his reared its ugly head once again. His left eye began to twitch madly. The moment he realized this, Kyubi slapped his eye to stop the twitching but only made it worse. Curses! Now look what you've done, the humanized fox roared. That's it. I don't care about the difference in power that might have been made between us. On this day, I'm gonna beat the living shit out of you, do you hear me? Ichibi scoffed loudly. I don't think you'll be beaten the livin' crap outta anyone now that you've been reduced to a puny human, he continued to mock. Shut up. You take that back you freakish, little, blob-looking, rodent's mother of a, pace of bird shit, raccoon skunk, dog. Thinning. Puny human. Worthless slime of canine feces. Puny human. Defective, cock-sucking ballsack. Puny human. Hideous, dickless, gut-wrenching spitwad. Oh yeah? Puny human. www. Kyubi howled with his fists in the air before turning to the fox he was standing on top of. Kit. What the hell do you think you're waiting for? Tear him to shreds and restore my honor. He. Not yet. This is awesome, Naruto said. Kyubi blinked furiously through his twitching left eye. What? What? Wahot. You would dare dash. How could you stand there and dash? The nerve of dash. What right have you to dash? That tears it, he yelled before clutching both of his arms around the base of Naruto's left ear. The hell are you dash? Yank. Ough, Naruto roared before charging forward out of a reflex of pain. Seeing this, Ichibi prepped himself for battle while still inwardly mocking Kyubi's predicament. Well, since you ain't hardly gonna be a challenge, I guess the kid here will give me a real show. Rankuden. Meanwhile, back in Konoha. Within an underground passage, a sort of ritual was taking place, a healing ritual. Such a ritual would have normally been detectable by the enemy had they not concealed it all underground. But the ANBU Black Ops personally requested this method from a team of Med-nin that just happened to be in that area at that time. Though it required their participation as well, the two ANBU that had requested this eagerly joined in to help out, providing all of the chakra that they could. After all, Anko needed all the help she could get. Okay, as you read this, just consider this a similar scene to the time that Niji was being healed after the mission to retrieve Sasuke. It had been almost 2 hours since they began, and needless to say, it was making the two ANBU a little under the collar. Anko lied in the middle of the large glowing seal totally unconscious, her previously dealt wounds gaping upon her once beautiful form. Normally it wouldn't really take as much time complete this healing ritual, but when you consider Anko's little gift then things become a tad complicated. As the Med-nin and ANBU continued this act of saving, one of them noticed the female Jounin's cursed heaven seal start to glow, a definite distraction to say the least, but he knew that he had a job to do, a life to save. However, it was a bit hard to fully concentrate on that when the patient was screaming in gut-wrenching agony because of not only the healing in process, but the cursed seal's reactions. Hold on, Anko. You can make it, one of the Black Ops thought hopefully. They all knew that the brunette was going through hell in a handbasket and back again with the intense level of pain that she was enduring, but time and time again, she had proven herself a warrior. Perhaps not invincible, but a warrior nonetheless. Fighting a lost battle with the monster that had mercilessly terrorized their home for generations without any help had further proven this fact. Anko's noble sacrifice to save 2 lives and unravel the mystery of Kuro's intentions was an act that was heavily acknowledged by the ANBU. Though they had respected the snake mistress before, the level of recognition that they held for her now was understandably incredible. Finally. She's stabilizing, one of the Med-nin said. Okay everyone. You know what to do. With that statement, every member of that circle poured a substantial amount of their life force and chakra into the giant seal in a final attempt to bring Anko out of her hellish predicament. After one final cry of anguish, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the passage. Thankfully this was all happening underground, otherwise there would be no point in celebrating the Jounin's miraculous recovery. With their efforts exerted and a bit of their energy exhausted, the ANBU and the Med-Neen scrambled to the sleeping Jounin with all hope that their actions were totally successful. To their great relief, Anko steadily opened her eyes, lightly giving off soft moans. After a few seconds of hard blinking and moaning, Anko's eyes shot wide open before shooting upward with her elbows giving arc support and yelling a name that still sent shivers down the spine of man to this day. "Kuro!" she screamed. Though a bit startled by this outburst, the ANBU smiled behind their masks in great relief that Anko had made it through while the Med-Neen were congratulating each other on a job well done. With her quickened heartbeat steadily slowly, the brunette Jounin took in her surroundings and immediately realized that she was out of harm's way at that moment and surrounded by the ANBU. "What? Where am I?" she questioned as she was beginning to wonder if she was simply having a terrible nightmare. "You're at the southern tunnel, Anko. You were lucky that we found you when we did, otherwise," the ANBU trailed off. It was at those words that Anko was fully convinced that her recent altercation was no dream, despite the burning hope of it. Thinking on it even more, she could hardly believe she was so easily cast aside. It burned at her. She was at a standstill with shame, yet she felt angrier and angrier towards herself. Feeling her emotions start to boil, Anko collapsed upon her back once more. "Kyuso! I couldn't do anything," she cursed, "that bastard demon, casting me aside like I was nothing." One of the ANBU sighed, "There is not a single valid reason why you should blame yourself, Anko. You did everything in your power to keep that monster away from the innocent. You owe it to yourself to be proud," he attempted to console. "Through one ear and out the other. That's pretty much what happened right then." Anko was simply far too shamed to be proud of herself, especially with how badly she had been beaten. Taking a long pause to collect her thoughts and inwardly reflect on the humiliation of her previous encounter, she wondered to herself why so many people had to die. Then she swallowed her pride and turned to other matters of importance. "Haruno-san, Yamanaka-san, were they dash?" "They're fine, Anko. They were able to contact the authorities of him and his intentions," the other ANBU said before rising to his feet. Although that would normally be considered good news, Anko was far from satisfied. Something about the whole ordeal seemed out of whack. Only problem was, she just couldn't place. Much like everything else that had happened lately, so everything just didn't add up. It was incredibly faint, but she could have sworn that she sensed some sort of deception. Upon Kikyo Tower? The epic Kage-level battle that raged onward within the pillar of darkness created by the four sounds reached its climax. Orochimaru, the very same man who was trained by the Sandaime himself, was fighting a desperate battle against the foreboding hand of Shinigami, resisting the rending of his very soul with everything he had. Through his mind he wondered how things have taken such a turn for the worse. All of the pale-skinned Sanin's confidence had dwindled down to a minimum at the face of this grand adversity. What flustered Orochimaru the most was that even though Sarutobi had his grass-cutter blade pierced through his very body, the old man hadn't waned his monumental efforts in the slightest, maintaining his unbreakable grip to hold him in place. And the only thing keeping the snake tamer from slicing through his old sensei and ending this struggle was the Monkey King Enma, who was valiantly holding the blade itself in place to buy Sarutobi the time he needed to silence the corrupted shinobi. "You old buzzard. Hurry up and die," Orochimaru cursed. "Not until your wretched soul is ripped from your body," Sarutobi retorted through his fatal wound. The Sannin had lost his patience right then and there. His mind was flushed with questions as to why the Sandaime would simply throw away his life for a dying village. What could you possibly gain from dying a meaningless death, you old fool? As we speak, Konoha is being completely destroyed. But I don't need to tell you that, do I? You already know that this village is doomed. So why do you struggle? Orochimaru questioned with anger. The dying Hokage hurled a small serving of his blood. You still don't understand? Have I taught you nothing? You fool. Even if I should fall in battle, this village will live in and prosper. You have forgotten the will of fire that burns within every soul of the shinobi here. Your efforts to destroy Konoha will end in disaster for you, starting with the end of your cursed existence, he declared. You detestable pile of dust. Even if I were to fail, it would make no difference. This village would still be grinded into dust, Orochimaru proclaimed. Sarutobi made another attempt to yank his former student's soul out of his body, but the struggle remained a stalemate. It was at Orochimaru's last words that the aged Sandaime became doubtful. You knew the entire time, didn't you? Sarutobi growled, causing Orochimaru to grimace slightly. You did? You knew that Kuro had been revived? Creepy chorus plays, take your pick. Orochimaru was silent. How could you? An unspeakable evil that threatens all life on this planet lives again, and you seek to destroy any chance of cleansing it from existence. How could you? Yusai. Don't know how to spell it. I don't need this worthless village to silence him. I will find my own means of ridding myself of this nuisance, once I've collected every jutsu in the world. But first you have to die, the snake Sannin roared before commanding his grass cutter to slice through Sarutobi a little more. Ka. You know what you're implying is impossible. We both do. Yusai. It matters not who you are. To fight a monster of such caliber by your lonesome is a textbook suicide mission, and you know. I said shut up, you old bag. Though it was hardly the time to be thinking about doing what he was about to do, Sarutobi was lost in a void of great doubt at the decision that he considered. It was excruciating. He had never thought that he would have to come to this decision ever again, but he also knew that he had to make a choice, and he had to make it now for the sake of everything he loved. For the results that could ensue would be catastrophic. Orochimaru. You know not how fortunate you are this day, Sarutobi said with a weakening demeanor. You truly have not the faintest idea? Enma immediately sensed the lack of aggression from his old comrade. No? No, not again, Sarutobi. You idiot.